Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host Paul, and in this video we're breaking down Batman. The original quadrilogy are the comic book movies I grew up on, and they had a massive impact on my childhood. There's actually a lot going on with them though, with each film having its own distinct quirks. Throughout this video we're going to be breaking down the Burton-Verse and talk about Batman up to Batman and Robin. So chill, cause there's lots of things that happen behind the scenes, and also lots of different comic Easter eggs and details that fans are gonna love. So come with us as we break down the movies, and let's firstly jump into Batman.
You ever dance with the devil by the pale moonlight?
Now, in order to talk about this film, we had to talk about where stuff was after the 66 show. That of course got its own movie too, but Batman fans felt like something was missing. A comedy that was camp and comedic, it was a big departure from the work in the comics. Personally, I've always loved the 66 show, and it's something I grew up watching as a kid. I love how when you're little, you take it very seriously because you don't understand the jokes and all the characters play it straight. When you're older though, you finally see it for what it is, and I think it works brilliantly in both aspects. However, you can see why fans were desperate for something that was closer to the comics. Now, as with a lot of TV shows, the Batman series was subject to ratings and viewership. After popularity waned, pun not intended, the show was cancelled, but there was still a lot of interest in the rights. CBS wanted to produce Batman in space, but this thankfully ended up getting mothballed. However, in 1979, the rights were purchased by two people who wanted to take the character back to his roots. That was Benjamin Melniker and Michael Uslan, who wanted to make a dark and serious version. Describing him as a creature of the night that stalked criminals in the shadows, it's with this idea they started working on a script. Guy Hamilton was approached to direct it, with him being the brain behind a lot of the big Bond films. And though he turned it down, there was still interest in the project. However, all of the studios, they wanted to film similar to the TV show, with them not really understanding what the pair were after. Uslan then rewrote the script and titled it Return of the Batman, which would give the idea it was a return back to his roots. The character was labelled as the Batman originally, and over time they then dropped the "the." It's cleaner. The title would of course later be referenced with Batman Returns, and this word returns really got the idea across. The Dark Knight Returns was something they'd later used to sell the movie, with its popularity showing people wanted a serious Batman. Now though by 1980 they still didn't have a studio, they announced the movie was coming at the Comic Art Convention in New York. Warner Brothers then took interest in the project as Superman had been extremely successful for the studio. Tom Mankiewicz then worked on a new script titled The Batman, which would focus on the origins of Dick Grayson. He'd be taken under the wing of Batman, and the pair would fight against the Joker. Rupert Thorne would also be a villain, with Silver St. Cloud being Bruce's love interest. Strange Apparitions was cited as an influence, with this featuring Thorne and also Hugo Strange. Its artist Marshall Rogers was also hired to do concept art, but as we know, this version never got made. However, there were some interesting ideas, and they also peddled with Peter O'Toole as the Penguin. He'd have a low body temperature, and I always feel like he'd incorporate elements of Mr. Freeze. He'd gone over a number of iterations, including his Mr. Zero origins, which he started off with in the 50s. As I'm sure you've figured out, we will be breaking down all these Batman movies alongside the Penguin, which we're also doing on the channel. So make sure you subscribe to that, and if you want to support the channel and get some merch, then check out our Penguin inspired design below. This pick up a Penguin shirt plays off the classic British biscuit, and we also have our 3x1s, Alien Chestburster, Me and the Boys, and House of the Dragon stuff as well. It all goes towards helping videos like this get made, and huge thank you to everyone who's picked one up. Now, Ivan Reitman was then attached to this project, and he initially wanted Bill Murray as Batman. Eddie Murphy would then star as Robin, but the project got stuck in development hell. 9 writers were hired over time, with them all doing 9 rewrites of the script. Murray said that Murphy was after playing the lead, and Murphy said he was way too old to play Robin, so it never went anywhere.
I'm too old for this shit.
Steven Spielberg was also interested as well, with him wanting Harrison Ford as Bruce Wayne. Michael J. Fox would be Robin, and Tim Curry would play the Joker. John Pertwee was also tapped to play Alfred, and his son Sean would later play him in Gotham. Would have been a great film, I think, because that cast list, woo, geez. One of those films that I'm a bit gutted we never got to see. Either way, Warner Brothers stepped in and hired Tim Burton, who recently had success with Pee-wee's Big Adventure. He got his then girlfriend Julie Hickson to write a new 30-page treatment. Although Burton wasn't a big fan of comics, he read both both The Dark Knight Returns and Batman the Killing Joke. He said these two guided the work, and then he brought in Sam Hamm to turn it into a screenplay. Hamm was a massive comic fan, but he didn't really want to do an origin story. Looking back, this is kind of wild for a first film, but it's a strategy that a lot of studios now do in adapting comic book characters. Now what I love that Hamm did is that he introduced the idea of origin and flashbacks. As an audience, we'd unlock the mystery, and it's something that other Batman directors would later adapt. Nolan used his usual time jumps to skip about his story, and Matt Reeves set things in year 2. Hamm said that if you show the literal process in which Bruce becomes Batman, then it has the potential to lose the audience. I feel like this motif is something that's stuck around in Hollywood, and there were even versions of the script that had Henry Ducard. Bruce would travel through Europe and learn from him, but ultimately this was scrapped. But hey, one day I would like to see it laid out in order, but moving on. Hamm was then the one who swapped Silver St. Cloud for Vicky Vale, with Rupert Thorne being swapped for Carl Grissom. Now Dick was still originally in the film, but over time his role got more and more reduced. Batman co-creator Bob Kane was pretty positive about the treatment though, but Warner Brothers were less enthusiastic. However, according to the wiki, the script was leaked and copies of it sold at comic stores across the states. Positive word of mouth was rampant around it, with many saying this was the true Batman fans had been wanting. On top of this, Burton released Beetlejuice in '88, and this was also widely successful. So Warner Brothers decided to give the go-ahead, and pre-production went underway. Building off of Beetlejuice, Burton cast Keaton as Batman, but yeah, I'm sure you've heard all the controversy with that. I think pretty much every actor except Bale and Clooney, you know, they've been met with a lot of controversy when they've been cast as him. At this point, Burton was known for Pee-wee and Beetlejuice, and Keaton had been in a number of comedies. So fans' minds naturally went to him being Mr. Mom, and they thought it was 66 all over again. Warner Brothers received over 50,000 letters demanding they recast him, but once that first photo released, it silenced a lot of critics. This had Batman stood in front of the Batmobile, and it's something Reeves would later echo with one of his first looks. I've recreated it there. Look, recreated it. Looks great. They also quickly threw together a trailer which helped to get a lot of good word of mouth. On top of this, they had Jack Nicholson as the Joker, which yeah, perfect casting. Nicholson had played a number of unhinged characters, with Joker being described as Jack Torrance in makeup. However, he was initially reluctant, and thus the studio offered the role to Robin Williams. Williams agreed to be part of the movie, but this is where things got complicated. The studio then went back to Nicholson and said that Williams was up for doing the role. This then convinced Nicholson to sign on, and thus Williams was dropped from the film. When talking about it, he was really open about how he felt like he was used as bait and refused to work with Warner Brothers again. Poor guy got used as leverage and then dropped by Warner Brothers, and the worst thing is they didn't even Warner Brother.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
We'll have to include one of those every video. This was the only point I could do it at. But it is very sad. And he refused to play Riddler and Batman Forever because of this, and said he wanted an apology from the studio. They did, and eventually worked with them on Father's Day, which was released in 1997. With Nicholson's contract though, he got to choose his own hours, and he got every day off that the Lakers played at home. He also got paid $6 million, and it cut the film's earnings and merchandise. '89 was the summer of the Batman, and the movie was a worldwide phenomenon. Known as Batmania, we had cereals, toys, t-shirts, heavy spoilers merch below the video, socks, and more. In the end, it's estimated he got $90 million, which these days would be about $250 million. Nicholson was also put as the top billing, with this not happening again with a villain until Batman and Robin. He also convinced them to hire his friend Tracy Walters, who plays the Joker's right-hand man Bob. Now when it came to Vicky Vale, they initially had Sean Young in the role, but she was injured during a horse riding accident. This was on the grounds of where they would film Wayne Manor, though they ended up scrapping the scene. However, Young would later return down the line, which we'll talk more about with Batman Returns. Producer John Peters then suggested Kim Basinger, who Peters was even dating at one point. Guy sounds like a pretty wild character, and check out The Death of Superman Lives to see Kevin Smith talking about him. Long story there, but Hammer film mainstay Michael Gough was cast as Alfred, with Robert Wuhl getting Alexander Knox. Knox was originally going to get killed in the climax, and he was going to get poisoned by the Joker's gas. However, they ended up liking how he played it, so they changed it so he lived in the end. His character was placed as the promotional face of the movie, with him hosting the behind-the-scenes documentaries on the film. So definitely can't have it with a dead guy, and though he doesn't return in the sequels, you know, I think he's an alright character. Now that then takes us into the film itself, which starts with the Warner Brothers logo, which then fades into a bat symbol built out of stone. Burton said this was one of the first times the logo was ever altered like this, and it was extremely difficult to do. He said now though, it's pretty commonplace, and he gets a bit annoyed about it, and we'd see throughout the franchise how they do warps and alterations. Now this opening is sort of Burton's signature style, with him often starting with long credit scenes over the top of locations and objects. This also gives us one of the most important parts of this movie, with its legendary score that we hear thumping away here. Elfman's music here is absolutely iconic, though initially the producers didn't want him involved. At the time, Elfman had only really worked on Pee-wee and Beetlejuice, and they were a bit worried about a movie of this size. Peters wanted Prince and Michael Jackson, and the idea was they'd both do different songs in the film. In the end, they just managed to get Prince, and Elfman was encouraged to incorporate his songs. This led to the movie having two soundtracks, with one being the score and the other being Prince's songs. However, Burton wasn't that pleased with him, saying his movies weren't meant to be commercials like Top Gun. However, they pushed ahead with Elfman, and he got help from Shirley Walker. Walker later incorporated the score into Batman the Animated Series, with her also composing Batman Mask of the Phantasm. Now, Elfman said he took inspiration from Journey to the Center of the Earth, and you can definitely hear that in the theme. Now after this we cut to Gotham City, which is a matte painting of a gothic looking metropolis. Batman co-creator, because Bob Kane took all the credit, Batman co-creator Bill Finger, he came up with the name after flipping through the phone book. He wanted to give the freedom to artists to make up their cities and not be restrained to things like New York. Initially he tried Capital and Coast City, but didn't feel like it fit the tone of Batman. He then looked in the phone book and saw Gotham Jewelers, which is when he came up with the name Gotham City. I don't even think they quite appreciated how genius this was, because Gotham paints out the idea that it's gothic. It all helps to lead into the tone of the character and is as tied to Batman as any other aspects of him. The dark, shadowy city is a stark contrast to Metropolis, which also perfectly fits its bright and hopeful character. In these dark, dank environments, you can imagine how crime would thrive, and this is something that we see happening from the off. Now, what I love about this is that it basically tells Batman's origin story without necessarily needing to spell it out. First time watching this, you might even believe it's the Waynes, and as we get the crowd shot, we see a sign for Monarch Theatre. This is what the Waynes went to in the comics before they were gunned down that fateful night. However, it's just a random family, but through this we see how Gotham hasn't changed. Matt Reeves and Robert Pattinson would later say Batman's almost going out every night trying to stop his parents' death and hoping that he comes across the criminal who did it. Retroactively, I think this description works perfectly with the scene, and it's almost like history repeating itself. Now, Batman doesn't really stop there, mate. You know, you could have stepped in there.
Duffman will do what you want. Stop kicking and punching Duffman.
Still though, we see him watching from the roof, and he's almost like a predator stalking his prey. We see as the family walk through the streets, and they even get stopped by ladies of the night. Originally, they wanted to have a 14-year-old girl here, which would have been a nod to the original Taxi Driver. Batman Year One referenced this along with Holly Robinson, with her clearly being a child working the streets for a pimp. Initially, they wanted some cops flirting with her, and it would show how sleazy and corrupt the police are in the city. Either way, it instantly paints out the kind of city Gotham is. Like, there's an old woman walking the street there, and there's some great details here about how it can corrupt. You might notice the kid's wearing a t-shirt that says I Heart Gotham City. This is something one of the muggers later wears, and he was likely a bright-eyed kid once like the one that he's now robbing. The fact that this is also a recreation of the Wayne's murder highlights how the city hasn't changed. It's stuck in this cycle of the same crimes and violence, with the kids growing up to do the same thing. That is, until Batman comes in and alters things, and he's the spanner in the works that's gonna make it all change. The city itself almost feels like an industrial machine, which is something we see from the city title card. It's almost like a gigantic oil refinery, which I love in the design. Terry Gilliam's Brazil was highlighted as an inspiration, with Blade Runner also being looked at as well. This smoke is carried across to the criminals sitting on the roof, and while they sit and smoke, we also see smoke and steam rising all around them. Anton first designed this in the mind that it would be like hell breaking out of the concrete. You definitely get that feeling with all the spires, and idea of burning pits exemplified by the smoke. First designs are completely iconic, and we'll go through them one by one as we work through the movie. Keaton's batsuit is almost like a shadow as well, with the yellow and black being such an iconic way to have this bright beacon of hope in the darkness. However, you might notice that the bat symbol itself is slightly different to how it appears on the poster and the symbol in the credits. This was down to a rights issue that was raised when they were making the costume that eventually got resolved by the time they reached the marketing. This is why it's different in Batman Returns, but I actually kind of like this design too. Just feels retro for the first time out. Now originally they were going to have a black or brass utility belt to blend in with the character's suit better. However, after the outcry from fans over Keaton's casting, they decided to play it safe and went with a classic yellow instead. We also have the mask and its eyebrows, which help to exemplify Batman's seriousness. Eyebrows play a big part in the performances, with both Keaton and Nicholson having very, very distinctive ones. So the suit needed them as well, and it's really a close tie between this and the Justice League Batsuit for which one's my favourite costume. Now this is when Batman descends through the smoke and he breaks it up to highlight he's the one who now controls the landscape. Tackling the criminals, we get him busting out his classic Batarang during the fight. This is something they needed to hammer home from the off to show they wanted to give fans what it was they'd been craving. Though he's shot, he also rises back up, and it gives the idea he's a creature of the night. Now, I'm someone who liked the idea of the sort of Bat-God Batman that really became prevalent during the Grant Morrison run. The phrase Bat-God, it doesn't mean he's a god, it just means he's basically on God mode and can take down 60 guys in a room with ease. So I did always wonder why they showed him falling on his back in his first fight, because makes him look like a bit of a chump. However, I think this humanizes the character, but him rising up then shows he's something more. So it works in letting us know Batman's a man that we can relate to, but also that he's got this extra edge to him. Now, one of the most famous quotes in the comics is that Batman describes criminals as being a cowardly and superstitious lot. We see this with the criminals discussing how the Bat got someone else, and later they help to spread his legend. Holding the criminal Nick over the edge of the building, this is one of my favourite British actors, Christopher Fairbank. This situation kinda comes full circle at the end, with Batman dropping Joker off that church. Nick says,
Don't kill me! Don't kill me, man!
With Batman later saying to Joker,
Kill you.
now that bit with Joker at the end, yeah, sometimes I get a bit of pushback saying Batman didn't kill Joker, but yeah, he definitely killed him, mate. I'm sure there'll be comments here too, so we'll just say he tied him to the gargoyle, and it was Joker's choice to keep going.
2 words, Mr. President. Plausible deniability.
Now in this moment, we get the instantly iconic line,
I'm Batman.
which is something Michael Keaton's uttered throughout his career.
I'm Batman.
Your co-stars are...
No, I'm Batman. What the are you talking about?
Originally, this line in the script said, I am the Knight, but Keaton thought it would work better to just out and out say he was Batman. However, the idea of him being the Knight was later incorporated into Kevin Conroy's iconic line.
I am vengeance. I am the night. I am Batman.
Now, according to IMDb trivia, Michael Keaton was a logic freak who was a bit skeptical that no one would figure out Batman's identity. He and Burton trialed ideas to better disguise the character, including contact lenses and a cowl that covered his mouth. In the end, Keaton realized that a lot of it was down to the performance, and he decided to talk in a lower register when in the cape and cowl. This is something that's been adapted into most of the portrayals after, with Conroy and Bale notably doing it the most. Whereas George Clooney was like,
Hi, Freeze. I'm Batman.
Keaton also realized that when wearing the cowl, he was pretty much deaf. Due to the thickness, he could barely hear anything that was going on set. However, he used this to aid the performance and said that he retreated inside himself to provide this almost internalized performance of the Dark Knight. Now, Batman then jumps over the edge before doing his first of many disappearances. Grand entrances like this are somewhat a staple of how Batman shows up to places in this film, with a lot of the arrivals containing him coming from the sky. Now from here, we cut to a press conference with Harvey Dent. Played by the legendary Billy D. Williams, he was originally cast to eventually become Two-Face. However, as we know, he was recast as Tommy Lee Jones during Batman Forever. We have had him continue the role in other iterations though. Billy D. voiced Two-Face in the Lego Batman movie, and the story continued in the recent Batman '89 comic. This continues the story after Batman Returns, and it tells how Dent became the iconic villain. Now Dent was first created in 1942, with him originally having the name Harvey Kent. However, they felt readers might think he was related to Martha and Jonathan, so they changed it to distance him from Superman. Later on, we also get some subtle visual foreshadowing towards his transformation, which comes roughly at the 50-minute mark. We see Joker smashing a TV like the like button with a giant boxing glove. Just before the TV shatters though, you can see the glove hits one side of Harvey's face, with the TV then smashing out from here.
They certainly are standing next to each other.
So a bit of foreshadowing for how he would become Two-Face, but yeah, you're gonna have to read the comic if you want to know about that, mate, but it's a good one, pick it up. Now in this moment, we're also introduced to Commissioner Gordon, and you can see DA all day, because we do breakdowns like this all day. Now this idea of Joker watching his speeches is set up early on here when we next cut to Jack. As we learn throughout the film, his surname's Napier, which in itself contains a couple of Easter eggs. This namely links into the 66 show in which Alfred was played by the actor Alan Napier. Beyond that though, Jack Napier is a play on the word jackanapes, which can mean either a jester or a joker. He can be seen playing with a card, and you might also notice that his tie has playing cards on it. Now this also continues the long tradition of Jack Nicholson playing characters called Jack. I've lost count of how many times he's done it, but it always reminds me of that Keith Chegwin sketch on Extras. Basically, I have to keep calling his character Keith because he gets confused otherwise. Although the comics try, namely to keep Joker anonymous, he is sometimes given the name Jack Napier. This is especially seen in the White Knight run when the character ends up going back to his old identity. However, beyond that, the police file on Napier has a further nod to Nicholson. It lists his date of birth as April 22nd, 1937, which is also the actor's date of birth in real life. Along with this, we get his psychological profile, which says he suffers from emotional instability. This ties into the character's insanity, which gets worse when his face is destroyed. This vanity is highlighted when he starts looking in the mirror, and we then get introduced to Alicia. Alicia was based on the character Cirque, who in the comics was a girlfriend of Black Mask. Mask disfigured her face, which is what happens to Alicia in the film. We later get this shot recreated in the movie with both characters returning to appear in this mirror. However, there's a really subtle thing that they do early on, which we can see in the picture of Alicia on the wall. There she appears in black and white, except for her lips, which are red. Later she wears a white mask that has red lips on it, and Joker's skin is also white with red lips too. Now, this mask was inspired by Eyes Without a Face, in which surgery ends up leaving a woman disfigured. It's possible that this was also the inspiration behind the surgery scene in which they reconstruct Joker's face. Now the tools there are all identical to the dental tools used in Little Shop of Horrors. This was a remake of the 1960 film which starred Jack Nicholson. Now the novelization explains how this affair was discovered, with that being through Lieutenant Eckhart. Played by Porkins from Star Wars. I always feel bad because all the lines the guy did were dubbed by someone else. However, we learn he's working for Grissom, and he says,
Where you been spending your nights?
Now in the novelization, we discover that he's the one who tipped him off. Also, I love how Jack says he's brought him a little snack, and we can see the money in the bread, because he's giving him the bread in the bread.
Now that's comedy.
We then cut to some foreshadowing as we see Dent and the mayor on the steps of City Hall. The mayor was based on the mayor of New York at the time, and they even hired a guy who looked exactly like Ed Koch. Now banners are going up for the bicentennial, which is the celebration that Joker invades at the end. On top of that, the mayor says,
I want a parade. I want hot dogs, balloons, the whole smear.
And these balloons are what Joker later uses to spread his Smilex gas. Now from here, we cut to the Gotham Globe to meet Alexander Knox and also Vicky Vale. The Globe is one of the many publications that we get throughout the comics, and there's a couple of other Easter eggs here. Knox is shown an artist mock-up of the Batman, which is signed by co-creator Bob Kane. Kane was originally supposed to cameo in this moment, but he became ill and they didn't end up rescheduling it. We also see Vale did a story on the Corto Maltese, which is a location that appeared in The Dark Knight Returns. This would later show up in James Gunn's Suicide Squad, and it's often the center of some kind of revolution. The name itself is a nod to Italian comic character Corto Maltese, who was known for getting involved in wars and revolutions. Now, she's a renowned photojournalist and wants to be the one that breaks the Batman story with Knox. That night we cut to mob boss Carl Grissom's, who slams down a newspaper. This is announcing the report on Dent cracking down on him, but they also do a really cool detail with the date. You might notice it just says November 25th and doesn't have a year on it. This helps to give Gotham this timeless feel, and there's never really true center point for when the film's set. Saying he'll be made if access gets linked to him, he sends Jack into a trap. Played by the late great Jack Palance, he's having a friend for dinner. Apparently though, him and Burton got into it on the set and they butted heads quite frequently. Burton was still a new filmmaker and Palance apparently didn't take his direction kindly, telling him he'd made more than 100 films and then asking him how many he'd made. Burton later described it as an experience he wouldn't forget. However, according to IMDb trivia, he still thought he was perfect for the part even with this and couldn't have thought of anyone who could pull off being Jack Nicholson's boss. Jack's then told to go to Axis Chemicals, which is a play on Ace Chemicals from the comics. In most iterations, Batman beats the Red Hood there and he ends up falling into a vat of chemicals. This was most notably seen during The Killing Joke, in which Joker told one of his potential origin stories. This in itself was based on Detective Comics 168, which showed the Red Hood and his origins. Now not only does the Joker face on the card look just like Jack Nicholson, but it also has a hole in its cheek. This is later on where Jack gets shot at from the ricochet, so this bullet hole does does a little bit of foreshadowing. Now from here we cut to Wayne Manor and see a fundraiser being held by Bruce to save the festival. In doing this, he basically funnels money for them balloons. Can bet he used it to buy that Batman as well. It looked expensive, and that's charity fraud, that, Bruce. Now Keaton plays at the part perfectly, with him being pretty uncomfortable at these events. He contrasts his suit here to how he acts in the bat suit, and there's a massive difference between his confidence. Vicky then asks him,
"Could you tell me which of these guys is Bruce Wayne?"
To which Bruce replies,
Well, I'm not sure.
This is playing off the fact that Bruce Wayne's sort of an act at this point and he doesn't really know who he is. I love how we have this bit of physical comedy as well. She walks off and Bruce is clearly besotted by her. Guy just puts down his glass nonchalantly and Alfred swoops in to stop it from falling. Now as Knox and Vale explore the house, we get the idea of how well travelled Bruce is. Guy's been around the world honing his abilities, which we see from the suits of armour. This includes one which Knox says,
"He must have been king of the Wicker people."
which is a nod to the Wicker Man. There's also a Japanese one, and these suits of armour also had somewhat of an inspiration on his own. Now Bruce Wayne, because of the big mirror, he ends up spying on them in his Batcave, which is when we get the first shot of the Bat computer. Turns out this entire function's actually a play so that Batman can keep an eye on the police. Learning that Napier's our Axis, we then cut to it to see police cars surrounding the area. Inside, we then see the gangsters opening up a safe. This holds a file which talks about some top secret CIA program which we see at the Joker's later on. This involved harnessing nerve gas, and it shows images of the soldiers it was tested on. So this sets up how Joker would harness it, which is a really nice little detail. Anyway, the police arrive along with Batman, and I love how skillfully he takes them down. Throwing one over the edge of a railing using his grapnel, stepping out to do stealth takedowns, you know, it all kind of encompasses Batman in Predator mode. Eventually he works his way up to Jack, who's currently sending the factory haywire. Going over the railing, he tries to save him, but Jack seemingly falls to a watery grave. Seemingly. Now what I love with the movie is that there's this idea that Joker created Batman and Batman created Joker.
I was a kid when I killed your parents. I mean, I say I made you. You gotta say you made me. And how childish can you get? Huh?
As we learn, Jack killed the Waynes in front of Bruce, and then Bruce became Batman, who then created the Joker. At every stage in their life, the characters have had a meeting, which ends with either one of them beating the other. Jack and Bruce met when the pair were younger, and then Batman and Jack met at Axis Chemicals. Bruce and Joker meet at Vicky Vale's apartment, and lastly we have Batman and Joker. From a screenwriting perspective, it's absolutely perfect, and I love how we get these different dynamic showdowns. A Joker killing Bruce Wayne's parents is a big change from the comics, with it normally being Joe Chill. Kane actually applauded this change though and said that if they'd planned out the storyline in the comics, then this is how they would have done it. His cards then come to the surface along with a hand, and we get that white bleached skin right in front of the Joker card. Now he then ends up getting plastic surgery in a scene that was beautifully parodied by The Simpsons. I love how they don't reveal his face here, and all we hear is the character's iconic laugh. This makes it more impactful when he steps forth, and like Batman, he arrives from the shadows. Now from here we cut to the globe and see Vale and Knox looking over a map. This is actually a map of Vancouver, and they got away with it because nobody goes there, mate. I think all the Canadians watch Think Story. None of them come here. They don't care. Leave a comment if you're Canadian. And next we jump to Bruce and Vicky's date and get the big long dining table. This was thought up by Keaton, who added in the line about passing the salt, and also this bit.
You wanna know the truth? I don't think I've ever been in this room before.
It kind of just lightens up the character and makes him seem sort of like a detached rich guy. In doing this though, it lets them go into another room where they can get closer to each other.
You know, this house and all this stuff really doesn't seem like you at all.
Some of it is very much me. Some of it isn't.
This kind of thing has an ambiguous side to it, and it's him hinting at how the Batcave's more him. We also hear Bruce's embarrassing kid stories from Alfred, and it kind of sums up how he became his dad. Going upstairs, Vicky ends up taking off her heels, with Basinger improvising this moment. She did this because her feet were really sore from walking in them, and this is something she does in character throughout the film. This comes when she goes to get in the Batmobile, and also when she's climbing up the clock tower at the end. Waking up, she finds Bruce hanging upside down like a bat, which is a bit of a red flag there. This again though was thought up by Keaton, who wanted to tap into the mental illness side of Bruce. Now Keaton initially didn't want to play Batman as he didn't feel he was right for the part. However, after reading the script he realized guys, this guy's probably dealing with a lot of trauma, but he handles it by dressing up as a bat. Going to Burton with his take, they love this idea and it really pays off in moments like this. Anyway, that night Joker arrives at Grissom's office, and I love how we get this slow walk out of the elevator. The closer he gets, the more the white starts to come out of the shadows. I feel like they later adopted this with Silver and Skyfall, but there it was done in a well-lit room. Here the shadow adds to the mystery, and Joker's voice slowly ramping up sucks you right in. It's here that they reveal his rictus grin, which is of course one of the biggest characteristics of the character. Now when creating him, this was based on The Man Who Laughs. This was later adapted into the Joker's origin comic, The Man Who Laughs, and the iconic grin's a staple of the character. The Man Who Laughs was a creation from French literature, and Joker also drops French phrases in the comics. This is something Nicholson also does throughout the film.
Bruce Wayne, n'est-ce pas? Commence au festival.
Also, a thing I noticed on the 4K is that you can see the purple coats rubbed off onto the makeup. Ruined it, you ruined the movie. Now, if you love the classics and want to see movies in the highest possible quality, then definitely check out our partners at Arrow Video. They do a ton of 4K films, such as the recent Silence of the Lambs release, which makes the movie look absolutely incredible. Every month they announce new titles, and if you use the code HEAVYSpoilers at checkout, you get 10% off. Just use the code HEAVYSpoilers at checkout anytime you buy from them, and you're going to get 10% off. You can't ask for more. And Nicholson really hams at the entire film from this point on, and he dances about shooting Grissom's corpse. Coming across a newspaper on Grissom's desk, this highlights Batman's a freak. Joker says, "Wait until they get a load of me," which was referenced in Kick-Ass as the movie's final line. Meeting with the other bosses, we then see the Joker's classic weapon from the comics, the electrifying trick ring. While doing this, he sings "There'll Be a Hot Time in the Old Town Tonight" by Theodore A. Metz. This song was composed in 1896, and it's another thing that adds to the almost timeless cultural feeling of Gotham. Burton said he didn't want the city to feel futuristic, he wanted it to feel timeless. This is why the fashion's the way it is, and also why everything has this Art Deco style to it. Also, when I was a kid, I never actually had a VHS of this. What I did have though was a tape my mother used to tape it off the telly that was all filled with lots of adverts. I really want a Pepsi right now. Delicious Pepsi. She also thought some of it was too violent for me to watch, so would stop recording when it got to a bit that she thought was bad. Thing is though, she hadn't seen the movie, so like, all the good parts missing. Thought it was a movie about a guy laying roses on a pavement. Nowadays you just blur them bits and ruin the video though, because YouTube restricts anything that isn't Mr. Beast. The Joker ends up rubbing off his makeup, which reveals his white skin below. This was extremely difficult to pull off, with the makeup team firstly applying the prosthetics around Nicholson's face. They then added the white paint and then covered it in silicone oil to add a layer between that and the next layer of makeup. They then took skin colored grease paint, which they added on top of the silicone. The handkerchief Joker then pulls out was soaked with alcohol, which removed the paint but not the silicone. So that's how it's done, and Joker then does his Jack Palance impression.
You are my number one guy.
Which links back to this.
You are my number one guy.
This was ad-libbed by Nicholson, and I love how Bob just keeps a straight face. Now Joker decides to whack all the other mobsters after talking it out with the corpse of Anton. Originally in the script, the character was called Carmine, which would have been a nod to Carmine Falcone. However, Nicholson knew how stressed Anton first was on set, so he added in this line to try and lighten his mood. Now we see as Vicky does some light stalking and follows Bruce all the way to Crime Alley. Him visiting the site of his parents' murder on their anniversary ties into the comics, namely There's No Hope in Crime Alley. Appearing in Detective Comics 457, this had him showing up to remember them and his promise. Shoutouts to Big Bat Fan on Reddit for pointing out that the rose detail was then brought into the comics and it appeared in Detective Comics 782. Bruce then wanders across to City Hall, where we see some of the crime bosses in the Joker's gang. Here, they're dressed as mimes, which is way more akin to his henchmen in the comics. Joker also has a black and white suit along with a top hat. I couldn't find what was made first, but DC referenced this in a comic released the same year. That was Batman 429, which took place over the Death in the Family arc. Joker then ends up killing the gangster with a pen, and Nolan would later reference this with his Joker killing someone with a pencil.
The pen is truly mightier than the sword.
Joker then gets photos from Bob and falls in love with Vicky. Hope they get together soon. Guy needs to make a name for himself though. Woo! We see as he starts shipping out the Smilex gas and cut to action news. News sections like this featured heavily in The Dark Knight Returns, and they helped to carry a lot of the exposition. We can see as they read off paper reports rather than a teleprompter, which again adds this timeless feel. I think. Like, I'm pretty sure they had teleprompters in 1989. Pretty sure. Drop it below. It might be because it's breaking news and they're like, get it done quickly. But yeah, if you know why this happened, then please drop it below, please. Action News is also a reference to Action Comics, which is heavily tied in with DC, namely due to its introduction of Superman. You might also notice the female anchors getting some last minute makeup done, and this is what eventually causes the reaction. As we learn, Joker's poisoned several products so that when used in combination, they cause death by a laughing fit and leave a rictus grin. Because of the fear of these products, we see the anchors show up later on with them not having styled their hair and being covered in zits. I love how Joker also hijacks the broadcast and plays a commercial using the dead models.
Love that Joker.
There was a deleted scene in which we'd see the girls at a photo shoot with a photographer telling them to smile more. They'd start giggling, which the photographer would like at first, but this would then descend into horror. However, they felt it was a bit redundant with the news anchor scene, as they kind of accomplished the same goal. Pretty messed up having their corpses paraded though, with the mouth superimposed over as he sits on a deck chair. Also, the dancing as he pushes the trolley, yeah? Whatever you paid this guy, mate. It wasn't enough. Lastly, I love when he's got the guy tied up for the brand X bit. He's been watching Screen Crush. You instantly get why the Joker's a fascinating character and Nicholson's perfect in the role. Gonna be saying that a lot. The tagline is also,
So remember, put on a happy face.
which would later be referenced in Joker. Now Bruce watches this all playing out, which is when he gets the file and we see the mayor berating Dent to get the festival ready. From here we cut to Alfred taking a call with Vicky saying she'll be late for their date. You can actually catch a portrait of Thomas Wayne, which we see hanging up at the back. Now in regard to the date, yeah, the only thing is, yeah, he hasn't actually arranged to meet her. He's been avoiding her because he's a crazy stalker. So from this, he realizes it's actually a trap by the Joker. This goes down at the Flugelheim Museum, which is playing off the Guggenheim in New York. The word Flugel is German for wing, with this being a nod to a bat wing. Sending her a gas mask and filling the place with gas. I remember watching this as a kid and thinking it was so messed up. Just something about people falling dead face first into a dessert. It's really weird and creepy. The handwriting on and inside the box was also done by Burton, and being in crayon makes it even creepier. This is then juxtaposed instantly by Joker's arrival to Potty Man by Prince. Now the entire scene is based around the 1966 show Pop Goes the Joker, with the villain there vandalizing a gallery. Although you can see Bob walking behind the group taking notes, and according to the wiki, he's writing how much everything costs. Joker finding the artwork, we see the bust being painted green and red. Joker was here is also put on the wall, and handprints are put over Rembrandt's self-portrait. The painting, the Blue Boy appears as well as Joker goes up the stairs, and this was actually given a nod to in Joker. Arthur had it up in his apartment with his mother, and yeah, little callback to this. Now Bob goes to slash figures with Meat by the artist Francis Bacon. Christopher Nolan's a big fan of this artist, and he later references work when creating the Joker. Guy also included one of his paintings in Inception, and I love how there's these kind of Easter eggs that sort of go out and inspire other things. Walking past the picture of George Washington, Joker points out how it's on the dollar bill.
$1 bill.
Shoutouts to IMDb Trivia for noting that in the next scene he says this when Vicky asks what he wants.
My face on the $1 bill.
Now I brought this up because that's kind of an obvious one, but the trivia for the film pointed out that this was originally going to be incorporated into the script and that it would pay off later in the parade scene. We end the movie with Joker throwing money in the air, which then leads into him gassing the crowd. It was going to be revealed that all of this money was fake and had Joker's face on it, which would all build out from this one little moment. Playing theme from A Summer's Play, while he calls her mundane work crap, he then becomes fixated on her photos of the war, describing himself as the world's first
fully functioning homicidal artist.
He wants to make the most elaborate, horrifying things possible. Joker then brings in Alicia, and this bit is something I genuinely say all the time when my wife has a go at me.
Oh, I'm in trouble now.
It leads to her revealing her scars, and Joker then busts out another of his gadgets. This is the acid spraying flower, which is something he almost hits Vicky with. Now not this few times, but I do wonder if this is also telling us how Alicia got her scars.
You wanna know how I got these scars?
I don't know. Either way, Vicky throws some water in Joker's face, and he references The Wizard of Oz by saying, giving a boo. I love the makeup effect here as well. So good how you get the idea of the clown coming out and it all being hidden under this normal looking exterior. Well, normal-ish. That's also something I feel about the Batman, with Bruce being the mask he wears to hide who he is. Speaking of Batman, he makes another grand entrance and then pulls a gun out and shoots Joker in the face. Nah, should have done it though, mate. But instead, it's one of those zipline guns, which is also a staple gadget that he uses in the comics. Anyway, shut the hell up, yeah, because this takes us to the most iconic Batmobile ever. Though I think we've had some classics over the years, this is by far the most slick and stylistic. When in pre-production, Burton knew the car was one of the most important aspects of the movie in that it set the tone for the rest of the film. When crafting it, first looked at several iconic cars, including the recently created Thrust 2. This secured the world land speed record in 1983, and you can instantly see how its design played into what we got here. The 1950s Batmobile was also looked at for the basis, with a fin from that being brought into the two that we get here. That car was also known for its long look and the fact that it had an afterburner on the back. However, when creating the initial concept model, they quickly ran into a problem. Burton said it was great, but asked where the door was. They realized they hadn't put one in, so ended up taking elements of a Harrier jet to create the sliding cockpit. Built on the chassis of a Chevy Impala, it carried this engine across and got the taillights of a Ferrari along with the fuel caps of a London bus. However, when shooting with it, they ran into an impractical truth with the car and cowl. The ears on the regular one were too long, and thus they stopped the cockpit from sliding shut. Thus, an alternate cowl with shorter ears was crafted for scenes involving the car. Racing through the streets, we see as the Batmobile easily outmaneuvers the Joker's cars. It too employs grappling hooks, which allows it to take tight corners easier. One thing I love when they exit is that the shields come out as well, and they cover the whole car. When I was little, yeah, and we were with my uncle, he'd take his car keys out and say, "Shields," when pressing the central locking. So I always have fond memories of this bit, and it leads into a back alley chase. Batman ends up asking Vicky her way, which is something they would later reference in The Flash. After falling, Batman's face is nearly exposed, but he's saved by Vicky's camera flash. On the rooftop, she takes photos of the fight with each flash going off during a hit. This was done to mimic the boom bap pow style fight scenes that were a staple of the 66 show. Going back to the car, I love how the whole thing's voice activated and it breaks just before hitting Batman. This then takes us into my favorite part of Elfman's score, Descent into Mystery. Just get a couple moments of the Batmobile driving in the woods to the rousing score, and I think it's the perfect way to show off the car. Also, I love how Batman has a light built just above his seat so he can shine it at a passenger if they ever try and look at him. Don't look at me! A similar scene would then show up in Batman Begins, with both car rides leading into the Batcave. There it was hidden behind a waterfall, whereas here it's behind a fake sliding cliffside. This idea of it being hidden was something also in the 66 show, with a road barrier going down and raising if you were exiting or entering it. And the cave is depicted almost like an endless abyss, with them using matte paintings to give the effect. It's a sheer vertical drop that's filled with bats, and it feels almost like a gothic cathedral. Leading Vicky to the computer, he exposes the chemicals that are causing the Smile-X reaction. Dropping her off home, the Joker then shows up and we get this line.
Take thy beak from out my heart.
This line comes from Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven, which is about someone slowly going insane. He's come over to tell her Alicia's dead, and he symbolizes this by smashing her mask. Though we hear she ended her own life, there are theories that Jack pushed her to it. Like literally pushed her. In the background of the scene, we can also hear Stephen Foster's Beautiful Dreamer.
Miss me?
Composed by Stephen Foster in 1864, this was apparently made just days before his death, and thus it's fitting with the tragedy of Alicia. Keaton then lets his darker side come to the surface and says,
Right shot! Now you want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts.
which is something he later says in The Flash.
You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts.
At the time though, this was a reference to the Prince song Let's Go Crazy, in which he says the line "Let's get nuts." Prince, of course, did the soundtrack, so it was a little nod to that. At this point, Joker asks him,
You ever dance with the devil in the pale moonlight?
and this was also the title of an unreleased song written by Prince that was gonna feature on the soundtrack. No idea what it means, but Bruce remembers it because it's what Jack said before his parents' murder. Joker says,
I always ask that of all my prey. I just like the sound of it.
But yeah, first time you've said it in this movie, mate, and you've killed about 40 people. Either way, Bruce uses a metal tray as a bulletproof vest, which he holds up to his chest. The bullet and gun were apparently a 22 short, meaning that they wouldn't have had the impact to penetrate the metal. Jack also shot Eckhart in the chest like this, so Bruce gambled and hoped he'd do the same. Joker then dances out the apartment, which Nicholson dubbed as the bird dance, which he of course improvised. The guy was just hamming it up every chance he got. Now, all of the horse riding was going to come in off the back of this moment, as we'd have Batman riding through the streets chasing Joker. This would be a nod to The Dark Knight Returns, in which he rides one at one point. However, they quickly realised the suit looked terrible in daylight, so decided to cut it out. So Sean Young basically lost the part for nothing. Also, right, I do second watches of this stuff, and as I was writing this bit, I had the bit with Vicky and Joker at the Batcave, and I noticed, yeah, the aftershave on screen says Monsieur de Joker. Wonder which product has the Joker poison in it? Now at the Globe, we see as Knox has done some digging on Bruce and discovered his parents' murder. In this, we see a photo of a young Bruce, and there was actually a scene shot alongside this. The photo shows the young Bruce being helped by a policeman, and this was going to be revealed to be Gordon. This scene would have Gordon working the murder, and he'd comfort the young Bruce and tell him he'd get justice. This would then influence the character, and also explain the bond that Batman feels to Gordon. This scrapped idea was later used in Batman Begins, with the pair meeting on the night of the Wayne's death. Knox asks what that might do to a kid, and it's here Vicky realizes the truth. We then get a press conference with the mayor cancelling the parade due to the danger. However, this is interrupted by the Joker, who says he's giving out free money. He does this by sliding some of the screens, but yeah, no idea how this works in real life when you're just watching one. The mayor stood there looking over at him on another. Look, I don't know, mate, it's weird. The Joker also says this about Grissom.
On the other hand, he had a tremendous singing voice.
Now that always cracked me up, because what a stupid thing to say, and I genuinely say that a lot at the end of a lot of sentences when I've been talking about how bad Ryan Airy is. But he has a lovely singing voice. Singing to the cops though, that means someone's a snitch, and as we saw, he informed them about Joker. Pausing it on his let's get post-nut clarity face, this takes Bruce back, way back into time. At the Monarch Theatre, we see the poster Footlight Frenzy, and this was also shown outside the theatre at the start. This highlights the cyclical nature and how these events keep happening in Gotham. Looking at the poster for this, I was also wondering if it was foreshadowing Catwoman, as the designs are very similar. Now here, we meet a younger Jack who kills both the Waynes. The iconography here is ripped right from the comics, with the falling pearls coming directly from The Dark Knight Returns. We also have popcorn, which of course comes from a cinema, and on that night in year one, Bruce had gone to see Zorro. This had a further influence on him, as the masked crime fighter would influence the Batman. This falling popcorn also showed up earlier in the movie, as Vicky dropped it at her apartment when Joker shot Bruce. So we have this popcorn in another face-off with them, and it's sort of like poetry they rhyme. Now the young Jack here is played by Hugo Blick, and hot take, yeah, but this guy looks more like the Joker than Jack Nicholson does. The grin is incredible, and it's a testament to the casting that you instantly know this is a younger version of him. His photo can also be spotted in Napier's file, with those eyes and eyebrows on the left hand side. This outlines his criminal history and also has text after the photos that gives us some insight. We can see it says he's highly intelligent but also unstable. At the bottom, he's also apt in science, chemistry and art, all of which kind of play into his character. Now in the original script, Jack was going to have been hired to murder Thomas because he'd been running for city mayor. Though they dropped the idea of Thomas running for mayor, it was later used in both Joker and the Batman. It also appeared in Batman Earth 1 and has become a character trait tied in with his death. Vicky then arrives in the Batcave, with Alfred letting her in. Now John Peters said this is the bit he got fans dissing him the most about, but he's made several denials and said it wasn't his idea, it's not his idea. However, there was a bit of backlash at the time, and they even made a joke about it in Batman Returns.
Who let Vicky Vale into the Batcave? I'm sitting there working and I turn around, there she is. Oh, hi Vic, come on in.
Now we get the first of many iconic Batman suit-up scenes, with a symbol acting almost as foreshadowing the bat signal before its creation. That's a reach, mate, but Batman then rides out to Axe's chemicals and blows it up using the Batmobile. This enters through using machine guns, which is something the Batmobile had in The Dark Knight Returns. It was rubber bullets there, but yeah, kill them all! It's revealed after this though that it was all by remote control, but hey, I can see someone sat in it, mate, I can see. This then leads to the Joker taunting Batman outside, which has the Batman spinning around. Keaton realised just before filming that he couldn't turn his head and look up, so he had to move his entire body. This has been dubbed the hero turn, but hey, I think it looks good. Joker also calls him Junior Birdman, with the Junior Birdman being an American youth group. The line "Up in the Air Junior Birdman" was also a line from the 1955 film To Hell and Back. Coincidentally, Keaton would later star in the movie Birdman, which is basically a parody of his Batman portrayal. Now we then get the parade scene with the Joker on a throne on top of a float. Originally, they were planning to have Joker poison the police force's coffee, which is why there wouldn't be any officers here. Now, this throne's actually a repurposed prop from MGM, with it being used on the movie Queen Christina. It was a replica of Queen Christina's silver throne, and it shows how egotistical the Joker is. Now, it's a great way to kick things off, and it leads into the Batwing's arrival. They had 5 models built for this, but didn't do the full-scale replica because it would be about 35 feet long. So a lot of the close-ups were shot with the back missing, but it still provides the effect. Taking the balloons away, they have such an iconic shot where it flies up to the moon and then creates the bat symbol. Knox also gets his hero moment too, with him using a bat to smack the Joker's forces. Unfortunately, trying to get back in the car, Vicky forgets how to brake, and it's in this that he was meant to die. Nice work on nearly killing the guy, Vicky. Coming down from the float, I also love how we can see the Joker uses the henchman as a step. He's walking all over them, literally, and it culminates with him shooting Bob. This is where you lost it though, mate, yeah? Killing Bob, yeah? That was where you lost it, and you deserve to die. Now, Batman then brings out the big guns. Like, literally. Pushed him too far, and now he's just gunning everyone down. Now, but this has, of course, become a big point of contention amongst the fans. I think when you look at pretty much every Batman, though, at least in the movies, they've all been mass murderers. Except for maybe Bale and Patterson. Burton obviously wasn't that familiar with the comics though, so he wasn't fully aware of how much of a rule it was that had been brought into the characterization. However, in the comics, the Batwing did have a machine gun attached to it, which Batman used against the Monster Men. There was a retelling of it by Matt Wagner, which was based on the Giants of Hugo Strange from the 1940s. Now, to add another cherry on top, they had him not only using machine guns, but also missing every shot. Joker taunts Batman to hit him, and I do feel like Nolan improved on this scene during the truck flip one that happened in The Dark Knight. However, in the original plan for this scene, they were going to have Joker running and dancing out the way. This can actually be seen in some of the concept art that was done by David Russell. Joker then pulls out a gigantic gun, which was a custom Smith & Wesson with a 21-inch barrel. This causes the Batwing to crash, though, as we see, there isn't a body there. And this takes us into the cathedral climb, which has a cool detail to set it up. Joker says,
"Better make it 10.
And it then takes 10 minutes from this point until the helicopter shows up. The cathedral is a great way to close out the movie, which kind of builds off that first shot of Batman at the beginning. However, it had a lot of its elements changed. Originally, Vicky was going to die, but they thought that would make the movie go out on a bit of a downer. First also was put under more pressure because he had to turn around a 30-foot model of it in just a short period of time. That's why Nicholson gave him that shout out earlier, but it was so bad, IMDb trivia lists that when filming the stair scenes, the actors kept asking what would happen at the top. Nicholson apparently stopped the shoot to say, "Why am I even walking up the stairs?" and Burton told him he'd find out when he got to the top. Only issue was, Burton said he had no idea. Upon arriving at the top, Joker then says,
"It can be truly said that I have a bat in my belfry."
This typically means that someone's insane, and it's a really nice subtle line that plays into both the characters and also the location. Joker then sends his best goons against Batman. He takes one out with a wrist thing, which, no idea what this is, but I love these kind of counters. He also did one earlier against the guy with the swords, with that kick kind of feeling like a Raiders of the Lost Ark sword moment. Batman also hangs upside down and pulls the guy over the ledge with his legs, which kind of sets up the groundwork for some of the takedowns in the Arkham games. Septier throws him down 500 feet to his death. Now, while this is going on, we have Vale limply dancing with the Joker. This would then be later referenced in the video for Tom Petty's Mary Jane's Last Dance. Petty dances with Basinger in the video, with Basinger saying she did a repeat of the scene. I also love the line about how he says, "I like Beauty and the Beast, but if anyone calls her Beast, he's gonna rip their lungs out." Said that a couple of times in real life, and it's always got a laugh, but I stole it from this. She also calls him Mr. Joker.
Mr. Joker?
Which is something that Harley would later call him. Under the mask, she's a blonde that was seduced by Joker, and I do wonder if she was inspired by Vale. Paul Dini will have to tell you that, but Batman then returns and asks,
"Have you ever danced with the devil in the pale moonlight?"
And now he's asking his prey before he takes them out. Batman just gets to knock the crap out of the guy, and it's great how Joker still keeps pulling out the gags like the fake teeth and glasses. Now, though it starts off as an easy fight, Joker later gets the upper hand because he uses a fake one. Batman takes the villain down by attaching him to a gargoyle, which Joker also mocks by having a grinning face on it. He says sometimes he just K-words himself, which I have to say because of YouTube, and in the end he does end up doing this. Now, this is in the same spot we saw Batman at the 4-minute mark, and there you can see the gargoyles as well as the spires on the structure that they're now hanging off of. Now, though the leg tie is used, they had a different idea originally. The helicopter was going to awaken the bats in the cathedral, and they'd all fly out and attack the Joker. He'd then fall to his death, but they decided Batman needed to be involved in taking out the villain. However, this swarm of bats was used in Batman Returns, with it being one of the ways he defeats the Penguin. Also, yeah, this always gave me a fear of rope ladders, and yeah, I can't climb them now. I just don't trust them. Falling to his death, Joker dies laughing, with a laughing bag being found inside his coat. I love how they have the entire pavement cracked around him, as well as the broken gargoyle. It's a pretty big fall. Now we end the movie with a bat signal being unveiled and Bruce being late to his date with Vicky. Symbolically, this shows he'll always watch over the city and put the interests of that above his own. It's the classic tragedy of Batman in which he loses out on life trying to make other people's better. I love the final shot in the film though, and we see the signal shining with him standing like a god. It reminds me a lot of the idea of Caesar and the statuesque Buckingham Palace guards that stand there ever watchful. Batman will forever remain as a guardian, a silent protector, a dark knight. Now, I don't know if this was intentional or not, but you can clearly see that this is a literal statue. The ears on the cowl are a lot shorter, and I don't think this even has proper feet. Still though, it's a symbol with a deeper meaning, and yeah, I love this shot closes out the movie. It of course will go on to have a massive legacy, and in many ways establish the comic book movies we know today. Although Superman is the obvious one that brought it to the forefront, this actually did it in more ways than one. Warner Brothers knew it was going to be a massive hit, so they had merchandise put in production way before its release. This is kind of an opposite to Star Wars, with people getting cardboard cutouts promising figures would come one day. If you know, you know. Purchase that. Warner Brothers had the toys and merch already ahead of time though, and the rights to this was purchased by a company called Toy Biz. This at the time was overseen by Ike Perlmutter, and when Marvel was facing bankruptcy in the 90s, he bought the license to their figures. He made a killing off that, and over time became the head of Marvel Entertainment, and basically helped to create the MCU, alongside Kevin Feige. So everything we know today kind of was caused by this movie, and yeah, it's probably one of the most important films ever made. Bit hyperbolic there, but yeah, it's a banger. Now, as mentioned earlier, the story to this and Returns continued in Batman 89. However, we also had a nod to this in CW's Crisis on Infinite Earths. There, Robert Will returned as Nox, and we got a nod to the Joker still being alive. How that happened, no idea. Was he resurrected? Did someone take up the mantle? We don't know, but it all went down on Earth 89. So yeah, it has both a legacy on screen, off screen, and everywhere you look, and yeah, one of the most important films that I've ever watched for me personally. Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host Paul, and in this video we're breaking down Batman Returns. Now, in case you missed our last video, there I talked about how much I grew up with Batman 89. My mum, yeah, she basically taped it off the TV, but would stop recording every time it got violent. So I had a sort of cut up version of the film, and though I still loved it, I didn't get the full version of it until many years later. On the other side of it, Batman Returns was a film I got the official VHS of, which yeah, at 5 years old, might not have been the best thing looking back. However, I was absolutely in love with this film as a kid, and I've lost count of how many times I've watched it. This was the Batman that raised me, and I can't wait to journey back through it. So come with me as we break down the movie and talk about all the hidden details within it. This will cover the Easter eggs and making of trivia, and basically everything you need to know about the movie. With that out of the way, huge thank you for clicking this. Now let's get into Batman Returns. So the title Returns is of course a staple within film franchises. Beyond that though, it's also a big part of Batman's history. When they were originally pitching Batman, they used Frank Miller's Dark Knight Returns as a basis to demonstrate the tone. This was in a time in which Batman was seen as camp due to the 66 show, and the word returns also played into some of the scripts. When they were developing that original movie, one of them was called The Return of the Batman. This would help the studios to get the idea of what kind of film they were making, so that word actually means a lot for the sequel. Originally though, there were no plans to make one, with Burton being completely disinterested in continuing the story. However, Batman 89 had made big bucks, with it being the 5th highest grossing film of all time. Now though with the first one, Burton was pretty much a new name, the release of Batman had given him a lot of clout. He directed Edward Scissorhands a year later, and was currently in the midst of doing Nightmare Before Christmas. There was a lot of buzz around this, and Burton had worked his way up to now being a big name. Keaton also stated he'd only return with Burton at the helm. So he agreed to come back, but made it clear he didn't want to be hampered by the studio. Burton had openly said Batman was the worst of his films and that he'd felt reined in by it needing to be commercial. Burton said he wanted full creative control and the studio begrudgingly agreed. Now with this, Burton ended up firing the original writer Sam Hamm and he brought on board his buddy Daniel Waters. Hamm's outline was going to bring back Billy D. Williams and have Harvey Dent's descent into Two-Face. It was also going to feature Robin, which we'll talk more about in just a bit. A lot of this continuation can be found in the Batman '89 graphic novel, which showcases both of the characters. It's written by Sam Hamm and the artwork's of course very similar, so if you want to know what happens then definitely pick this up. Either way, Max Schreck's character ended up taking a lot of what they were planning to do with Harvey, and we'll talk later on about where he was going to switch to Two-Face. However, the guy got dropped by Warner Brothers, and the worst thing is they didn't even tell Burton he couldn't do it. Now where things differ in Waters and Hamm is that the latter seems to actually get Batman. He didn't want the character to do any killing and he was going to be driven by trauma. Waters thought that he should reflect modern times and be a nihilistic Dark Knight that fought without mercy. He even had a line in which Batman said Gotham didn't deserve protection.
Just know that I don't give a
Keaton was the one who felt this should be removed and that Batman shouldn't really speak unless it's absolutely necessary. Like, I don't even think Keaton has any lines for the first 25 minutes of the film. Now because of this, let's say lack of character, the writer and director really wanted to focus on the villains. They also wanted to up the stakes from the first film and thus brought in 2 instead of 1. This would then kickstart a long-standing Batman tradition in which each film had multiple villains. Forever had Riddler and Two-Face, Batman and Robin had Freeze, Bane and Ivy, and even the Nolan and Reeves movies, they've all got multiple villains. So that was originally the plan, with them planning on using Riddler and Penguin. Danny DeVito was cast to play the latter, with Robin Williams being eyed to play the former. However, if you've seen our Batman breakdown, then you'll know how they screwed him over on the Joker. So he ended up turning this down and kind of forced the direction of the way that things ended up shaping out. Originally, Hamm had planned to continue with Vicky Vale and we were going to see her and Bruce get engaged. However, they decided to bring in Catwoman, who was going to be a love interest and a villain. When looking through all the background material, I think it became clear where Burton's head was at. He was way more interested in the villains, and the guy was hell-bent on making them as freakish as possible. He said Penguin in the comics and shows was just a guy with a top hat that smoked cigarettes and quacked a lot. He didn't really have a backstory or anything that elevated him beyond that. So Burton wanted to make him a little fat creature with webbed hands that salivated black bile. Catwoman was also going to be heavily traumatized and brought back to life by cats literally licking her. He saw the two are common on society, with Penguin being a reflection of Bruce. Whereas he lost his parents in a mugging, Penguins literally tossed him out. Selina was also going to be a disenfranchised secretary who was a comment on contemporary feminism. When you look at the movie, the 3 bad guys definitely reflect Batman in one way or another. The Penguin's an orphan that comes from a rich family that reflects Bruce. Selina's a vigilante who dons a black costume and goes out into the night. And lastly, we have Max Schreck, who's a big businessman in Gotham, with a pair even meeting through this avenue at one point. They all highlight what would happen if he went bad, and it's a great way to reflect the Dark Knight. So that's the groundwork. And you what, mate? This has got Happy Meal toys attached to it. What? Now, like the first film, we begin with the Warner Brothers logo, which then alters and changes. As I mentioned last time, Batman '89 was one of the first films where they added effects to it, and here we see a further transition. Turning into a dark night with snow coming down, we travel to the Cobblepot estate. This includes an establishing shot in which we zoom into their manor. This framing is later repeated at Penguin's lair, which is also filmed in a similar way. It's also obviously meant to echo Bruce's home, which we see later on. At the gates, we also have statues of angelic babies, which could highlight what the Cobblepots were expecting from their child. Pointing up to the window, we're then introduced to Oswald's father. Played by Paul Reubens, the actor had of course worked with Burton on Pee-wee's Big Adventure. However, he wasn't the person they originally had for the role. The creative teams initially asked Burgess Meredith, who played Penguin on the '66 show. However, the actor fell ill and had to pull out, so they ended up getting Reubens in instead. They do retain a nod of the '60s show though, them smoking a cigarette in a long holder and also wearing a monocle. Along with the suit, you can see a lot of familiarity, and it's a nice way to visually call back to that. Now, we later meet his wife Esther, who's played by Diane Salinger, who was also in Pee-wee's Big Adventure as Simone. Hearing her screams of labor coming from a room, we see how the nurses and doctors are absolutely horrified. This is then made worse by his dad's screams, and it instantly makes you wonder what the baby looks like. We never get to see him in this opening at all, with him constantly being kept behind covers. Which I think, keeping a kid in a black cage, it's child abuse, mate. What do you mean you've dumped him in a river? Now, I love the subtext here, as it highlights who the real monsters are, with their mistreatment of what should have been one of the sons of Gotham trying to bring the city down. Anyway, they tease that there's something bad within the cage as we see it writhe and shift across the floor. There's also some really nice bits of foreshadowing that kind of play into what's coming down the line. In front of Penguin's cage, we can see a golden duck which is dangling down almost to act like a mobile. This duck must have stuck in his head because it looks exactly like the duck car that he uses later on. You also see as the family cat walks by the cage and Oswald ends up pulling it inside. He does this by wooing it over, and inside seems like he's ripping it apart. Give me a stiff drink. Now this kind of sums up Oswald and Catwoman's relationship though. Initially they start off as friends before the pair end up becoming enemies. Penguin even tries to woo her at one point, so I love they foreshadow this here in the opening. We then see as they take Oswald out to what would later become his base. Wearing all black, they pass by a family pushing a white pram, which symbolically shows a difference between the two families. One's happy and left in the light, while the others are in black and trying to get rid of their child. Now, I always had a theory that this other family's the Waynes, and we're seeing the difference between the sides. That's likely a reach, but I love the way the colours here show the contrast. Either way, the Cobblepots toss him over the bridge, and we watch as he floats through the sewers. This actually starts off one of our many Moses references, which you might pick up as being laced throughout the movie. Moses was of course placed in a basket and then sent off down the Nile. This then led to him being brought into a kingdom that he took down, and you could see the politics in Gotham sort of aligning alongside that. Now the other similarity comes at the end when we discover what Oswald's true plan is. He wants to kill the firstborn sons of all the families in Gotham, which somewhat plays upon God's retribution. Later in the movie, Bruce learns about his past when he's researching the circus and also their aquatic bird boy. From this we discover that whenever the circus was in town, that several children in the area went missing. So his MO was likely to kill these other kids. If you read the novelization, it also says that during this time he actually learned who his parents were and that he's the one who secretly killed them. That's not in the movie, but we watch as the baby basket then floats through the tunnels, and we see this journey at 3 points in the movie. The second comes when Oswald's exposed and he ends up running back to the bridge and jumping over it. This is very much his return to being the Penguin and going back to the darkness. The third point comes when Batman drives in the Batboat, and these three journeys symbolize journeying into the abyss. This is all part of the hero's journey, although it's laid out differently here to how it's typically told. But this bit when I was a kid though, this was like the fast forward bit. As an adult though, I love the gloomy and dark journey through, and Elfman's score is once more perfect. As Oswald arrives, we also see him landing on a ramp which is then approached by penguins. This is where they later carry him to his watery grave, so it brings things full circle from his arrival. Now the penguins they use throughout the movie are a mix between real life ones and mechanical ones. I worded that badly. I don't mean they're like half robot, I mean they're like half of them on set are real and the other half are robotic, but that would have been good. Built by the great Stan Winston, he created 30 full body puppets. Cable operated and radio controlled, each one had over 200 mechanical parts. Some were suits in which little people could step into them, and then someone at the side would operate the faces and wings. You really can't tell the difference in moments like this though, and Winston said that the real ones didn't even know themselves. He said that after going to pick them up at the end of the day, he found some of the real penguins snuggled up to the fake ones. Now on set, it sounds like those emperor penguins were treated like an emperor. We really need someone to come in and help me with these jokes. The birds were apparently flown over on refrigerated airplanes and had chilled green rooms as well as cold swimming pools on set. According to IMDb trivia, they were also stocked daily with half a ton of ice and a constant supply of fish. Now along with Moses, we also get more biblical allusions in the time jump. Cutting to 33 years later, this makes the penguin the same age. Jesus was 33 when he died, with this making Penguin a sort of penguin Jesus, I guess. How about there are lots of ties to Christ and Christmas in the movie. At this point in his career, Burton seemed obsessed with the holiday and was heavily lacing it throughout his films. You put the sets of Edward Scissorhands up next to this, and you could easily have either character walk under the other and not look out of place. He was also heavily involved at this point with The Nightmare Before Christmas, which was massively moving through its pre-production while all this was going on. Now I feel like Burton's attacking the idea of commercialism, and this is why one of the main villains, the owner of a department store. Burton of course also felt burned by the studio on that first film, so this could be his sort of Todd Phillips to the studio. You know what I'm talking about if you've seen the new Joker. Now Gotham is also further stylized to play off the city from Metropolis. We can see giant faces and high-rise bridges which would later be expanded upon in Forever, and also Batman and Robin. Unfortunately, Anton Furst died in 1991 and he never worked on the movie. I do feel like this film's missing his style, though they clearly have tried to mimic what he did. Cutting to Gotham Square, we then see the Gotham Christmas tree lights being turned on. Watching from the shadows, I love how they also use this to segue into our first look at Alfred. Initially, Alfred mocks the reports on the Penguin, but right after he hears something coming from the sewers. This report's also brought to us by the Gotham Globe, who are the newspaper outlet that Knox and Vale worked at. We then cut to the outside of Shrek's, which is when we pan up to see its giant cat mascot. No prizes for guessing what that's foreshadowing, especially with who we learn works here. Catwoman later shows up to destroy the joint, and she places her face inside the logo in some nice visual imagery. Now this design was based upon Felix the cat, and it's not the only nod to a classic character. The name Max Schreck is actually the name of the actor who originally played Nosferatu. Nosferatu is of course a vampire, and Shrek's plan is to suck power from the city. Shrek was intended to imply that not all villains wear costumes, and that evil comes in all shapes and sizes. And wigs. This added an extra dimension to him that they felt they weren't gonna get with Harvey Dent. Now Dent's part as Two-Face was originally only intended to be a setup, with the idea being that he'd appear in the third film. Now how this was gonna happen would be later on at the party. When Penguin arrives, it's to a massive explosion which was gonna have Dent caught in the blast. I did wonder if this masked party would play into his face being messed up, and if we'd get something like Phantom of the Opera. I wasn't able to find anything beyond the explosion going off though. There is a reference to Phantom of the Opera, which we'll talk about when we get to that scene. Now Christopher Walken also wasn't the first choice for the role, and initially they approached David Bowie. Bowie ended up turning it down because he wanted to do Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me. Now Burton was reluctant to cast Walken, but not for the typical reasons you might think. He actually thought Walken as a guy was really scary, and after this he'd later cast him in Sleepy Hollow. So guessing the guys got along in the end, but yeah, he's almost got this garish and nightmarish look to him, mainly because of the wig and the eyebrows. Now he was based on Vincent Price, with Walken also looking at Sol Hurok and Samuel Goldwyn. He immediately captures your interest because he just looks so weird, and in this scene we're also introduced to Selena Kyle. Played by Michelle Pfeiffer, she actually came in as a last minute replacement. Annette Bening was initially cast in the role, but she had to drop out due to becoming pregnant. They then looked at the likes of Jodie Foster, Cher and Madonna. Who really wanted it though was Sean Young, and I'll let her and the news tell you the story.
She wanted the part of Catwoman in the upcoming sequel to the 1989 blockbuster Batman.
My agent called me up, said that they wouldn't give me a meeting.
So the actress took matters into her own hands, renting a jet and flying from Arizona to Los Angeles to confront Burton at his office.
I heard he hid under the desk, and he wouldn't see me.
Now early on we get the tussle between the mayor and Shrek, with the former being against his power plant plan. Outside this leads into Shrek saying he could get him voted out, which then leads into his plot to make Cobblepot the mayor. Penguin running for mayor was an episode in the 66 show, and it's somewhat become a staple of the comics. Even stuff like Earth 1, they've had the character as that, and I do wonder if they'll have Penguin running against Bella Real in the Batman Reeves universe. Now back in the office we see Selena clearing up. On the wall we can spot some photos of Shrek with him rubbing shoulders with some very familiar faces. These include Ronald Reagan, Elvis and Sammy Davis Jr. Davis appeared at one point in the 66 show, and there's also a photo, is that a photo of Mr. Freeze?
The Iceman cometh.
Now obviously that's just Arnie, but my headcanon says this is Victor Freeze before the events of Batman and Robin. Now Selena forgot to give the speech to him, and thus he has to improvise. Talking about gifts and wrapping the city in a big bow, we see as the Red Triangle gang roll into town. Made up of several real-life circus performers, the troupe also includes Doug Jones. Playing the role of the Thin Clown, he's of course gone on to have a massive career playing weird and makeup covered characters. Now the majority of the gang all have red triangles on their face, which is of course the symbol of the group. Who doesn't know is Vincent Schiavelli, who makes a big grand entrance with his monkey and a minigun. Now Vincent was actually a really close friend of Danny DeVito, and the pair worked together on One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. That was of course alongside Jack Nicholson, who was the one who told Danny to take the role. Nicholson had a gazillion Joker bucks from that first movie, and he convinced DeVito the makeup chair would be worth all that cash. In that film, Nicholson also got his friend Tracy Walters cast, with him playing his right-hand man Bob. So DeVito used that as a way to get Vincent hired, and it all kind of builds out from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, which probably has also inspired Arkham Asylum over the years. Now though the Red Triangle gang don't appear in the comics per se, they clearly take influence from the kind of gangs employed by the Joker and Penguin. The gang then caused pandemonium, and I love how at 12:52 we see a big guy beating someone with a sled. This is the same sled that the guy was carrying at the store at the start of the scene, so you kind of ruined Christmas for someone. But this is who Batman later straps some dynamite to in what's probably one of the movie's most controversial moments. Like, Batman outright blows this guy up. Keaton actually said that's his favourite part of the film though, and I'll not argue with him because that's Batman. Now Gordon arrives and instructs them to activate the signal, and we get what's probably my favourite Bruce Wayne moment of all time. Lighting up the sky, we then see mirrors dotted about the manor that align like Egyptian lights and shine the signal directly into Bruce's study. Love how the guy's just sitting there in solitude, almost like he has nothing else going on in his life. Bruce is just brooding, waiting for something to happen because being Batman's the only purpose that he has. Like, guy legitimately has nothing else in his life. Epically standing up, I love how he stands against the signal at the back, and yeah, what an incredible piece of cinematography. Now you might also notice the Iron Maiden at the back, which we later learn's an entrance to the Batcave. I will talk about that later on, but it kind of builds off the collection of worldly things that Bruce had in the first film. Now as the gang go to get Shrek, we see as his son Chip buys him time, which allows him to race through the streets. Seeing a performer dressed as a devil, we then get some notes from Desiree. Now Desiree is actually about the Last Judgment and those burning in the eternal flames of hell. It's a piece that's heavily influenced Elfman's score, so it's nice that he pays further tribute to it here. Now the Batmobile then arrives, and I always loved as a kid how it just had bits that popped out the side to trip people up. It's very James Bondian and filled with gadgets that allow it to make short work of the gang. Batman wastes absolutely no time with them and even sets a devil guy on fire through using the afterburner. He's got no chill. I love how he also pulls out the wall behind one of the clowns who brags that he missed. Stuff like that, it's become a bit of a cliche now, but it all kind of comes from this. For me anyway, I'm sure there's an earlier example. Just paints Batman out as being a badass though, and someone who's far more competent than he was last time. Now after an introduction to Selina, we see she grabs a cat head shaped taser that later becomes a weapon. She uses it here on the guy, and then later on with Shrek during her quote unquote death. So it kind of bookends the character nicely with her using it on the first and last man in the movie that tries to harm her. Cutting over to the zoo, we get a swooping shot of the area, and as a kid I always thought this giant crab was real and that it had just frozen to death. Never understood why it hadn't just stepped over the fence, and yeah, good to know, I've always been an idiot. Now as we pan over everything, you might also notice that there's giant ducks hanging from the cable lines, with one of these of course being used for Penguin's ride. In the sewers we finally meet adult Oz, and he tells Shrek of his plan. I love the monologue he kind of goes off on about how he wants to be a bear and out of the sewers. It's almost like the Little Mermaid, but here we're faced with a horrible aquatic fish bird boy. Winston also worked on this design, and he created several prosthetics. This included a gigantic nose prosthetic along with crooked teeth and an eyebrow appliance. He also used similar paint to Joker to make his skin white and added in dark black circles around his eyes. Displaying his collection of umbrellas, these are of course the signature weapons of the character in the comics. You also see his gang including Poodle Lady, who's pretty much one of Batman's biggest foes ever. Not even joking, like her and the Poodle, they legitimately stop his Batarang later on and foil him at several points. Anyway, Penguin goes off in his monologue pointing to the surface world, and we see the bile running out of his mouth. Now originally this was going to tie into his death, with them discussing how the character had a stomach infection. At the hour 50 mark we see the character falling, which is when he's taken out of the picture for a bit. He then comes out of it for one final hurrah before collapsing and dying. Now that fall into the water definitely wasn't at a height that would have been fatal, yet still Penguin dies when he manages to get out. You might notice that the bile here is almost completely black and that it's much darker than how it was at the beginning. This is to highlight how the infection had gotten worse and was slowly tearing him apart. So the fall didn't hurt him enough to kill him, and it was actually the infection that got the best of him in the end. That's what they planned anyway, but yeah, it was only really upon doing my research that I even ever considered it. Now I love how Penguins looked through Shrek's sewage and taped together his shredded documents and found the hand of a guy he had killed. This kind of foreshadows he's not against getting rid of his employees, which we later see with Selina. Now speaking of her, we catch her with a very 90s apartment. I absolutely love how they basically do this scene twice and later on repeat it right after her fall. It's such a brilliant way to show the before and after, and they do some really creative things. The cats are later running amok, and we also have the neon sign being changed. Initially it says hello there, and after smashing it up it says hell yeah. We also have the answering machine playing messages from her nagging mother and her love interest cancelling their getaway. Selena says she should have let him win racquetball, and this kind of plays into her character. We've seen 2 scenes now where she's tried to be assertive, but in the end she's been shot down by men. Here she's getting dumped by her boyfriend, and then when standing up to Shrek she gets dumped out a window. The Now Playing podcast brought up how this movie's commenting on feminism in the 90s, and how women would then become these more assertive figures in the workplace as the playing fields became more balanced. Now these messages later trigger her after she gets an advert for perfume sold at Shrek's store. It says that it will have the boss wanting you to stay after work for a candlelit staff meeting, which a bit weird to sell it like that. I wouldn't say to MT. However, what we have here is her leaving a message to herself to remind her about the files she left at the office. Returning back there, she admits to Shrek she had a little look into the protected files and learned the power plant sucking it from the city. Oop, not a good idea to admit that. Now when sitting down, they do a great visual thing through the lighting. Shining it up at Pfeiffer's face, they managed to create a mask-like shape through the shadows from her glasses. Whether this was intentional or not, it felt like a great callback to Eartha Kitt. Catwoman's mask later takes on this shape, and it's such a creative way to use shadow to foreshadow the future. Pushing her out the window, we follow her all the way down and then watch as she's revived by cats. This was achieved by hiding Tuna in her suit, and then all of them ran over to eat it. Now in later films and shows, we'd learn what it is that happened here. Don't shoot the messenger, mate, but what this was supposed to indicate was that the goddess Bast brought her back to life. In 2002's Birds of Prey, we learned this made her a meta-human, and thus when she gave birth to Helena Kyle, she inherited her cat-like abilities. Halle Berry's Catwoman would later explain Bast brought her back from the dead, and they sort of did a Moon Knight thing where she was an avatar of the god. Personally, I always just thought she had her full cushioned by the fabric and the snow, and then the cats stirred her out of her unconsciousness. Now she then wreaks havoc on her home, which is such a satisfying scene to watch. It's very much highlighting how Catwoman's tearing down this image of a pink Stepford Wives type Barbie and replacing it with a black leather-laced vixen. It's basically the entire plot of Grease in 2 minutes. Along the way, we also get some more of those subtle Burton visual nods. Selena opens her cupboard to spray paint a t-shirt, and you can see 2 cats on the front of it. At the top, you can also see 2 penguins with them wearing a hat and tuxedo, just like the character. Now Selena, if you need a new t-shirt with a little link to the penguin, then you should check out our merch store right below the video. On there, we've got our pick up a penguin shirt to celebrate the character in his brand new show. We also have our alien chestburster one, theory time, and more. It all goes towards helping videos like this get made, and huge thank you to everyone who's picked one up. Now Catwoman also creates her own costume here as well, but apparently this was a nightmare to wear. To get it to be skin tight, they had to vacuum seal it and then quickly film the scene. They'd then let her out, otherwise she'd become lightheaded and pass out. Pfeiffer has said she'll never wear it again, but guys, we'll always have the memories. Like apparently they stopped setting out posters for this with Catwoman on because people used to steal it. Now in the first positive PR move for Oz, we see him saving a baby during a press conference. In the background of this, we can see a statue of Atlas which pulls from the Greek myth of him holding up the world. This is where the weight of the world on your shoulders saying comes from, and I kind of feel it might be about Batman. That's because we have that at the back and then the penguins introduced at the front. Reach! What we have though is Penguin making a grand entrance as a savior, and Gotham's of course accustomed to having freaks saving innocents. Now I love how absolutely no one questions it either. You have Shrek getting in place to pose for a picture with him, and he clearly already knows him. Classic. What I questioned though was how he managed to rise up with a platform from the sewer without that big duck head smashing into the ceiling. Now this launches into a news report, and I actually think Bruce sees a lot of common ground with him. Here is someone who seems to be able to reconnect with the parents they lost, and you can see why he's so fixated on this news report. Luckily, this doesn't last long, and he starts immediately investigating him. Like absolutely no reason, but he just starts looking into his past because something seems off about him. You're worse than his parents, mate. Also, who's making leather flipper gloves for humans? I have no idea. How many of them do you sell a year? Be honest. Probably more than my t-shirts. Now we then see Penguin going to the Hall of Records records where he's apparently looking for his parents. As we said earlier though, he's likely well aware and is instead writing the names of all the firstborn sons in Gotham. In an early script, he actually found Max Schreck's name here and discovered he was his brother. Glad they scrapped it because it raises a lot of questions that don't need to be here. At the back here, we see Bruce doing his research, and I love how in the top right you can catch the exit of the slide that he later rides down in. Bruce also gets served some vichyssoise, which no idea why that's in the movie, but it's a nice little character interaction. Get me a can of cold soup. And looking into the reports, we also hear about other members of the gang such as the Poodle Lady and the world's fattest man. In the original script, the Snake Woman was also going to get more of a character. Portrayed by real-life circus performer Flame, she was going to be the first member of the gang shown to the audience. According to IMDb trivia, she'd be at Gotham Square and would be standing in the crowd. We then see her from the back before she turned her head to reveal a red triangle over her eye. She then sends snakes towards the police and the box would explode and then unleash the gang. Personally, I prefer the way they did it in the end, but I always feel bad for actors when their role gets cut down. Now we then see as Batman goes to the Hall of Records and looks at Penguin still working away. I think that's an intimidation tactic, that mate. Why don't you like him? You're racist. And the next day he continues the publicity stunts and visits his parents' graves. Neither are given a date of death, and you might notice that Burton avoided using years throughout all the news reports and things like this to keep Gotham feeling timeless. It's here that Oswald announces he's the Penguin and that he's actually Oswald Cobblepot. This line's later flipped when he's exposed as a villain and he corrects people and calls himself the Penguin.
So, Mr. Penguin, a penguin is a bird that cannot fly. I have a name. Oswald Cobblepot. My name's not Penguin. It's Oswald Cobblepot. My name is not Oswald. It's Penguin.
We also get this line.
I was their #1 son, and they treated me like #2.
Which hell, mate. Akin in the news reports in the first film, we get the exposition in the film told to us through the use of newspapers. However, this time we have citizens reading the headlines and talking about what the public feel. In this, we get a cameo from Elizabeth Sanders, who was Bob Kane's wife. She appeared throughout the rest of the films in the Burton-Verse, with her playing Gossip Gertie in the following two. That night, we also see the arrival of Catwoman. Saving a woman, she also goes off on the victim too, and shows she's not really a hero like Batman.
I am Catwoman.
The next day, we see Wayne actually using his business connects for once to confront a villain in a different setting. In Shrek's boardroom, he comes face to face with him about the power plant.
I'm gonna fight you on this.
Shrek then says,
"You think you could go 15 rounds with Muhammad Shrek?"
Which is of course a nod to Muhammad Ali. I did wonder if this was also playing off the DC comic in which Ali fought against Superman. Obviously we have Batman here, but it did cross my mind because it's such a standout line. Anyway, at this point Selina returns, and again I got a lot of Sandy from the end of Grease from this. She's changed her hair, is rocking a black jacket, and kinda confidently moving about the office. Saying she has amnesia, Shrek sees it as being a get out of jail free card. For now. Also, I love how Chip's in on it too, like the guy's fully aware his dad pushed a woman out a window and tried to kill her, but he doesn't care. Now, this scene's kinda used to push Selina and Bruce together, with the latter asking her out on a date. It's a nice little scene with the elevator that just kind of elevates it above being your boring let's do dinner thing. From here we then see Shrek shows up to Oswald's. What are you doing there, Penguin? How come you're furiously scribbling down children's names in your notepad? What's with that? Anyway, he's lured down by a raw fish, and we watch as he sees his campaign team. In what's a nice bit of attention to detail, I love how you can also see the Gotham Yellow pages. We then watch as he's introduced to his image consultants. This woman's clearly terrified, like visibly uncomfortable, and my guy gets his nose bitten after smugly making a joke about there not being many reflective surfaces in the sewers. Played by Steve Whitting, this wasn't the only run-in with DeVito that he had this year. During the movie Hoffa, he also played a federal agent where he was kicked out of an office by DeVito's Bobby Cairo. I love the fake out laugh and build up to this, and yeah, the movie's just filled with so many memorable scenes. That fish, yeah, that raw fish is real as well, and DeVito actually ate it to get closer to the character. Just such a weird movie though, and they sold Happy Meals attached to this. Guy's clearly just in his own fantasy of showing girls his French flipper trick, and he fantasizes about women seeing him.
That's the biggest parasol I've ever seen.
Which yeah, just got an image of a woman going crazy over a giant umbrella. Realizing they need a trigger to call an election, they then decide to use the gang to cause havoc in the city. Shrek suggests
the Reichstag fire.
Now this fire was an act of arson committed against the German Parliament building, which the Nazi Party used as a way to destabilise the government. They claim they'd guard against attacks like this, though it is believed that they were the ones who did it. Oz then further links to the fire rising and says,
"Burn, baby, burn!"
Cutting to the poodle carrying a grenade. I don't know if you've ever tried to get a dog to do, well, anything, but you might wonder how they pulled this off. So they actually had 2 trainers with the dog running to the first one before then running to the second. The more you know. Now Batman then shows up and busts some heads before throwing his pre-programmed batarang. This was one of the first cases of CGI being used in a major motion picture, with it actually being the first time it appeared in a Batman film. The Abyss, Terminator 2 and so on, they of course had done effects before, but this was another stepping stone towards using it to pull off impossible things. Later on when we see the shields on the car, these were also done through CGI this time, as opposed to how they were handled in Batman 89. And with Catwoman, we see she whips the heads off the mannequins. Pfeiffer actually managed to nail this entire thing in one take, and you can see the behind the scenes of this online. Though the mannequins did have collapsible heads that would drop them on impact, she still managed to hit all of them first go. Anyway, back with Batman, we get a Wilhelm scream. Batman also comes face to face with the Muscle Man, who he can't beat, so he just sticks some dynamite to him and pushes him in a sewer, just casually walking off there. Selina then creates a bigger one at the Shrek store, and we see all 3 main characters come face to face for the first time. Now, this is how you have characters meet.
Meow.
Now I know this stuff, it probably seems camp now amongst our realistic and gritty films, but just watching Penguin have an umbrella helicopter, it blew me away as a kid. I think there's such a feeling of like more innocent times where they weren't too interested in physics and realism and just kind of wanted to keep surprising the audience. On the roof we then see how Catwoman uses her Jenna to catch Bruce off guard.
How could you? I'm a woman.
I'm sorry,
Obviously though, as a dude, you would have this kind of moral conflict, and I think that sorry here kind of shows Bruce's humanity. Just having him apologise to a villain, it's such a great way to show how she's able to play him. Catwoman's always kind of weaponised this, and it's why the pair have had such a great relationship over the years. I feel like Burton's completely nailing it, even in their first encounter, and it highlights how she's able to go toe to toe with him.
As I was saying, I'm a woman and can't be taken for granted.
Smacking Catwoman into some kitty litter, I love how we can see damage to her suit. This stays consistent throughout the film, with it getting worse and worse. However, she does try and repair it, and we can later see the arm stitched back about the hour 4 mark. We also see Bruce's suit with a nail being stuck into the side. This is something Nolan's movies would later adopt as well, with the sides being weak points that villains could exploit. Cutting across to the Penguin's campaign, we see as he announces his push for mayor.
And you're the hottest young person a role model could have.
Swear this guy's gonna be a sexual harassment case nightmare, mate.
It's about reaching out to people, touching people, groping people.
Bloody hell.
Just the pussy I've been looking for.
Fuck's sake, Happy Meal attached to this.
Naked, sexual charisma.
Now, but the Happy Meal thing is actually true, and the rumours were that McDonald's and Warner Brothers weren't too happy with the tone of the film. Though Happy Meal toys were launched, they had to pull some of them because so many parents complained. Kenner also worried as well, and they'd been tasked with making the movie's action figures. Now, if you can find one for the Penguin, you'll see it looks nothing like the movie counterpart. They thought the film version was just too scary and changed the jacket on the Superpower Collection one. Now, amongst the sets, you might also notice they made a Robin one as well. Neil Adams designed a new version of the character and gave him a bow staff, which has since become a big part of several iterations. Though he was eventually written out of the script, Kenner still decided to release the toy anyway. And Marlon Wayans was cast in the role, with them also promising to have him in Batman Forever. However, this fell apart, but the guy was locked into a pay-or-play deal. This meant that even though he never featured in either film, he still receives residual checks to this day. Now, as Catwoman lies down, you might also notice the stitching starting to come apart on her arms and back. She also has a bit where her eye socket's starting to tear, which we could see when she landed in the truck. Now, Penguin divulges they've got the blueprints for Batman's Batmobile. The novelization had these being from a disgruntled engineer who helped to design it. I love the idea that Bruce cheaped out on him, and hey, you can't trust them bloody billionaires. Alfred doesn't even have a pension, and that's why he's still working.
Sir, are you entirely sure I'm cut out for this vigilante business?
Human shield!
In the original treatment, we also had a vaster scene with the rescue of the Ice Princess. There, Batman was going to be so distracted by fighting the gang as he worked his way up to the penthouse, he just forgot to put the shields on. Kinda makes him seem like a moron, so they rightfully had it laid out like this. Catwoman doesn't want to kill him though, and instead they plan on framing him to tear down his image. Now we then get a scene that always sticks in my mind with this movie. This involves Pfeiffer putting a live bird in her mouth that then flies out.
What the hell is even that?
Initially they were just going to use a puppet, but Pfeiffer felt the birds looked too fake. Later on she admitted that looking back she hadn't considered the risk of swallowing it or even the diseases involved. Me, I would have worried about it pooping in my mouth because I can't imagine it would have been absolutely terrified. However, the bird was prepped for the scene with them initially holding it in cupped hands and then having it fly out. The bird trainer then worked up to putting it into their open mouth before they then practiced closing it for a couple of seconds. So eventually they worked their way up to this. Catwoman then gives herself a bath by licking her hands and rubbing her suit, and the whole scene just pretty wild. There's a Happy Meal attached to this. The next day we then cut to her saying,
"Why are you doing this?"
And yeah, I was asking the same thing. Bruce spots her though, and the pair kinda go back and forth about how the press is lying about Batman and Catwoman. Selina then says this,
"It's gonna be a hot time on the cool town tonight."
Which is a callback to when Joker said it in the first film.
Oh, there'll be a hot time in the old town tonight.
Not sure why she says it, but in the first film it was used as a way to show the timeless feel of Gotham. Composed by Theodore A. Metz, this song was made in 1896. Also, I love how you can see the Ice Princess in the background, and it kinda leads into the next scene. Pelting her full force in the face with a batarang, Penguin then takes her hostage. With Bruce, we see a kind of awkward day and see them bringing up Vicky. We discover that she left because she couldn't handle his dual lives, and the prior film ended with him being late for their date. Here the date's also ruined by the fact that the batarang's been discovered in the Ice Princess's dressing room. I love how Gordon's having to present it to the news, but you can tell like the guy's like, "You didn't do it, mate, it's been a setup, that's my boy." Like he doesn't even have to say it, you can just tell by the acting. Anyway, the pair end up parting ways and both use Alfred as a way to tell the other they have to go. Again, it's a cute little moment that adds a lot of character to the movie. There's so many moments like this that they could have just presented it in a really flat way, but yeah, they constantly deliver stuff in a creative way. We then have the juxtaposition of Bruce sitting up in his cave while Selina does it in the car. This moment shot in a similar way to the Batmobile leaving the house at the beginning, and it just does such a good way of kind of comparing the two characters. She's got just the one costume that she has to keep stitching, whereas Bruce's money allows him to have multiple suits. I always loved how you could also see a place for the symbol as well, with his holding the cape down. We also have his boots, and the feet of these were just Air Jordan 6s, with the boots then built up around them. Batman looks great stepping out of the changing room though, and we then see as the Batmobile pulls into Gotham. Hacked by the circus cabal, we then watch as Bruce goes to the Ice Princess. Using a zip line, this gadget would later become a staple of the Arkham games. Fighting Catwoman, it's kind of an opposite in dynamics to the scene the pair just shared at the mansion. Now Penguin sends her over the edge by throwing an umbrella that releases bats. Batman later flips the script with this and he ends up doing the same thing at the zoo. This sends Penguin crashing into the water, so it's a nice flip on them, sending the Ice Princess to her death.
How did Batman beat you? Love. Oh. He threw me out a window.
Now this was actually a carryover from Batman 89, where bats were originally going to take down the Joker. The helicopter would fly over the cathedral and this would stir the bats hanging in the rafters. They'd then come out and swarm the Joker, which would make him fall to his death. However, they wanted Batman to have some agency in his downfall, so that's why they gave the moment to him. The cops then arrive, and though Gordon says hold your fire, we see as he's shot over the edge. Now in what's a carryover from the kitty litter scene, we see Batman land with a giant circular window in the shop behind him. This was where the pair spoke out before, and she once again tries to stab him with her nail. This time though, he fully comes out on top and he goes over the edge getting away while she remains behind. It's also in this moment we get the whole thing about mistletoe, which later gives away who they are.
Mistletoe can be deadly if you eat it.
Mistletoe can be deadly if you eat it. But a kiss can be even deadlier.
A kiss can be even deadlier.
These were other bits I used to fast forward to as well, because the gliding cape moment, it just always looked so cool. And Matt Reeves would later take inspiration from this, with him creating a more realistic version of the glider. Still, we see his bats swarm the city as he flies like a demon overhead. You can totally see why people would view him as a villain, and Nolan also clearly took a lot of inspiration from this. There is a moment in Batman Begins where we see victims of the Scarecrow's fear gas imagine a giant bat flying over the city. Now this moment was actually one of the only carryovers from the original treatment, with that script having his cape alter into a glider. Back with Catwoman, we then see she rejects Penguin. Hanging her with his helicopter umbrella, we then see again how this happens in front of that circular window. So we have this idea of rejection repeated here thematically, or they just didn't have the money to build more sets. Either way, we have Batman, Shrek and Penguin that have all dropped Catwoman from a height. Catwoman also counts down how many lives she has left, with it playing into how cats are supposed to have 9. According to IMDb trivia, Bob Kane cited the 9 lives myth as the reason he made Catwoman a cat.
What the hell are you talking about?
Returning to the car, we then see as Penguin takes control of it in what's one of the funniest scenes in the film. I swear, I rode in one of these toy Batmobiles the Penguin has at like a supermarket once, and I love what this scene allows the Batmobile to do. Running cars off the road and careening through the streets, it shows how powerful the ride would be if Batman ever went bad. And this car was so ahead of its time, it even had a CD player in 1992. Nobody had any idea what CDs even were, mate, I swear, and I don't even think the creative team did either. That's because later on, Bruce scratches it to replay a bit, and the amount of CDs are ruined trying to do this. It was mental. My parents were not happy. That Whitney Houston album is never be played again. However, what it allows Batman to do is get this recording.
I played this stinking city like a harp from hell! I played this stinking city like a harp from hell!
Now, due to the havoc, Batman has to flee from the police, which leads to him going to a back alleyway. Now, I always loved a little bit of worry on Bruce's face after he realizes the car won't collapse.
Alright, now I'm a little worried.
This is another line that's kind of become a mainstay catchphrase in my real life, and whenever I'm driving and something won't work, I say this, much to my wife's annoyance. However, when this works, we see the car collapse down to just its main compartments, which is such an amazing part of the movie. This would later go on to inspire Christopher Nolan with a bat pod launching from the car during The Dark Knight. As Oswald gives his speech, we then see Bruce and Alfred and get this line.
Security? Who let Vicky Vale into the Batcave? I'm sitting there working and I turn around. There she is. Oh, hi, Vic. Come on in.
Now, this was a big point of contention around the first film, with the writers and producers denying it was their idea. I do wonder if she went in the Iron Maiden way, which is what we see Bruce descend through. Alfred says he'll take the stairs, but you get there in the exact same time, Bruce, so I don't even know why you had this built, other than to just make a little cool slide in the house. Like, he doesn't get there any faster. Anyway, after Oswald's exposed, we see he's pelted with tomatoes. DeVito apparently refused to do this, and they had to coax him into standing there getting pelted with eggs and vegetables. Running back to the sewers, this carries the theme over from the beginning, with him once more journeying here after being rejected by high society. This base somewhat riffs off the comics, where Burton said it was inspired by The Killing Joke. That at the time was Burton's favourite graphic novel, and it had Joker making a base out of an amusement park. Also, I love how we get the one guy who says it's maybe gone a bit too far.
Penguin? I mean, killing sleeping children. Isn't that a little...
It's a lot!
This later allows Shrek to get the gun, and he finds it beside his corpse underwater. Back at the cave, in another bit of comedy, we watch as Bruce gets an invite to Shrek's party that he turns down, and Alfred rips up. Changes his mind though, and yeah, we need to make a reaction supercut of all Alfred's disapproving looks. Now we then cut to the masquerade ball, and Burton really gets to flourish here. To an instrumental version of Super Freak, we see as Shrek asks Bruce who he's come in costume as. However, Bruce is of course the mask, and we also see this reflected in Selina. She too has come out of costume, and the pair go back and forth about wearing masks.
You take off our costumes.
I guess I'm tired of wearing masks.
Nolan later referenced this in The Dark Knight Rises when he had the scene with Selina and Bruce at the party where the latter went out of costume. Well, he didn't wear a costume, but he was Bruce Wayne. Now this is the more obvious subtext, but there's also more niche things like what we see at the hour 35 mark. On the stairs, we see a man dressed as the Red Death character from Phantom of the Opera. This in itself was a reference to The Mask of Red Death by Edgar Allan Poe. In case you haven't read that, the wiki sums it up perfectly and discusses how it applies to the movie. Now the story is basically about a group of elite people who are trying to survive a plague ravaging the country. They decide to seal themselves inside a giant abbey and enjoy themselves by having a masquerade ball. However, guests from the outside shows up wearing the red mask of death, and slowly they kill the party members through infecting them. In the end, the last few survivors take the costume off and find there's nothing within it. The red mask of death is actually an embodiment of the plague, which in turn then kills them. Scholars have said this story's social commentary on how the rich will ignore the issues of the poor until it affects them directly. This works perfectly when applied to the movie, as we have the rich at this ball while Gotham's ravaged by the gang. At the hour 30:35 mark, we can also see a man walk by with a silver-winged helmet. Now this is a nod to the Golden Age version of the Flash, namely Jay Garrick. This little Easter egg would come full circle over 20 years later, as we of course had Keaton starring in the Flash. Jay Garrick also appeared in the multiverse scene from that, and as I've been saying, it's all connected. Now you might also notice the mayor has a knife in his back, which highlights a betrayal by Shrek. This comes right after the explosion when Penguin enters the party. And we learn Penguin's personally come for Chip, but Max manages to trade places. Now I couldn't find anything to back this up, but I believe it probably came from the screenplay in which the pair were revealed as brothers. Technically, Max could have been said to be the firstborn son of the Cobblepots, and thus it would make sense to take him. Either way though, that's just a theory. Now across Gotham we see as the Red Triangle gang goes to collect the children before they're thwarted by Batman. The film originally was going to have a moment where the kids would be pulled from their beds with them being carried off screaming into the night. According to IMDb trivia though, Burton knew kids would see the movie, so in the end he didn't include the scene. Just left all the Penguin flirting stuff in. Anyway, we watch as Batman sends the monkey in with a message for Penguin. This message is actually written in Bob Kane's handwriting, which is a little nod to the co-creator. Now apparently when the monkey did this though, he ended up trying to grab Danny DeVito's balls.
They let the monkey go up top, and I walk up to the edge and I go, waiting for the monkey. The monkey comes down, takes one look at me, and leaps at my balls. Right in here. He took a big mouthful. Now, thank God, I'm in this suit that is like full of all these padding and shit. I did not feel a thing, thank God. Like this far away, and I probably wouldn't be telling this story right now.
Penguin then launches his army of penguins, with the movie ramping up to its final action set piece. Driving the Batboat into the sewers, we also hear as the Poodle Lady does the countdown.
10, 9, 8, 7.
Now this monotonous announcement was apparently done as a little nod to Diamonds Are Forever.
1 minute and counting.
40 seconds and counting.
With a signal jammed by Alfred, they then return home and Shrek manages to escape. Poodle Lady then disappears too, and the person that defeated Batman's still at large. Love how she uses the shadows to disappear, and that's also one of his tricks. I think she might actually be the perfect opposite to Batman. Now Penguin's stopped in his escape plan by the boat smashing into his ride, which leads to Batman and the character going toe to toe. Though Penguin thinks he's won by grabbing the remote, this actually activates the rockets which then swarm the location. Now with Shrek, we see as he's caught by Catwoman, whose costume seen better days. Batman's has as well, and Bruce ends up tearing off his mask to speak face to face with her. Always annoyed me that you can see the eye makeup disappear in the before and after, and I like that Reeves finally embraced having it as part of the character. Now though Selina would love to live in Bruce's castle like the fairy tales, she ends up rejecting this idea. Scratching his face, this leaves a similar mark to what she gave Falcone in Year One. Shrek then shoots him and unloads his gun on Selina as we count down the lives. It's such a great scene, and in the end it's not enough. Selina then gives him a taser-laced kiss, which adds some irony into Shrek's death. Here was a villain who wanted to suck all the power from the city, and then now being electrocuted while sucking on a taser. If you pay close attention at the hour 55:27 mark, you can also catch the pair step out of the way as things start to fall apart. This shows how Selina survived, though Shrek wasn't as lucky. Who has come back though is the Penguin, with him dying and then being given a funeral march by his penguins. You might also notice as they drop him in the water that you can see the board that was pulling him get pulled out the way. The way they play it is a really sad moment, but like the guy was trying to kill hundreds of kids in Gotham. Anyway, we end with Bruce on his own being driven by Alfred, which is sort of a flip on where we left Vicky in the first film. There we panned up the buildings to catch Batman looking at the signal, and here they reverse it with it being Catwoman. Bruce sees her shadow moving in the alleyway, and then he comes across a black cat. Wishing goodwill towards men and women, we then pan up to see she survived. Now this shot shot originally wasn't in the film, and that's not even Michelle Pfeiffer's head. However, test screenings had responded really well to Pfeiffer's performance, with them saying it was one of the best parts of the movie. Warner Brothers were thinking of the franchise, and they mandated the movie had to end with this shot. However, it wasn't cheap to get everything together, and this single shot alone cost $250,000. So there were plans to have a sequel continue with the character in it, but as we know, it didn't turn out that way. Now, though Warner Brothers had their reservations, the movie was still a massive success. It made $47.7 million in the opening weekend, which back in the 90s was a record-setting number. Whether that's the quality of the film or just building off the hype of the first movie, I'll leave that to you to decide. However, as a kid, this was my Batman. Going back to it though, I could see flaws, but it brought back so many happy memories. This would then lead into my love of Batman the Animated Series, which gave us more iconic performances. Okay, so Batman Forever was a major milestone at the time of its release. Having the biggest opening weekend of all time, it broke the record set by Jurassic Park. The film changed the landscape of comic book movies and hammered home the idea these films could be juggernauts. It was a major course correction from Batman Returns, which had a lot of controversy with families. This would then continue in a goofier direction to Batman and Robin, which, yeah, we all know how that turned out. However, in its development, there was the idea the film would have a much darker tone. If you've seen the hashtag release the Schumacher cut movement, then you'll know there's a lot of talk online about it. Kevin Smits also screened the film, and it's said to be a much more earnest take on the character. These darker turns include an opening at Arkham in which Two-Face makes an escape into the night. His old cell-ends are becoming Riddlers at the end, and it brings things full circle from the opening. The Red Ledger plot also got much more of a focus. His childhood scenes are fleshed out further, with him insisting his parents should go to the cinema. This somewhat gets touched upon in the final cut, but it adds much more weight to this line.
I killed them.
Like the comics, the film they went to see would have been Zorro, which would of course influence Bruce's life. Their death weighed heavily on his shoulders, and it was a burden he carried through life. He then blamed himself even more for the death of the Flying Graysons. When the cave was destroyed, they'd also reveal a hidden layer beneath that housed the Batwing and Batboat. This explains why the Riddler didn't blow them up, and it also opened up their use in the finale. To make matters worse, after Bruce was shot by Two-Face, this made him suffer from amnesia. However, Alfred led him towards a section of the cave that allowed him to revisit his trauma. Finding the ledger, he reread the last entry and then had a vision of a giant bat. In the diary, he realized it was Thomas who wanted them to go to Zorro, and thus Bruce wasn't to blame for their deaths. This all came together to allow him to be Batman again, and he embraced both the Bruce and Batman side of his life. The film, of course, deals heavily in duality, and we have this with several characters. There's Bruce and Batman, Harvey Dent and Two-Face, and the Dream Doll split into two. Robin somewhat reflects a young Bruce, and the pair witness the death of their parents at the hands of a criminal. However, Bruce is attempting to guide Dick away from this and rewrite the wrongs of the past. Riddler is also obsessed with Bruce, while Two-Face is obsessed with Batman. There's this constant theme of there being two sides of the same coin, with even, well, Two-Face's coin showing that as well. So Bruce would finally find harmony, and unlike his opposites, manage to come together. Warner Brothers currently have this version in their vault, with it clocking in with a 3-hour runtime. Akiva Goldsman has mentioned the VFX would need to be finished, and that certain parts of the film are missing music. However, I do have hope that we'll see it one day. Like I said, Kevin Smith has screened it, and it was close to being greenlit, but Warner Brothers got sold again. Hashtag release the Schumacher cut if you want to follow the movement though, and it adds an extra enigma to the movie. Although these things are missing, there's actually a lot of deep themes laced throughout the movie. It's a film that's filled with a Batcave full of Easter eggs, and in this video we're going to be breaking it all down. First though, just a quick word from our sponsors. Happy 2025 everyone. I hope your new year's been great and that everyone's looking forward to the future. However, we are of course in a big political change across the world, and going forward, the landscape of media and reporting is rapidly evolving. Staying up to date with things where you don't know what the truth is can be difficult, but that's where our sponsors Straight Arrow News comes in. They report right down the middle with facts and don't push any bias or spin to help fuel a narrative. The site has a wide range of topics from politics to tech, but they're not trying to make you think a certain way. They also have the Media Mist tool, which lets you look at stories that are often underreported or not reported at all. On top of this, the site has an opinion section which possesses both left and right voices, so you can see things by opposite sides and then make your mind up. Straight Arrow News are so good at delivering the news, they've been awarded by independent experts at all sides and Ad Fontes Media, who regularly assess the reliability of news outlets. They verified Straight Arrow News as being unbiased and have awarded them with a centre rating and balance certification. We're in the aftermath of 2 big elections, and there's lots of reports coming out constantly. Stay on top of it without the bias or spin by going to Straight Arrow News. Go to san.com/spoilers to check it out. You can subscribe through my link. We're calling it Sanuary. You can also scan the QR code on screen right now to get the app. When you subscribe, you not only support me, you're also supporting a group of journalists that are raising the bar on news and focused on serving you the truth. Huge thank you again to Straight Arrow News for sponsoring the video. Now let's get into the rest of the breakdown. Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host Paul, and in this video we're breaking down Batman Forever. Now, I feel like Forever is an oddity that kinda stands in the middle of the franchise tonally. While it's not as dark and adult as, say, the Burton films, it's also not the over-the-top and camp movie that we'd get with Batman and Robin. Like Two-Face, it's split down the middle, grappling with 2 different tones. However, I do feel like there's a lot to like, and throughout this video, we're going to be going through it all.
Now, the real game begins.
Now, Joel Schumacher is coming off the back of The Lost Boys, Flatliners, and also Falling Down. So you can see from those how tonally he'd be a brilliant pick for Batman. The studio also managed to lock in Jim Carrey, who was so hot right then. Just a year prior in 1994, he'd had arguably the best year in Hollywood ever. Carrey had starred in Ace Ventura, The Mask, and Dumb and Dumber in the space of 12 months. All were big box office comedies, and after Returns underperformed, this is what they were after. Pulling in $150 million less than Batman, Burton was seen as being bad for the box office. Though he had plans for where he wanted to go for Part 3, Warner Brothers had their own, which didn't include him. They saw Batman as a big blockbuster event that had multiple streams of revenue. Video games, t-shirts, toys, Happy Meals, these were all things they had to factor into a film. If you've seen our breakdown for Returns, then you'll know the controversy they had with McDonald's. Apparently they told Warner Brothers they wouldn't work with them again if Burton directed the next Batman movie. They didn't even warn a brother. Ronald isn't exactly the Joker, and he was the clown prince of dimes. Money was driving their decisions, and thus they wanted something big. I think you can see that in the end result as well, with it pretty much being a 2-hour toy commercial. However, fans gonna fan, and worried at the possibility of backlash, they gave Burton a producer credit. The Now Playing podcast went into the details and said that his role was minimal. Apparently, he only had 1 meeting, and they basically said, "Can Joel Schumacher take over?" And he said, "Yeah, that's fine," and that was it. Movie producer. He also gets a little nod with Professor Burton, who is a doctor at Arkham. Burton's next project was Ed Wood, before he then released Mars Attacks in '96. Though he was shuffled out the door pretty quickly, we do know he had a rough idea for Part 3. That would have been titled Batman Continues. No joke. I'm guessing after that we'd get Batman Continues to Return, and then Batman Returns to continue once more. He has said he hated the name Batman Forever though, and said it was like a tattoo someone would get when they're on drugs, or something someone would write in a yearbook. The studio did say this Batman was forever though, and then we'd get the franchise almost completely destroyed in the next one. Yay! We do know what Burton's plans were though. Initially he wanted the Scarecrow as the villain, and envisioned this as being played by Brad Dourif. Burton wanted to cap off his trilogy with an emphasis on fear, and these themes can still be seen in the final film. Other drafts had the Riddler's name being Lyle Heckendoff, and he'd run the company HeckTech. This would be a rival to Wayne Tech, and he'd also tackle Bruce in the boardroom. Lyle would become obsessed with Wayne, and he'd stalk him to the circus that Two-Face attacked at. Lyle would steal a circus member's green leotard to sneak inside, and this would then make his costume for the Riddler, which I do think is better than having loads of Riddler merch just lying about that he suddenly decides to adopt as a moniker. Robin Williams was initiative for the role though after getting messed about by the studio for Batman. He was used in a bidding war for Nicholson and felt somewhat scorned by the studio. The movie was going to have him be an absolute psychopath, and he then shave a question mark into his head. Unfortunately, we don't have any concept art for it, but I can imagine it would have been like what Greg Capullo did on the cover for The Court of Owls. There are rumours that Carrey wanted to do this for the final act, but he was due in court around the time for his divorce proceedings, and it would have raised a lot of questions, eh? Burton also wanted Pfeiffer back as Catwoman, and he planned to have Marlon Wayans as Robin. Billy D. Williams is already Harvey Dent, and thus his recast caused a lot of issues. Obviously, when you're getting rid of the two black actors who've been promised big roles, it's gonna look bad. It has been argued though that the characters were always white in the comics, and to be fair, Schumacher had lots of black actors in the movie, like Margaret the assistant who works at Wayne Enterprises. Loads of black actors that he cast in his film.
You call my assistant Margaret, she'll set something up.
Billy D also had a player pay contract, meaning he got the full money either way. Schumacher would rather have him get his full fee though, and not be in the movie and then pay another actor on top, which is crazy looking back. Billy D would get justice for the recast though, as his story continued in the Batman 1989 comic. He also voiced Two-Face in the Lego Batman movie, and the stories continued into other mediums. Tommy Lee Jones was Schumacher's first choice to play the role of Two-Face, and the pair had worked together on The Client. As always with these films, Michael Jackson lobbied hard to play several parts, and pretty much every movie from the 90s and noughties, it had him trying to land a role.
What about that position you promised me in Men in Black? I can be Agent M.
On top of this, they also had Keaton refusing to return after Burton's departure. He's quoted as saying, "To lighten up and brighten it up and be a cartoon was of no interest to me." Which is funny, as Keaton's casting angered fans, as he was a comedic actor before Batman. The Dark Knight role though, as we know, would go to Val Kilmer. Alec Baldwin was considered for the part though, but he signed on to The Shadow, which released the year before. If you've ever seen it, I think from that it's clear how he would have played Bruce, and I think he would have probably fit the part well. However, Joe was inspired by Kilmer after seeing him in the movie Tombstone. Ironically, Kilmer learned he landed the role while in an actual cave full of bats while doing research for the movie The Ghost in the Darkness. Unfortunately though, the pair had a bad relationship on set, with Schumacher calling him childish. Around the time, he was also getting labelled as being difficult to work with, and this would probably be the height of his career when it came to playing a lead in a commercial project. Obviously, Top Gun released before this, and in Maverick his role was reduced due to health reasons. He'd of course be recast for the next movie, and yeah, it is kind of a shame looking back. Kilmer was actually going through a divorce with his former Willow star Joanne Whalley, which could explain why there was so much friction on set. It also dawned on him while filming how restricting the suit really was. The cowl left him completely deaf and it weighed over 100 pounds, so his movement was restricted massively. Kilmer's quoted as saying, "Whatever boyish excitement I had going in was crushed by the reality of the batsuit," which is enough to put anyone in a bad mood, but obviously it didn't help endear Hollywood towards him. He said that one day Warren Buffett and his children arrived to look around the set and he stayed in costume and went out to meet them, but apparently they weren't interested. What they wanted to do was put on the cowl and ride in the Batmobile. He said he realized in this moment, Batman's someone you just project yourself onto. Kilmer said it was slightly deflating, and he said it explains why the character's been through so many recasts. However, at the time, Batman co-creator Bob Kane called him the best Batman, and I know a lot of people like him. For the role of Robin, it was also a toss-up between Leonardo DiCaprio and Chris O'Donnell. To decide this, the producers went to a comic convention and asked the children who'd win in a fight between them. Obviously from that, they went with Chris, as they were of course aiming this film towards kids. Matt Damon auditioned along with Mark Wahlberg, and it's even said Christian Bale was in talks. That would have vastly changed our timeline, but Bale has said those rumours are bloody ridiculous. And if he's saying bloody in the quote, I believe it's a real quote. With no Keaton, Burton or Billy D. Williams returning, you'd think this was actually a reboot, but it's technically a continuation, as we see Pat Hingle return as Gordon and Michael go as Alfred. After the release of The Flash, I know there was the argument there that this was all part of the multiverse, but back then, the multiverse wasn't something that was used to explain away plot holes in recasts. That said, Gotham looks remarkably different. Unlike Burton, Schumacher was a fan of the comics, with him citing Year One as one of his favourites. That of course influenced Nolan, and elements of it also appear in the Batman. He wanted Gotham City to feel like it was ripped from the 40s and 50s comics, with gigantic statues lining the metropolis. The movie also acknowledges the bigger DC universe, with that city's namesake getting a reference as well.
Where will you go? The circus must be halfway to Metropolis by now.
That is of course the home of Superman, and at the time, though it was a minor line, fans like me were blown away we got that little Easter egg. Nowadays, it's all connected, and you can barely go 10 minutes without a comic book film acknowledging the larger world. But then it was special. Modern Tokyo was also referenced, which is why we see geishas and letters in the opening. Neon lights were laced throughout the city, and it's something Schumacher wanted in the movie. They of course also studied New York, and even had a play on the Statue of Liberty, which is called the Lady of Gotham. This was based off the Statue of Justice, which appeared in Batman 181, and also to the animated series. IMDb trivia also pointed out that a play on the Statue of Liberty appears in Detective Comics 411, though there it's called the Statue of Freedom. The Art Deco look can be seen with Gotham's Hippodrome, which is based on the Cincinnati Union Terminal. DC fans may also recognize it, as the terminal was used as the inspiration for the Hall of Justice in the cartoon Super Friends, and it's been associated with the League ever since. Now, the movie opens with the Warner Brothers logo, which then morphs into the bat symbol. Over the last two breakdowns, we talked about how much difficulty Burton had with doing even minor little tweaks. Even darkening the background was seen as a struggle, but now we have full-on morphs. I remember this blowing me away in the cinema in '95, and the names flying in swept me away. That felt like a nod to the opening of Superman, and it was an epic way to start the movie. As the film opens, we then see Bruce tooling up for patrol, which mirrors the scene from Batman '89. We can see Keaton's yellow and black bat symbol, but there's something else on the chest. The nipples.
Why?
Well, the suit designer Jose Fernandez said that he was inspired by the armor of Roman centurions and wanted to focus on anatomy. The suit was also reportedly designed with inspirations from ancient Greek statues. We later see Riddler using the statue of David to design his costume, so potentially that was a nod to their own process. Bob Kane hated the nipples on the suit and the codpiece on Robin, despite Schumacher wanting the suits to look hip. Still a big talking point about these films.
I'll get drive-through.
Just stuff like that, you know. Now Playing Some did it perfectly, I think, and they said Kilmer's giving a Michael Keaton performance while saying Adam West lines. Like, within 10 seconds, it lets you know what kind of movie it's gonna be. Ass. 100 suits were designed for the production, and it was so heavy that Val Kilmer lost 5 pounds filming the opening scenes. This suit gets updated later on though, with the cowl getting lines and there being a big black bat symbol on the chest. This is probably the one that Kilmer's known for, and I think it looks great in the film. It's what Bale would later wear when auditioning for Batman Begins, and you can see the basis of his suit within that. We then get our first look at the Batcave and the Batmobile. As mentioned earlier, the cave actually has a hidden layer underneath the turntable, which is where the car ascends from. So it's possible that had the cave not been bombed, that the boat and jet might have ascended from the depths as well. The cave looks far less gothic and brooding than the Burton movies, and the Batcomputer is hidden behind a gigantic bat symbol as opposed to the one that was out in the open in '89. Schumacher originally asked legendary artist H.R. Giger to design the car, but it was deemed as being too radical. Thus we had Tim Flattery taking over. However, you can see Giger's influence in the car and all the other vehicles. They have this ribbed machine look to them, which is something that's a trademark of his work. The Batmobile also has wheels that can move laterally, and it's able to drive up buildings. We see this as Bats escapes the Two-Face gang around the 50-minute mark, which is an homage to Batman '66. That showed the unforgettable moments of Adam West and Burt Ward scaling the sides of buildings. I remember when I was a kid, yeah, we'd get the video camera, turn it on the side and just climb up the floor, and it was like you're climbing up the wall. So it's a really great homage, and I'm glad they included it. Now, the Batmobile also did this move in Detective Comics 340, which is titled The Outsider Strikes Again. It also drives out the tunnel into the woods, which feels slightly reminiscent of it exiting the cave in the '66 show. We then get our first look at Tommy Lee Jones's Two-Face. Jones had to spend 4 hours in the makeup chair, and his look's one of the standouts in the film. Two-Face was deemed too scary to appear in the '66 show, and it was only in the animated series that he got the general public's interest. That also has a coin going over the edge of a height, which almost leads to his death. Dent is pulled up by Batman there though, whereas here he just flings loads of coins and causes him to jump. That hero there, apparently they were really good friends. That's nice of you, Bruce. Jones was apparently really apprehensive at accepting the role though, but his son was very excited. He loved the character in the cartoon and just wanted his dad to play him. However, it wasn't smooth sailing for him, and he absolutely despised Jim Carrey. Carrey mentioned on the Norm Macdonald show and talked about what happened with the pair.
That's what Tommy Lee Jones said to me too. He said he couldn't sanction my buffoonery.
He couldn't?
He couldn't sanction my buffoonery.
What movie is this?
That's when we did Batman together.
Wait, you're the star, though.
I was the star, yeah. That was the problem. Oh, the guy that Tommy Lee Jones was talking to was at a restaurant, and you know, the maitre d' said, "Oh, Tommy, I hear you're working with Tommy Lee Jones. He's over in the corner having dinner." I said, "Hey, Tommy, how you doing?" Like that, and the blood just drained from his face, like he had been thinking about me 24 hours.
You'd already done the movie.
It was just fucking no. It was before the biggest scene we have together in the movie, and the blood just drained from his face, and he got he started shaking, and he got up and he went like this. He must have been in mid-kill me fantasy or something like that. He was like like this, and he went like to hug me, and he said, "I hate you. I really don't like you," like that. and I said, "Gee, man, what's the problem?" Like that. And I pulled up a chair, which probably wasn't smart. And he said, "I cannot sanction your buffoonery."
Joel Schumacher corroborated the beef and said Jones didn't treat Carey very well. Hey, 4 hours every day in the makeup chair though, it's gonna put everyone in a bad mood. Especially when you've got a guy jumping around going that's my Jim Carrey impression there. Carey admitted that he may have done too much though, which is even a line we get in the movie.
Was that over the top? I can never tell.
I think the main issue I have with the film though is that both the villains are completely hamming it up. It feels like he was aping Jack Nicholson, but Jones is of course known for his understated performances. Trying to out-crazy Jim Carrey's also really difficult, and I'd go as far to say it's the actor's worst performance. To me at least anyway. Two-Face doesn't have that much duality, and we get maybe 4 or 5 lines where he actually acts as Harvey. But one of those sections does at least happen in his monologue at the start. Introduced flipping his coin, they actually did a cool detail with the scratches. Looking at these, they form the letters HD, which of course stands for Harvey Dent. Two-Face first appeared in Detective Comics 66, and originally his design was going to look darker, with him having exposed teeth and also a protruding eyeball. Like 66 though, it was deemed a bit too graphic, but we would eventually get things more in line with that during The Dark Knight. Funnily enough, Jones would later star in No Country for Old Men, which had Sugar deciding his victim's fate by flipping a coin. On the guard's shoulder patch, we can also see this is the second Bank of Gotham. Two-Face's crimes coincide with the number 2, so it makes sense he'd rob this location. When Batman meets Gordon, he also says he's killed 2 guards.
2 guards are dead, he's holding a 3rd hostage, didn't see this one coming.
So we have lots of things to do with 2 tied in with the character. Now alongside Gordon is the sultry seductress psychologist, Dr. Chase Meridian. When Keaton was still in the part, Rene Russo was cast in the role. However, when Keaton dropped out, she was deemed as being too old to play his love interest. So we got our first Miss Tom Cruise in a Batman movie, which would later be followed by Katie Holmes. Kidman was actually also considered for the role of Catwoman before Michelle Pfeiffer won it in the end. Kidman did manage to beat out Linda Hamilton and Robin Wright for this part though, who were also in talks for the role. She later returned to DC several years later and would of course play Atlanta and Aquaman. Around the time though, there were lots of new original characters created for Batman, with Harley Quinn also being made for the animated show. I do kind of feel like you sort of see aspects of her and Chase as both are psychologists that are fascinated with these masked figures in Gotham. Harley of course got added into the comics, and though Chase wasn't exactly a popular character, she would get added into the books down the line. However, there they gave her red hair and glasses, which according to IMDb trivia was so they didn't have to pay for Kidman's likeness. Funnily enough, Batman the Animated Series producer Bruce Timm was not a fan of the Schumacher movies, like at all. Chase Meridian is a very clever name though, as she chases Batmans. Meridian is a term used in psychology to define opposites of a person or their midpoint. The Doctor does analyze Batman's psychology, meaning that she's chasing his 2 sides. That's subtext. According to IMDb trivia, the name Chase was also a nod to Barry Chase, who was a dancing partner of Fred Astaire, with the pair both being linked to the movie Top Hat, which is something that gets referenced later on, which we will talk about. She specializes in multiple personality disorders, and Bruce discusses his dreams with her. This is through a Malaysian dream doll, which I did research on, and if you're from Malaysia and this is a real thing, let me know, yeah, but outside of this movie, I couldn't find anything about it. The ledger is also an object that's used to demonstrate Bruce's mind state. Bruce remembers running into the night holding it, which is when he fell into the cave. This was a reference to The Dark Knight Returns, with it also being how he discovered the cave there. Throughout the film, we also get moments with the vision of a bat flying towards the camera. This too is a nod to The Dark Knight Returns, in which Bruce envisions something like that after his first big defeat. This re-inspires him, and he changes his costume from blue and grey to black and grey, so its use in the film is a nod to that. Chase's story would have been much more integral to the plot with this in mind, and Schumacher discussed the duality of Batman with the writers, opting to make it the central theme. I really like her first interaction, as she goads Batman by subtly comparing him to Two-Face, which I think would have been a fantastic story to tell. Batman with his two personas against a character with two personas, with Chase working as an anchor, I think would have worked really well. The idea of duality in a love interest is also shared in Sugar and Spice. Originally they were known as Leather and Lace, but this was too raunchy for a PG. They too were canonized in the comics though, and they appeared during Arkham City issue 1. The producers looked at Harley Quinn to create them, and it's kind of crazy thinking Drew Barrymore was the first sort of proto live action version of the character. Though we don't know what happens to them, the novelization says they escaped Tower Island and disappeared into Gotham. The pair both know Bruce Wayne's Batman though, so if I was a billionaire, I'd make them disappear, let's say. Speaking of disappearing, I love how we see Chase turn around and then Batman just move out of frame. Kinda nice seeing the actual disappearing act with him, instead of the camera showing someone's POV and they then look back and he's not there. Going up in an elevator denoted by a Riddler green arrow, we get a good look at Two-Face's gods. They refer to him as Face throughout the movie, which is something that was taken from The Dark Knight Returns. I really like how their masks fit with their boss, and the two-tone style represents his personality. It also is reminiscent of Deathstroke, who's of course another big DC villain. I also like to think their piercings were inspired by Dennis Rodman. Ambushed by one guy with blades on his wrists, it feels reminiscent of the swordsman fight in the original Batman. Batman took the pair out pretty easily, with them looking at the one-shot sword fight from Raiders for inspiration. The fight doesn't go too well for either side, and Batman ends up in a safe with a deaf security guard. Acid fills up the vault, which riffs off how Harvey Dent was turned into Two-Face. One thing I like though is how we see Batman use the god's hearing aid to try and crack the safe. It fits with his nickname as the world's greatest detective, and it's nice seeing him being resourceful. I think having him standing on a vault as it dangles through the air, it just feels like we're finally at the point that we can portray something from a comic book on the big screen. Though they'd come close with this kind of spectacle before, I think at the time I remember it being like seeing the next step. As they travel, we can see the gargoyles of Gotham City, which are also synonymous with the character. It adds to the gothic feel, and they became a staple of the Arkham games. Might be a reach, but the Gigantu Okuwash sign is an eye, and eyes are thought to be the gateway to the soul. Eyes also give away a lot of how someone's feeling, and with this movie being at least originally a big deep dive into Bruce's psychology, I don't think it was a coincidence. Schumacher also stated the symbolism here was that he's introducing audiences to his vision. It's big, explosive, and over the top, and definitely not Burton's Batman. I also like how Two-Face says farewell to that night rat, and just a few minutes earlier, Batman corrected Chase by saying bats were not rodents.
Bats aren't rodents, Dr. Meridian.
Farewell forever to that pointy-eared night rat!
Two-Face then escapes by using a parachute with a yin and yang design. This is the Chinese philosophy about two opposite forces that are connected together and thus create balance. It fits Two-Face well, who's meant to have a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde situation, but again, I don't feel like the movie hammers home these two different personas. All this leads to the statue being damaged though, with one half of its face being destroyed. Batman flees into the water, and I just hope he packed his shark-repellent bat spray. We then cut to a CGI Gotham and see Wayne Enterprises. Computer-generated imagery like this was starting to move to the forefront at the time due to the advancements made by Jurassic Park. Instead of miniatures, they were now able to generate full cities, which could also be seen in the opening for Mask of the Phantasm. It has what appears to be the Titan Atlas with the world on his shoulders. Upon entering his office, we also see Bruce has two figures like this, which plays into the idea of the mythical figure. I really like this imagery, as in many adaptations, Bruce does indeed have the weight of the world on his shoulders. Not only does Batman fight criminals at night, but Bruce's philanthropy is trying to save the city. Burton's movies never really had any of these business scenes, with us just getting one with Shrek and Batman Returns. So having a proper look at the Enterprise here also adds an extra dynamic. Disgruntled employees of billionaires would also become a big part of the MCU, but here they make the blueprint with the Riddler. Speaking of MCU, you might also notice that as Bruce enters, we have none other than Jon Favreau alongside him. In my headcanon, Happy Hogan got some work experience here, and then went on to chauffeur for another superhero billionaire, just fighting disgruntled billionaire employees the whole day. According to Mark Hamill, Joel Schumacher saw inspiration for this version of the Riddler by watching the Trail of the Trickster episode of The Flash. Considering Carey also channels the Joker for his take on the Riddler, it makes a lot of sense, as Hamill was voicing him in the cartoon at the time. Carey also cited Frank Frank Gorshin as a major influence, and he played the character in the 66 show. The Riddler first appeared in Detective Comics 140, and since then he's grown to be a staple of Batman's rogues gallery. I still think the guy has the best pun name ever, as we see it working on a number of levels. Not only do we have Mystery, but we also have Mystery Enigma, which I think's really creative. Like, what the hell is Heckenford? What were you thinking? Anyway, Edward's obsessed with Bruce Wayne, and he has multiple magazines on him. On the front of these, he has clear frame glasses, which is something Edward wears as well. This was later given a nod to by Matt Reeves, who had his Riddler wear them in the Batman. You might also notice in the bottom left that there's a card with a green suited man wearing a green bowler hat. As we later see, his home's outfitted with this figure, so it's a nice little bit of set design. He also has a bobblehead in front of him, and this becomes his new identity. However, he also tries to style himself like Bruce. He even gets a fake mole put along his jawline just like Val.
How's my mole?
Fine.
His obsession with Bruce is also a neat touch, as Chase is obsessed with Batman. Just goes to show how it's not harassment as long as you're sexy. Like later on, Chase literally uses the bat signal to call Batman because she's horny. That's not what it's for, love. It's for serious issues. Someone could be getting murdered. Carey's design, though, it did remind me a lot of the original Nutty Professor with Jerry Lewis. The dual opposite motif continues here with Edward urging Bruce to greenlight his project. Edward then says,
"Look at us, two of a kind!"
which further plays into the themes of duality. Carey playing a loser who either became obsessed with someone or went through a globe was definitely in his wheelhouse at the time. We had things like The Mask, with both this and that containing lines about how we all wear them. Later on, he'd play someone obsessive in The Cable Guy, with him becoming fixated on Matthew Broderick's character. Funnily enough, Broderick also tried out for the Riddler, but he didn't get too far. Now, Edward has managed to create a device that can manipulate brainwaves and give people visions of what they desire. It's a thinly veiled metaphor for television taking over people's brains, which was a big talking point at the time. I like how it looks similar to Doc's Mind Reader in Back to the Future, and it's possible they took influence from it. Bruce is adverse to the brain reading though, and after rejecting Ed, he goes to his office to take the express chute to the Batcave. Though I don't fully get the logistics of how this works. When I was a kid, this was the coolest thing I'd ever seen. Like a slide from the office that went straight to the Batcave. It seemed amazing, and I love how every aspect of Bruce leads back to being Batman. The chair! Fuck it up! It's all voice activated as well, with him saying, lock, chair. And it's very similar to Batman activating the car shields in the Burton films. A similar slide was in The Manor in Returns, but this just feels like the evolution. This then takes us to the booty signal, with a scantily clad Chase wanting a batty call. Batty call like booty call, you get it? We then get this incredibly corny line.
It's the car, right? Chicks love the car.
And she swoons over the black rubber. Little Bat hasn't really got much room to grow there though, but yeah, I'm guessing something went on. In a connection to the rest of the continuity, Chase then references Catwoman.
Or do I need skin-tight vinyl and a whip?
Bruce says he hasn't had much luck with women, which could also be seen as a reference to Vicky Vale. The moment's then broken up by Commissioner Cockblock, who comes running in his pajamas. Guy was in a massive rush, but at least he didn't forget his bowler hat.
Women.
Too bloody right, mate. Cutting back to the Riddler, we see him furious over Bruce's insistence about the box, and we then see some more magazines. Among this is the Gotham Beat, which is a parody of Tiger Beat and also Miss Gotham. I did wonder if Miss Gotham was a reference to Ms. Magazine, but that's a feminist magazine, and I doubt they'd have a cover fawning over Bruce Wayne calling him the perfect man. They have referenced DC before though, with them doing a big cover for Wonder Woman. That kind of betrayed her as being a feminist icon. We then see Enigma berated by his boss Fred Stickley, played by Ed Begley Jr. Stickley appears to be based on the character Daniel Mockridge, who appeared in the Batman animated series episode, If You're So Smart, Why Aren't You Rich? Both characters were bosses of the Riddler, and they try to belittle and cheat him. As Edward siphons off Stickley's brainwaves, he then says his infamous catchphrase, "Riddle me this!" Enigma then sings,
Sucking up your IQ, vacuuming the cortex, feeding off your brains.
which is a song from the movie Top Hat, with the actual lyrics being,
I'm putting on my top hat, tying up my white tie, brushing off my tails.
This would later get a reference in another Batman property when young Oz watched it with his mother and the Penguin. After taking all the juice, Edward says, "What a rush," which might be a reference to Freddy Krueger saying it in Nightmare on Elm Street 3. Stickley also says,
You are going up on charges. To court, to jail, and then to a mental institution for the rest of your twisted little life.
Which comes true in the end, and this foreshadows his fate. We then get a GNN news report that leads into Two-Face's backstory with him being scarred in a courtroom. This happened in Detective Comics 66, and just like the comic, Batman tried to save the day. It was also carried out by Boss Maroni, who since then's made a lot of live action appearances. He featured heavily in The Dark Knight and was then a big part of the Penguin series. The survivor's guilt that Bruce feels deep down over his parents, I feel also bleeds into this as well. Sadly, the Batman/Two-Face beef is very underdeveloped, and we don't really get the stakes of their relationship. Bruce and Harvey at one point were best friends, and both were going to clean up Gotham. Losing him was Batman's first major loss, but all of that's completely skipped over. Stickley's death's then investigated, with Riddler using CGI to fake the character's death. When I was a kid in 95 though, I had no idea what CGI was, and I just thought it was like a robot or something. The next day we then get Carey's range in full display as he fakes being sad about his boss. I really cracked up because Edward clearly did the voice for the fake video, and he also made his note.
You'll find the handwriting matches his exactly, as does sentence structure and spelling.
The note itself is described as pretty cut and dry, and you're reading it. I know it's a dark subject matter, but I was trying not to laugh. Obviously, he's just taken parts of his brain, so he's able to do this without raising questions. Bruce's nice guy persona shines through, as despite the manner of Stickley's death disqualifying him for benefits, Bruce gives his family all they're owed. He's then told that Gossip Gertie's eager to know who he's taking to a party. We see Gertie later in the movie, and she's played by Elizabeth Sanders, who is Bob Kane's wife.
Gotham must know! Oh, there's Bruce Wayne!
This marks her second appearance in the franchise after a cameo in Batman Returns. She later come back for Batman and Robin, and is kind of just a very camp character that they keep having pop up. Kane also cameos in a blink and you'll miss it moment at the party for the unveiling of the device. We then get a good look at one of the Riddler's first riddles in the film. These look really authentic, and Will Shortz, editor of the New York Times crossword, was the one who designed the riddles. I also like how the image of Bruce is clearly taken from one of the magazines he stews over. Outside Enigma's apartment, we then see a sign for Crisscross Laundry. This is a reference to the first appearance of the Riddler, where he used the cross-cleaning company billboard to distribute his clues. As we enter the apartment on the right, we can also see a rubber duck, which is reminiscent of the duck car used by the Penguin and Batman Returns. We also see he has many different Riddler-style paraphernalia, with a poster showing a Riddler in a jack-in-a-box, which would no doubt trigger Arkham game completionists. Multiple Riddlers are also seen around the room, complete with a fortune machine akin to the Zoltar ones. I like to think he was inspired by the movie Big, where one changed the life of the main character forever. A picture of Bruce Wayne's then seen on the left wall, which looks similar to the one cut out for the first riddle. He also has a green phone, which is similar to the red bat phone from Batman 66. All the while, Bad Days by the Flaming Lips is played, with the lyrics being about hating your boss. The themes of being downtrodden and unfulfilled at work, they're a massive staple of 90s movies, with the decade having things like Fight Club and also Office Space. This soundtrack was actually the first CD I ever owned, and it's got so many bangers on it. This includes U2's Hold Me, Thrill Me, Kiss Me, Kill Me. I remember taping Top of the Pops just because they were showing the music video for it and had a couple of clips from the film. This actually came about because Joel Schumacher attempted to get Bono to play his Zoo TV tour character Macfisto in the film. He declined, but gave them the song, with Macfisto appearing in the video. There's also PJ Harvey on there, and Method Man's The Riddler, which is a banger. It's a bloody banger.
Unrealistic wavelength draining all your brain strength, inflicted crosswords puzzling your doubt, questioning your own mental health. Yeah, it's like a maze within itself. Yeah.
On top of this, there's of course also Kiss from a Rose by Seal. This was the first song I remember learning all the lyrics for, and it had a big legacy after this movie. However, it wasn't initially released as a tie-in to the film. Seal actually put the song out earlier in the year, but it failed to chart. When making films, directors and editors will often use something known as a temp track to give an idea of how a scene will play to music. Schumacher used Kiss from a Rose as the temp track for a scene with Bruce and Chase, but ultimately this got cut. However, the song fit the film really well, and thus it got dropped into the credits. Seal recorded a new video and re-released the song, and it became this massive smash hit. Regarding the score, Danny Elfman didn't didn't return, and instead Elliot Golenthal took over the soundtrack duties. Though I don't think it matches up to Elfman, I do like the thumping melody they came up with. Dun, 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 dun. You know, it's still memorable, and though Elfman's still a Don, it's a nice follow-up. We then cut to Wayne Manor, with the outside being filmed at the Webb Institute of Naval Architecture, which is located on Long Island. The WEC originally was an anchor and had to be changed for the movie. Riddle me this! What does a word that begins with W and rhymes with anchor make? Someone who doesn't like and subscribe. Anyway, Edward then delivers a riddle, and it reminds me a bit of when Arthur went to Wayne Manor in Joker. We then cut to Bruce turning up at Dr. Chase's office, which is filmed at the surrogate court in Lower Manhattan. We catch him driving a Jaguar D-Type, which served as the basis for the Batmobile in the sequel. I do like how they keep up the illusion this is Gotham, and you can catch a gargoyle statue and 40s style police car moving in the background. Inside, we then see Batman approaching the reception, with this being a badge for the GCPD. If this location looks familiar, it might be because it popped up in The Penguin. The location appeared in the series finale, and it's where Oz stood before looking up at the mayor. We then see Bruce break down the door as he thinks Chase is being attacked. This scene wasn't actually initially in the movie until Nicole Kidman asked if they could incorporate her love of kickboxing.
Okay, yeah, do what you gotta do.
I did love how we get a slight Dutch angle, which is used to signify something isn't right or make a viewer uneasy. It combined with the music stinger before the door smash was a really good bit of filmmaking. As Bruce enters, we can also see Rorschach tests on the wall. Weirdly, these all look like a kid with low self-esteem who got bullied at school, who ended up becoming a YouTuber. Which is a weird thing to include in a movie from 1995. According to the wiki though, these were meant to resemble Batman's cape, with it being how it appears when he spreads it out. Bruce looks at this and instantly recognizes it as a bat, which kinda gives away who he is. Can I make it any more obvious? They were also gonna have a moment where Bruce kicked the punching bag and split it in two. This would be a nod to Bruce kicking the tree in year one, but they decided to cut it out. I also tried to find the painting behind Chase online, but had no luck, so if you recognize it, then let us know in the comment section below. The pair then discussed the Riddler's psyche, and I found it odd how an esteemed professional like Chase just refers to the Riddler as some wacko.
My opinion, this letter writer is a total wacko.
You're not allowed to say that.
This idea of him being a wacko is also referenced on the Time magazine cover, as we can see a microphone that says whacked. This was taken from the press conference, which appears at 59 minutes. It would make sense for like a cop to think like that, but a professional such as Chase would surely have more of a professional term, as she'd have a professional interest in the case, especially as she's there to help with Two-Face. She does, however, get a bit more professional and implies that he's obsessed with Bruce, which again mirrors Chase being obsessed with Batman. Use the word professional a lot there. Professional YouTubers. The dream subplot then slightly advanced as Bruce sees the Malaysian dream warden. Bruce is wrestling with his dreams in the dark while trying to operate like normal during the day. Bruce later alludes to this when he discusses the repressed memories with Chase, where he says, "We are all two people, one in daylight and one we keep in shadow." The black and white may also be a nod to Two-Face's look in the animated series. There he wears a black and white suit split down the middle like the figure, and I've always kind of assumed that's what they looked at when creating it. Because it certainly isn't a thing in Malaysia. That I know about yet. Bruce then smoothly invites Chase to the circus. As we learn from his assistant, he was yet to decide who he's taking on the date, so it makes sense since she's the only other woman in the movie. The location's an Art Deco icon though, and it fits in with the 1930s New York that Schumacher was going for. I also liked how we have a devil-style figure overlooking the circus and pointing at it. This is possibly foreshadowing the evil and the tragedy that's about to occur. If this was in WandaVision as well, I'd be going crazy right now and be like, it's Mephisto, you too, Macphisto. The program for the circus also fits in with Two-Face's duality, as it features a figure with two colors on their face. We then get our first look at the future Robin with his family, the Flying Graysons, who were first introduced in Detective Comics 38. Now though Two-Face kills them here, in the source material they were killed by mob boss Tony Zuko. Owed protection money by circus owner Jack Haley, the equipment for their performance was sabotaged. The costumes they wear here match the original design for Robin's first costume in the comics, and Burt Ward also wore a similar one in Batman 66. In both the movie and the comics, Dick would also be adopted by Bruce Wayne. It's a bit weird here, as Chris O'Donnell, despite being 24 at the time of filming, he looks like he's 30. Like if you're in your 20s and your parents die, you're on your own, mate. Later, Dick even talks about how he's been getting social service interviews, but like, mate, you're 45 years old. Now, the production decided to choose someone over the age of 18, so they wouldn't be limited by labor laws, which dedicated how long a kid can film for. So I can understand that, you know, from a production point of view, but when you're watching the movie, it's like, he's 60 years old, that lad.
Oh! Oh!
We then get another shot that looks like an eye at the center of the circus. It's possible this is further playing off the OcuWash advert from earlier in the movie. As Bruce entered Wayne Tech for the first time and met Edward, I also thought the tunnel in the office created an eye-like structure as well. So there's this constant feeling of eyes which they just reinforce throughout the sets. We see as the Graysons flip through the air with ease, and Olympic gymnast Mitchell Gaylord was the stunt double for Chris. In what's an almighty reach, Chris O'Donnell would go on to star in the rock climbing movie Vertical Limit in the year 2000. Like, I watched this scene wondering if they thought Chris was doing it and was like, we need this guy in our climbing movie. Lining up the death drop, Dick is then caught by his father. We get a focus on the two hands clasping, which is iconography repeated throughout the film. Robin pulls Batman out the rubble later on, and when Batman saves Robin, it's shot in a similar way. So we have the real father saving the son, and then the surrogate son saving the surrogate father, even though they're like 5 years apart in age. The spectacle is then broken up by the arrival of Two-Face. Taking over ringmaster duties, I love how he has a proper custom-made top hat. He didn't just steal the clothes from the real ringmaster, but he sat there and made his own custom outfit for the job. My guy must have some insane level of hobbycraft points. He correctly surmises that Batman must be one of the people in the crowd, which makes sense as only the rich and powerful could afford the suit, car and gadgets. Every villain's probably like,
how can you afford these things?
I'm not sure how good the plan is though, as even though Bruce shouts I'm Batman, nobody can hear him. I'm Batman is of course a catchphrase of the character with every iteration saying it. Even Robin says it in this movie when confronting the gang, but he ends up getting laughed at. You might also notice that the bomb has yin and yang on it, with it again featuring the themes of duality. Some days you just can't get rid of a bomb, and we see as the Graysons try and get it out. Unfortunately, Two-Face kills the family, and the flying Graysons become the falling Graysons. The bomb then goes into the water, which of course riffs off the scene from Batman 66.
Some days you just can't get rid of a bomb.
Nolan would later reference this in The Dark Knight Rises when Bruce gets rid of a nuke at the end. The eye motif returns once again as we see a shot of Dick looking down on his family in what looks like an eye. We then see Dick arriving at Wayne Manor on a motorbike. Motorbikes have become somewhat synonymous with the Boy Wonder, as he first had the Robin bike in Teen Titans 10. He also used one as Nightwing, which is a name he brainstorms later on.
I need a name. Batboy, Nightwing.
On his helmet's also Red Robin, alluding to his future persona. The Red Robin was actually a name Dick used in the comics, but this would be in 1996's Kingdom Come, which obviously came out after this movie. We see Robin's interest in cars though, which is part of a cut storyline. When Robin was part of the Batman Returns script, he was originally going to be a mechanic. Robin's lured in with all the bikes, and even offered one if he fixes some of them up. Plus, Alfred's got burgers, mate. Like gourmet burgers in the 90s.
Flip-a-dip-dip! I hate him so much.
I did wonder if his interest in cars and bikes was also a callback to Jason Todd, who got caught trying to steal the tires off the Batmobile. His urge to kill and go off the rails, that also fits more in line with Jason. Robin taking the Batmobile for a joyride could also tie into the character and kind of go back to him trying to steal the tires. They actually took a lot of inspiration from all the different Robins, with Drake's costume being the basis for the one here. He was the Robin at the time, and it's nice that they gave a little nod to all of them. We then see Bruce flashback to his parents' murders as he sees a lot of Dick in him, which I could have worded better. The shadowy killer cuts a similar silhouette to Jack Napier and Batman. The pearls also fall on the floor just like that flashback scene. However, here we see roses as well, which might tie in with the tradition of Bruce leaving one in Crime Alley every year. As Bruce mourns their death, we also see a white circle, further hammering home the use of eyes in the movie. This also comes from one of the covers for Year 1, where Bruce crashed down on his knees. The circle on the ground is actually from a lamppost, which has been shown in several iterations of the scene. The signal itself would somewhat reflect this, and we even see roses in Bruce's study, showing how he has these constant reminders. We then see Batman driving out to take on Two-Face, and the Batmobile does look rather shoddy here, as it looks like the rear fins flopping about on it as he drives down the street. Two-Face then uses a black stroller to stop the Batmobile, which reminded me of the one Penguin's parents used in Batman Returns. When Penguin took over the car, Batman also managed to stop it before hitting a woman in the middle of the street, which this feels like a reference to. The Batmobile then moves horizontally to avoid an RPG, while Two-Face's gangs attack in their custom forts. These were from 1949, and they painted them black and red to fit the theme. Batman tries to evade them as he's hounded by cars with machine guns on them, which reminded me of Bond's DB5 and Goldfinger. Batman then uses his grappling hook to ride to the top of the building. This is briefly foreshadowed in a blink and you'll miss it moment. At about 50 minutes and 1 second, we see some graffiti that says rising to the top. Now though this escape scene ends the chase meridian,
Now apparently, that's supposed to be funny.
there were plans to have it continue. Cars would then ascend to the rooftops and continue it from there. However, due to budget restraints, they had to scrap the scene. Fortunately though, they'd get a chance to do for the sequel, where we get a chase with the ice cream van. After this, we then cut to Edward, who's attempting to come up with his nickname as he puts his face on Michelangelo's statue of David and adds a crossword themed outfit. The first name he thinks of is the Puzzler, which was a Superman villain who first appeared in Action Comics 49. The character also featured in the Batman 66 show as well. He then thinks of the Gamester while adding a pawn chess piece. The pawn would later be an answer to his riddle: the 8 of us go forth, not back, to protect our king from a foe's attack. I did wonder if this was a reference to the Gamesters of Triskelion, which was a Star Trek episode where Kirk's forced to fight in gladiatorial games. Gamester is also a word meaning a person who plays competitive games, especially for money. He then adds a question mark, thinking of the name Question Mark Guy, which may be a reference to Matthew John Lesko, who writes books on the US government. We also have an over-the-top Rambo type figure, and Carey would play a comic book character akin to this in Kick-Ass 2. His fortune teller machine though hints he's on the right track, and he then comes up with the name The Guesser, which is an in-universe magazine. Its title, The Guesser Knows, is a reference to the Shadow's tagline The Shadow Knows, with the Shadow being a major influence on Batman. After this we see graffiti of skulls, which might be a reference to the Neon Gang who later pop up when Robin steals the Batmobile. The Neon Gang would later be referenced in the Batman, and they're the basis for the group that terrorize the trains. Now we then go to Two-Face's lair, and the outside of this looks remarkably similar to a building we can see when Max is kidnapped in Batman Returns. The other side of this face is then inside his room, which is why it looks concaved. So it creates the feeling that there's two faces. Here we also meet Sugar and Spice. Spice is played by Debbie Mazar, who from time to time still hangs out with Drew Barrymore on her talk show. Now though Drew Barrymore clinched the role of Sugar, there were others in the running. Christina Applegate, Melissa Joan Hart, and Tara Reid were all considered for the part. Jenny McCarthy even ended up turning it down, and later on in life she'd gone to marry Jim Carrey. Debbie Mazar was also reportedly distraught that Billy Dee Williams was recast, as she joined the movie hoping to act alongside him. So they got her in the movie, made by Warner Brothers, and then recast him and didn't even warn a brother. Yes, our Warner Brothers inspired t-shirts are at the merch store below, and if you're gonna spoil a movie, Warner Brother. Did you know as well, members of the channel also get early access to videos like this every week. Put away your back credit card, because for just 99 cents a month, you'll get at least one breakdown a week before anyone else. Never leave your cave. Again, never leave your house, you don't need to. We've got you covered. Now Sugar and Spice represent a sort of angel and devil on the shoulder situation, and fit in with the themes of Two-Face's dual sides. The lair is complete with a face split in half, and you can see the symbolism there. The room itself is also split in half as well, with it being themed based on each girl's persona. Even his cigarettes are themed too, with one being white and one being black. Looking around the room as they pull out, you might also notice Carey standing just to the side waiting for his cue. I never noticed it until this breakdown, and it's pretty hilarious seeing him just waiting in the wings. Speaking of wings, on the right we can see what appears to be bat wings. It's a nice touch that this is on the dark side, as Dent's obsession with trying to kill Batman is in his dark persona. This is referenced when the Riddler discusses the plan to kill Batman. He says, "I can see that little twinkle in your left eye, with the left side being the one that's obsessed with the bat." If you look closely at Sugar's hand when she puts the lighter on the table, she also drops it off the edge and it gets caught in her outfit. The Riddler then enters twirling his cane. Carey actually ended up breaking a dozen canes and some of his furniture in his trailer trying to practice his skills. Two-Face is enraged by this intrusion, and we get a close-up of his watch which looks like a Zenith. Zenith watches often had two-tone faces, which may be why they picked this for the character. Or it may be a reach! As the Riddler displays the power of the box, Sugar is shown a cartoon which is Bugs Bunny's Cupid Capers. Spice is then shown the Looney Tunes short Satan's Waitin', which fits in with her persona. I've always loved Looney Tunes being referenced in DC movies, as both are owned by Warner Brothers. They even had a time where they did this big crossover with the figures, which led to some really nice collectibles. Looney Tunes would even be referenced later when the Riddler uses his bat bombs in the bat caves, as the sound effects here are pulled from the cartoons. Riddler has the plan to sell the box to everyone in Gotham, and thus use their brain power to work out who Batman is. Riddler would find out the identity of him in the comic book story Hush, and it's a big part of the character. They even teased him knowing in the Batman, so it's become a staple of the villain. However, he realizes a riddle people know the answer to is worth nothing, and thus in the comics he's always kept it to himself. The pair then go on a crime spree to create Riddler's plans and subsequently create Enigmatech. Like we mentioned earlier, it was originally planned for Enigmatech to be a rival of Wayne Tech, which can somewhat be seen in the movie. However, they never really capitalized on it. Back at Wayne Manor, we've got ironing boards on top of ironing boards, because hey dog, I heard you like ironing boards. What you really want to be doing though, mate, is like flipping around your clothes and stuff and like doing weird acrobatics with the mop. Obviously, Robin uses his staff as a weapon though, so they're kind of playing into that. We also see Dick trying to get into the Batcave, which Alfred says is where they keep Wayne's dead wives. Alfred's also holding a copy of the Daily Gotham, which has been featured in the show Young Justice, while the Gotham Gazette is usually used with the others like the Gotham Globe, Gotham Times, and Gotham Herald appearing in the comics, shows and movies. Now as the box is used throughout Gotham, we get a big collage and can see that it makes a red circle on their foreheads. This is similar to the third eye in Hinduism that shows a connection to the unconscious mind. This fits in with the dream subplot and is also a metaphor for the Riddler becoming even more intelligent. Even the dog's got it. Don't know why no one's questioning why this stream of brainwaves seems to be going to this mysterious island, but to be fair, worse things have happened in Gotham. Dick then makes it to the Batcave, and I love how the alarm's saying intruder alert, while also starting up the computers and bringing up the car. Excellent security system you've got there. Let me start the car for you. Would you like a seat, sir? Bruce and Jason have a moment together as he comes to realize he's got some repressed memories. Chase is looking all sexy and flirty, and then Bruce comes out with his clincher.
My parents were murdered in front of me, and I was just a kid.
Yeah, mate, I wouldn't open with it. It does kind of speak to the tone that the movie was going for originally, though. They wanted to tackle these weighty themes and have Bruce wrestling with both sides. Magazine covers are then shown with Batman being reported on in the same way as Bruce was. So this lays the groundwork for him accepting these two parts of his life must combine. The report also says schizophrenic, which at the time was a term widely used for DID, even though it's something completely different. DID is dissociative identity disorder, and people have often thought that that's what Batman has. It's of course been played up in Moon Knight as well, who is of course, you know, he's clearly based on Batman. Caught on by his watch by Alfred, this was another thing at the time that blew me away. Nowadays, you know, we all have watches that can do that, but in the 90s, this was the coolest thing ever.
He boosted the Jag? Not the Jaguar, the other car.
Well, tell him to steal the Jaguar, mate. The latest advert was a nightmare. Make sure he gets rid of the Jag. Turns out Dick's been a dickhead and stole the car, and now Batman's gotta go get him. We hear Smash It Up by The Offspring, which is actually a cover of the same song by The Damned. The fin is open, which I never got the practicality of, but it looked cool, and there's also some product placement with a gigantic McDonald's sign and Robin busting out a Tony Montana impression.
Go for a little ride on my love machine, baby.
Which as a 7-year-old, I strangely didn't get. Apparently when making the movie though, O'Donnell actually took the car for a test drive. However, he smashed the bumper like the like button and wasn't exactly popular with the film's mechanics. Dick tries to hit on some women of the night, offering a ride in his car, and then he's called Batboy, which is a bit funny as is Batman, Batgirl, but there's never been a Batboy. As he drives off to the screams, we see a figure hiding its face, which could be a reference to See No Evil in this crime-ridden slum. It could, and I say could, also be cringing out at Chris O'Donnell's acting here. We see him run into the Neon Gang, with the leader being played by kickboxing champion Don Wilson. Robin then drops the
I'm Batman.
before saving the girl and kissing her heroically. The girl also looks pretty similar to Barbara Gordon, aka Batgirl's betrayal by Alicia Silverstone in the sequel. I did wonder if this was the basis or even original plan for the character returning down the line. Or it might have been because Bob's always loved a bit of Dick. Batman then stands on the roof and swoops down, which feels like it's playing off his appearance at Axis Chemicals. After the gang gets scared and run, Robin then confronts Batman. He's raging, saying it should have been him, and Dick is clearly angry about the whole thing. Again, this fits in very well with the plot threads, as Bruce is clearly guilty over surviving when his parents died. The pair have a lot of common ground, and Bruce talks about killing the person who killed his parents and how that doesn't cure things. Revenge becomes your whole life, and obviously it's a tenuous link to the Burton stuff.
Your family wasn't killed by a maniac.
Yes, they were.
We then cut to the Ritz Gotham, with the National Museum of the Native American in New York being used as the exterior. Fantasia's theater at Hollywood Boulevard is then used as the interior. It always makes me laugh seeing the band, who clearly look like they don't want to be there, and we then see the launch of the new improved box. It wasn't until this rewatch I noticed the fins on the side of the box. It's also reminiscent of a bat wings. So maybe on a subconscious level, Edward even knows Bruce is Batman, and it shows how deeply he lives rent-free in his head. Like, he even pulls out a pair of the same glasses and has the same high collar tux. The main thing he wants is Bruce Wayne's brain, and I feel like they made this the whole point so it will allow him to become his idol. They don't really touch upon it much in the movie though, but I definitely feel like it's something you can read into. Edward is the belle of the ball, only to be brutally mugged by Bruce, and Gossip Gertie swoons over Gotham's most eligible bachelor. Even his date mugs him off, asking why Edward doesn't look as good in the suit. Even with his success, his girl on the arm, Enigma Tech taking over Wayne Tech in terms of money, he's still no Bruce Wayne. Carrie attempting to charm and to anger Sugar's amazing, and he steals every single scene he's in, especially when he dances with Chase. Big Batman fan Patrick Leahy also appears as a dancer in these moments. He's cameoed in a lot of different Batman films and was a big part of the Wayne board with Nolan. While Bruce's date dances, Wayne then goes to try out the box. I love how the door's angled, and this fits in with the sharp edges and lines of the box. However, I do kind of wonder why Bruce would even try it, knowing how it could bring up his repressed memories. I feel a few lines with Chase could have been added in beforehand, and maybe have him be like, "Look, I need to see firsthand what it does." Two-Face and his gang then break up the party with him wielding dual pistols. This makes Bruce go through a quick change, which is something Superman also did with phone booths. When Robin does it, Alfred wonders if they'd have him back at Buckingham Palace, with the character in the comics being deeply tied with the British government. This included him working for the Secret Service, and it's a nice detail to say that he worked for the Queen. A neat little touch as well is how when Two-Face talks to Edward, he's holding two glasses. One has a dark liquid with red wine, and it fits in with his colour scheme once again. Batman then goes to the roof, but he's buried in the rubble, which gives us another comic callback. Tim Drake's first appearance as Robin in Batman 442 had him rescuing Batman from a pile of rubble created in an explosion by Two-Face. Back at the cave, Bruce and Robin then argue about him taking on a sidekick. This was based on a lonely place of dying which had Tim Drake becoming Robin. Bruce didn't want him to due to losing Jason Todd, but Drake felt Batman needed someone to balance him out. Watching slow-mo videos of Chase in the cave, Alfred then says go to her. We get like a weird 90s music video with her wrapped in nothing but a bedsheet and her curtains blowing in the wind. According to IMDb trivia, Nicole Kidman was actually naked underneath that silk sheet. Batman arrives and the pair kiss, but she rejects him in favor of Bruce, which makes him smile, and it's a bit goofy. What else is a big goofy gaffe comes when we see the cover of a newspaper in the next shot. It's clearly all just gobbledygook in the paragraphs, and the stories themselves don't make much sense. Like, we have a Prodigy Child thing that just talks about local taxes, and then the story in the part in the middle. The first paragraph's talking about Gotham being in shock after the death of Thomas Wayne, and the jury deliberating the outcome of the trial. So nothing to do with the titles, and clearly just grabbed from something else. Schumacher, you hack! Shoehacker? Didn't you realize people would pause and read this stuff 20 years later, you hack? Back at Tower Island, the Riddler reveals Bruce's secret, but at the manor, he's quit being Batman. This is so he can have a chance at happiness, but Robin rightly argues it's a bit selfish. It's sort of a talk on responsibility and what comes with having great power. Bruce doesn't want to be alone anymore though, and it's a theme they tackled heavily in Mask of the Phantasm. Ultimately, we know how it goes, and it's rare any version of Bruce gets to lead a happy life. Chase is then dropped off, and we get a good look at the taxi. This has a Gotham sign on it, which looks pretty cool as it's modelled off the skyline. It also riffs off the design of the Iceberg Lounge, and I did wonder if it might be an advert for that club. Penguin's obviously dead though. We can also see due to the pumpkins that this is Halloween. They don't really play this up that much thematically other than having trick-or-treaters. It would be a good opportunity to talk about masks though, and Reeves of course later tackled it in the Batman. In a scene that feels like the mansion one with Selina in Returns, we get Bruce almost professing his love. Knocking that jar of roses over though, it then triggers his PTSD. Like, you gotta be careful around the guy. If he sees roses on the floor, he's probably gonna go Rambo and break your neck. You killed my parents! In real life, Kilmer's father had recently passed away though, and thus he used this pain to fuel his performance. Chase then kisses him and realizes the truth. It kinda set the groundwork for the Raimi Spider-Man stuff, and love interests figuring it out that way. They also used magic kisses and stuff a lot in the Donner Superman films. And the moment's broken up by the arrival of the villains. Batman Returns originally had a moment where Catwoman and Penguin would break into the mansion, but they couldn't figure out how to work it with the plot. So that was safe for this, with the Riddler getting access to the cave. While this is going on, Bruce fights off the villains, and that long table from Batman finally comes in use with a double takedown. You might also notice Two-Face flips his coin 3 times throughout. A lot of people thought this was just because he was basically flipping the coin until he got the outcome he wanted, which to be fair is something I do a lot when I'm trying to decide things. Flipping it again lets me know what I really want to do though, so I just tend to go with that. However, according to the wiki, Two-Face is actually flipping the coin for the 3 in the house. The first flips for Alfred, the second flips for Chase, and the third comes up heads, which is why he shoots Bruce. Riddler then spares him because he needs to learn something, I guess?
You won't learn nothing.
Okay, I definitely have more questions about that than his jacket at the base. Riddler then puts a question mark above the signal, and it's clear that Gotham's his. However, Bruce manages to figure out the final riddle, and putting together the clues, he realizes that it's Edward. Very 66 show, in which they figured out the clue using very tenuous links.
Perhaps 1 and 8 are 18.
M-R-E. Mr. E. And another name for mystery?
Enigma.
Mr. Enigma.
It happened at sea. See? C for Catwoman.
That exploding shark was pulling my leg.
The Joker.
With this, they then travel into the cave and unveil a new batsuit. However, if you looked at the table on the bottom left, you might notice several coins. These are all duplicates of Two-Faces, and they're what Bruce uses to trick the villain in the end. The new suit then gets done with his ass coming out, and I swear it even has a thong shape. This suit also includes sonovision as well, which Nolan would later adapt in The Dark Knight. Joined by throbbing Robin with his codpiece, he's here to make a team. The Batwing then goes into the sky, and we get a bigger thumbs up than you just gave this video. This also goes past the moon, which is a callback to Batman's iconic shot. It leads into a deadly game of Battleship, with them even using the game's catchphrase.
You sunk my battleship!
We kinda get an underwater thunderball fight, and the Batwing knocked out the air. However, Batman has equipped this to be a sub, which feels like another Bond reference, namely to the Lotus and the Spy Who Loved Me. Arriving on the island, Robin then says,
"Holy rusted metal, Batman!"
This is of course a nod to the 66 show, in which Robin would constantly say stuff like this.
Holy popcorn! Holy Jack in the Box! Holy fuck!
What I love though is that he says it's because the ground is holy and made of rusted metal.
The ground, it's all metal, it's full of holes, you know?
Which is, it's funny writing, I like that. Inside, Robin easily beats Two-Face, but he can't bring himself to kill him. Thus, he doesn't take the vengeful dark path. However, this leads to him being caught. Batman's in a predicament as well, and he has to choose between Bruce and Batman. He also has to choose between Robin and Chase, and yeah, this clearly went on to influence the climax of Spider-Man.
Which one will it be, Batman? Bruce's love? Or the Dark Knight's junior partner?
This was also the first time the moniker The Dark Knight had been said in live action. Now in both this and Spider-Man, the hero manages to save both, and we get Two-Face being tricked to his death. It's poetic justice from killing the Graysons, and yeah, you fall to your death, mate. I don't feel bad. However, they had a different ending planned out initially. The novelization details this, and Robin calls him out for never using the coin on himself. He flips it, checks it, and then jumps to his death. Yay! The book is Robin saying he didn't actually want him to die, but Bruce explains it was the first real choice he'd made in a long time. Bruce then explains that he chooses to be Batman, and we get Riddler haunted by the vision of a bat. Clearly, he's been influenced by Bruce's trauma, which he now can't get out his mind. Because of this, he believes that he's Batman, which we then see at the asylum. Creating a makeshift costume, he's now doomed to his cell. In what's a repeat of the prior films, we then end with Alfred and his car. Whereas in the first film, they just had Vicky and the second had Bruce, we now have the two love interests together, which shows things are complete. Speaking of a partnership, we then end with Batman and Robin running towards the camera. This could be building off the animated intro for Batman 66, which also had the pair doing this. The cover of Detective Comics 561 also had the pair in front of the signal, which according to the wiki inspired this ending moment. And that is Batman Forever. It's a film I still have mixed feelings on, but I do think overall it's pretty solid. To me, this is kind of the right direction to take after Returns, and tonally, I think it hits a nice balance. It's not too dark to the point it'll be unfriendly to kids, but you also have a lot of adult themes. So overall, yeah, good watch, but I'd rank it third under those other two movies. Where things go from here, well, that's it guys. That's the last Batman movie in the Burton-Verse, and I'm off. Nothing to break down after this. Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host Paul, and in this video we're breaking down butt cheeks. Batman and Robin completely killed the franchise, and it's often labelled as one of the worst comic book movies of all time. Ever. When the movie was released, it got destroyed by both fans and critics, and there was a point where I genuinely thought it might be the last Batman film ever. It was that bad. Joel Schumacher actually apologised to fans on the making of, and he said he's sorry for those he disappointed. Thankfully though, we can look back and laugh, as we know we're going to be getting Batman Forever. Batman 100 years! There's been so many reboots at this point, and I feel like they all course corrected from what went down here. Kevin Feige's even quoted as calling it the most important comic book movie ever made because its failure forced Hollywood to rethink how they made these movies. These days, the film's probably my biggest guilty pleasure, and I think it's probably the funniest comic book movie ever made. Whether that's intentional or not, we'll get into it, but 2 hours of ice puns deserve some applause. So hold on to your butts, tweak the nipples on your batsuit, and get ready because we're about to break it down. With that out of the way, thank you for clicking this. Now let's get into Batman and Robin. Although Batman Forever lightened up the tone from the Burton version, Batman and Robin took things to the next step. Turning up the campiness to 11, it's more like a 90s version of Batman 66. This was seen in everything across the board from, the tone, the costumes, and of course the dialogue. This is also the first Batman film where none of the villains die, and it's pun after pun after pun after pun. Forever!
First movie, things felt much sharper and more focused. And it just felt like everything got a little softer on the second one. The first one, I felt like I was making a movie. The second one, I felt like I was making a toy commercial.
Producer Peter McGregor-Scott, he came out and said the studio really forced their hand and that they used the term toyetic throughout. He said, "I feel if you let a filmmaker just make a good movie, you'd sell toys anyway," which I think is a really good ethos to have. But you made Batman and Robin, so go to jail. However, after Batman Forever made mega bucks, the studio felt it was the right path to take. This was back in a time when sequels would typically make less, and that's something we saw with Batman Returns. However, Forever had the biggest opening weekend of all time, and thus the sequel was fast-tracked.
By the time you film these movies and got all the press once they came out, to start one up as soon as we did was really soon, I thought. And I think that, ultimately the movie suffered because I think, number one, I don't think people were ready for it. There's something about these things being away for a certain amount of time where people's interest kind of starts to percolate a little bit. I think people were still sick of seeing all the press and all the coverage and all. I mean, it's an assault when these things come out.
Now, because of the speed they were working at, they didn't really get the time to work out the kinks and had to roll right into production. Batman was so hot right now, and Warner Brothers were cashing in on the hype.
We were just getting ready to shoot A Time to Kill. And Bob Daly and Terry Selmo called me and asked me if I would do another Batman. Everybody wanted me to do another one. Now, of course, everyone wanted to be involved. It was the opposite from Batman Forever when we had to go around and convince everybody to come along with us. We were going to make a Batman movie. This was, how can we stop everybody? It was everybody and their mother wanted to have their franchise in the movie and be part of it. And it was a very, very different experience.
In the end, though, the movie underperformed massively, with it earning just $238 million off a $160 million budget. Typically, you double that for marketing, meaning that it likely lost a Bruce Wayne bank account amount. So the series was called Forever, just the movie before, and it ended up dying until it would Batman Begins Anew. Now, as we mentioned in our Batman Forever video, Joel Schumacher initially wanted to make a darker portrayal looking into Batman's psychology. This reflected the comics at the time with Ego, Long Halloween, and also Dark Victory, which are in this because it's absolutely massive. They all touched upon the fact that Batman was a tortured solo. Over time on production though, things became more lighthearted, with the crew starting to look at comics from the 60s. Schumacher was said to have just shouted at the actors at one point that it's a cartoon and to play it all up. He even told Clooney to be more lighthearted, and it ends up with this Bruce Wayne being completely forgettable in his own movie. When I saw it, it was the first time I realised that, hey, movies can actually be bad. Clooney's even refunded fans when they've talked to him about it, but Clooney, mate, how are you going to refund me? How do you refund destroying my childhood, you absolute piece of Since then though, Clooney's played into the joke and even returned for the end of The Flash. So not only did he star in the movie that killed Batman on the big screen until 2005, but he also returned in the movie that killed the DCEU. Yay! The film was of course a huge critical flop though, but while Forever did well despite the critics, Batman and Robin was a complete commercial disaster. This included a couple of records, as it was the first Batman movie that wasn't the highest grossing movie of the summer, and the first Batman movie since 1966 that didn't receive an Oscar nomination. However, the movie actually ended up being Warner Brothers' biggest earner in 1997. But still, purely because of this, they ended up shelving the live-action Batman movies for some time, so you can put away your Bat credit card. For now. Now, when breaking down these films, one of the big things we often talk about is the casting. Clooney replacing Kilmer was a big story at the time, just as it had been with Kilmer replacing Keaton. Kilmer and Schumacher had a very tough relationship on set, and the pair argued a lot during Forever. Schumacher said that he didn't want him back, and luckily Kilmer was signed on to The Saint and Island of Dr. Moreau. The first was taking a franchise made famous by Roger Moore that they thought had the potential to become the next Bond. The latter was Kilmer's chance to work with Brando, and thus he put both them above Batman. This led to George Clooney being cast, but there were other contenders in the role. This included William Baldwin, who Schumacher had worked with on Flatliners. His brother Alec had also been considered in the past, but he'd gone on to do The Shadow. I actually think both the Baldwins would have been a brilliant Bruce, and they definitely had a look of how I'd imagine him in real life. Still though, Clooney was in ER. No, not like that, mate. ER, the TV show, which was the biggest thing on television at the time. His character Doug Ross was seen as the perfect way to take Bruce, and thus history was made. Clooney was locked into a 3-picture deal, and he was very, very excited because it was his first time making movie star money. We'll talk about these potential sequels later on, but there was also going to be a Robin film as well. But it's dead. They killed it! Now, as for the movie itself, it opens with the Warner Brothers logo, which then morphs into the bat symbol. This builds off the technology they perfected over the last 3, with the logo change having humble beginnings. Burton initially said it was difficult even just darkening the background, but by this point we had full-on morphing effects. This turns into a frozen version of the symbol, which is completely iced over. This then cracks and breaks, and I'm gonna do a reach here, mate. I think this might have inspired Nolan down the line. The Dark Knight Rises starts with the symbol covered in ice, which we then see cracking. Both movies also feature Bane, and they also have these lines.
No matter. We spot Gotham 11 minutes.
Commissioner, you have 11 minutes to thaw these people.
And hey, I see what you did there, Nolan. You're a secret Batman and Robin fan. Anyway, from here we get the flying Batman logo, which is then joined by Robin's. This was actually purposely designed to look similar to Nightwing's from the 90s. That's the persona Dick Grayson would take on after leaving Bruce's side, and he name-dropped it during Batman Forever.
I need a name. Batboy, Nightwing. I don't know, what do you think?
Funnily enough, while his suit was more blue in the comics, the movie goes for a red theme, which his suit would adapt during the New 52. So this movie has had some influence, and we then see as the logos fly off as we head into the infamous suiting up scene. The suit ups had become somewhat of a staple of the series, as we saw Bruce suiting up during 1989, and then Returns, and then in Batman Forever. That last one's how the movie opened up, and they're pretty much just repeating the same beats. However, what we get more of a focus on here though, is the nipples. Oh god, not the nipples! Oh god, make it stop, make it stop! Now, the suits were designed to be anatomically correct, and they were based on Roman statues. They added nipples, which they said they never even thought was a big deal until the public clowned on it. I remember it being all the fans talked about, and as soon as you said the title Batman and Robin, someone within a minute would say nipples on the Batsuit. They did have them in Batman Forever, but here it really just took the focus because everyone hated the film and just wanted more things to dunk on. Even the Batgirl suit has them, but Schumacher made sure to make them a little bit smaller. The butt-jiggling shots and codpieces though, they look absolutely ridiculous. Clooney even requested that his codpiece was larger to show he had a bigger dick than Dick, which yeah, you're not going to ask for the script to be better? Watching it back for the video though, this opening montage, it seems to go on forever and really sets the tone for the movie. Forever! Now going back to before, and on Nightwing's suit design comments, they actually had this playing to the scene. In the original script, Batman would say, "Nice suit." And today you are, with Robin then saying, Nightwing, scourge of darkest evil. I put as much effort there into the Batman voice as Clooney did, and the two would then be going out separately and doing their own things initially. Now in the comics, Dick takes on the name after being inspired by the Kryptonian legend of Nightwing. This was a character who was scorned by his family, and he then became a crime fighter. In the comics, after Robin was shot by the Joker, Bruce ended up firing him for his own safety, which led to Dick leaving to do his own thing. He then took on this new persona and revealed his new costume in Tales of the Teen Titans 44. He then had his own miniseries in 1995, and then an ongoing series the same year, which was written by Chuck Dixon. Dixon also created Bane, and he was extremely influential on the movie, even if they dumbed down his work. Considering this movie came out in 1997 though, it makes sense they'd take elements of Nightwing's costume there. Now due to the cave and car being destroyed in Batman Forever, Bruce has also been doing things to rebuild. The cave scaled back slightly because of this, and Bruce has a brand new car. The Batmobile was once again designed by Barbara Ling, who worked on the car on Forever. It was inspired by the Jaguar D-Type in Delahaye 165 and has a similar neon design to the one that was in Forever. This was designed to further fit in with Schumacher's Gotham, which in itself was based on nighttime Tokyo. They basically went with the idea that Batman would drive a topless sports car, which had featured in the comics in Batman 164. They also looked at Legends of the Dark Knight issue 15, which had featured a single-seater car. Now as you might have guessed, as you may be able to tell, the car and suits were designed with toys in mind. This vehicle looks wise though in my opinion. It's the worst Batmobile of all time. It's the one I've never bought a model for. Look at this. I got this one, 66, shout it out. Oh, the goat. Nolan, you son of a bitch, you did it again. Snyder boys. Matt Reeves don't miss. Basically, like all of them, even the Forever car, the animated car, the one from the Dark Knight Rises, that's a camouflage one. They've done models for all these cars, Arkham Knight there, but they've never done one for this movie. I feel like if you go down to Warner Brothers and you're like, can I see the Batman and Robin Batmobile? They just escort you off the set. Get them the hell out of here. He's asking too many questions. So yeah, it's just a nightmare, and Warner Brothers clearly know it as well. Now Alfred then says,
Do try and bring this one back in one piece, sir.
This is not only a reference to the Riddler's destruction, but it also feels like a little nod to Q and James Bond. He often said, do try and bring this back in one piece, and it's nice to have a British elderly character who's also uttering this too. Dick clearly wants his own car though, and he says,
Chicks dig the car.
with this being a callback to Bruce saying the same thing to Chase Meridian.
It's the car, right? Chicks love the car.
We then get a name drop of the Man of Steel himself, as Batman says this is why Superman works alone. Now in Batman Forever, Bruce says that the circus will be halfway to Metropolis, and at the time they were setting up a shared universe. That would be tied in with Superman Lives, which Tim Burton was currently working on. Clooney would reprise the role of Batman, and Nicolas Cage would feature as Superman. This movie though, that was one of the reasons it was cancelled, and Warner Brothers pulled the rug. So the execs shut everything down at Warner Brothers, and the worst thing is, they didn't even Warner Brother. Yes, a Warner Brothers t-shirts available at the merch store below, and if you like wearing clothes that are just as bad as the YouTube videos you watch, then you need to pick it up. All helps videos like this get made, and huge thank you to everyone who's bought one. We really appreciate it, and because of your support when we're reviewing Batman and Robin, we can take it easy and just review any old shit. Either way, the entire film's the subject of the documentary The Death of Superman Lives, What Happened, which is well worth a watch, especially if you like these sort of making of videos. Anyway, though the pair never got a shared universe, both actors would feature as cameos in The Flash. Now while Dick doesn't get a car, he does get a bike, which fits in with his love for bikes from Forever. There, Bruce had convinced him to stay by showing him his collection of motorbikes. So it does make sense. Dick riding one actually dates back to Teen Titans 10 in 1967, where he debuted the Batbike and raced against the Scorcher. Barbara also has an interest in bikes, and this fits in with the 66 show where she had her own. This also tied into Batman Family issue 12, where the pair both use them. Dick's bike is a Honda VLX 600 Shadow, which, though not a massive Easter egg, is a nice pick, as Batman of course moves in the shadows. And I know he's Robin before you say anything. Now we then get our first sign that something's amiss with Alfred. The movie's so toxic, it's actually killing a character.
I'll cancel the pizza.
Cancel the movie as well, mate. Now, as we later learn, he's dying of McGregor syndrome, which is the same thing that Freeze's wife has. It was named after producer Peter McGregor Scott, and while the idea of Nora being affected by disease first appeared in Heart of Ice, it wasn't actually named. Since then, it's appeared in the Arrowverse, with Clock King and Francine West both falling ill to it. Alfred is played once more by Michael Gough, with Pat Hingle returning as Commissioner Gordon. Both are the only actors to appear in all 4 films, and it adds a nice bit of continuity. Everything just looks goofy though, including Gordon's call to the Batmobile. Austin Powers did something similar with Basil Exposition, and yeah, I just can't help but feeling it looks bad.
Batman, a new villain has commandeered the Gotham Museum.
Batman's then told that Freeze has turned the gods into ice, and we head to Gotham's Museum of Art. Gotham does look much better throughout this movie though, and they aim to make it look bigger and more bombastic. In Forever, though the design was cool, I felt they didn't quite have the tech down. However, here the CGI is much better, so it kinda highlights how the technology's improved in just 2 years. It's here that we also get our first look at the infamous Mr. Freeze, who's played by Arnold Schwarzenegger.
The Iceman cometh.
For this role, he became the highest paid actor in Hollywood, and let's say it was a punishingly cool performance. Also, while watching this, I counted up the ice puns and I got 27. However, it might be 28 or 29 depending on 2 things. I kind of feel right that Coolio is an ice pun, even if they don't say it. I feel like Coolio casting, I feel like that's an ice pun. Beyond that, we also get an exterior shot of the museum. Did you know that in architecture, the band around a building that depicts a mythological scene is also known as a frieze? Well, it is, and yeah, if they did that on purpose, I'm actually impressed.
I'm afraid that my condition has left me cold to your pleas of mercy.
Dear me. Now, before casting him, they were considering using, let's say, more esteemed actors. Heart of Ice had just won an Emmy and it was seen as one of the greatest supervillain takes ever. When I watched it, I always imagined Patrick Stewart, and he was actually in the running for the role. Alongside this was Ed Harris and Anthony Hopkins, both of which I think would have been really good too. However, Schumacher decided that Freeze needed to be a giant, and so he sought out Arnie. If Arnie hadn't agreed to the role though, his action movie rival Sylvester Stallone was going to be his second choice. This was then followed by Hulk Hogan in third place, who'd turned heel in WCW. Not sure if he's a good actor though, but moving on. If you've seen our Batman Returns breakdown though, you'll also know this isn't the first Batman film to have Arnie within it, as he appears in a photo in Max Schreck's office. Should have just left it at that. Actually, really like Arnie as well, like outside of this film, but here I want to kick his ice. Just don't tell him I said that, because he'd probably smash me like the like button. Now, the Freeze character was first introduced in Batman 121 under the name Mr. Zero. He couldn't live in places without sub-zero temperatures, which lent into his name. As mentioned though, he got a major revamp in the iconic Heart of Ice episode of Batman the Animated Series. That really fleshed out his origin, which they adapted into the film. Admittedly, Arnie's costume, it looks very cool, pun intended, and Arnie actually struck a deal to keep the suit as long as he pays Warner Brothers $1 a year. In an interview, everyone got asked what they wanted to take home from the movie, with Arnie saying the suit. Thurman said the floral throne, and Elle Macpherson said a hat with the logo on. George was then asked, and he said, "I'd take Elle Macpherson home." Shabow! You cheeky lad. But I spy a sexual harassment lawsuit there, so go to jail. I said I spy. You see? Despite taking it home though, Arnie said he found it absolutely suffocating. It took 11 people just to get him into it, and along with this, he needed hours and hours of makeup. This included painting his skin blue and having him wear ice blue contact lenses. Overall, it weighed 34 kilograms and was a nightmare to look around. The blue effect on his teeth was also achieved using an LED light, but throughout the film, the batteries leaked into his mouth. This ended up making him ill, but you made me ill watching it, so that's what you get. Now, his portrayal was so despised that he was nominated for a Razzie in 1997, but he lost out to Dennis Rodman for Double Team, which I haven't seen and I'm not gonna now. We see as he's backed up by his hockey thugs, with some of the masks looking reminiscent of the Phantasm from fan favourite Mask of the Phantasm. The mask there was based on a hockey one, which is of course what they looked at here. Batman then busts in and slides down a dinosaur tail, which it was actually this moment that made me realise I was watching a cartoon the first time I was seeing it. Like some Fred Flintstone shit, what are you doing? Batman arriving through smashing through some glass though, that's sort of become a trope in the series. series. He did this when he entered the museum in Batman, and then in Forever when he showed up at Nigma's party. Which, yeah, I'm Batman. Obviously one of the character's catchphrases, but something doesn't feel right there. Can we get another take, please? As Freeze gets the upper hand though, Dick comes in to save the day and busts through the door, somehow making a Nightwing symbol as he enters. Okay? Look, physics, they're not really something that the movie's interested in, and we even see as the Freeze gun lands and balances perfectly on a statue head. Freeze then throws up a god to knock it off, and he travels perfectly vertical before he hits the gun. So they're not interested in physics. Because of this though, there's lots of wire work going on. They also start ice skating, and it's lit like Batman on ice.
Yes, kill him! Kill him! Yes!
Do I have to break down this movie?
Yes!
Now obviously, the henchmen here form a hockey team, and they even bat away the diamond like it's a puck.
It's the hockey team from hell!
Dick also pole vaults at one point, which plays into his skills as an acrobat. Hilariously, he and Arnie were actually never on set at the same time. O'Donnell said he never shot a scene with the actor, and that in the majority of cases, their doubles were used instead. Arnie had it worked into his contract that he wouldn't work for more than 12 hours a day, so when you have the suit fitting included in that, it obviously eats up the time. So most cases, when his face isn't being shown, Arnie isn't the one in the costume. Speaking of costumes, Bruce and Dick also have ice skates built into their boots, which seems overly convenient, but I suppose Batman's known for always being prepared.
What killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age!
We then see the Freeze truck, which takes inspiration from the one used in the animated series. I always thought it should have been an ice cream van, but thankfully they at least took one aspect of the movie seriously. You can see its license plate is a Zero, which of course plays into the Sub-Zero nature of the character. It has the addition of an escape pod, which reminds me a lot of a Scud missile launcher. According to IMDb trivia, Clooney is limping along during these scenes because he hurt his leg playing basketball, and they actually had to cut part of his boot to fit a cast in. Freeze's plan is to have the rocket ascend to a certain height, and then it's going to plummet and crash into Gotham, which will destroy everything, including him, I'm assuming. So Batman and Robin blow it up, and Silver Surfer their way out of there. I imagine they chose these surfboards for the pair, as sky surfing was really popular in the 90s after being featured in the X Games. I'm pretty sure Tommy does it at the start of the Power Rangers movie, but I really don't want to go back to that and watch it because I have fond memories of it, and I know if I watch it and it's bad, it'll just destroy everything. And I've heard it's terrible as well. Now down in the frozen furnace, Robin's left out in the cold, and Batman chooses to save him instead of getting Freeze.
Can you be cold, Batman?
Batman was in a similar situation during Heart of Ice, and he chose to save a frozen henchman instead of putting Freeze in the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler.
In a DIY hot tub, Robin's thawed out, which it looks terrible, mate, like that goofy frozen Robin model. Dear me. Either way, Freeze has gotten away with a diamond, and this plays into his maniacal plan. It not only powers his suit, but it's also used to build a giant freeze engine to use at the observatory. This is loosely based off Heart of Ice as well, in which the villain built a giant freeze gun. We then cut to Brazil to see a stop-motion lizard on a tree. No idea why that's there, but yeah, it's a movie, I guess. Anyway, it's at this location we meet Pamela Isley. Isley. Was that an intentional pun? Added to the scoreboard. Also, I hit a point with this breakdown where I just drank and did some parts of the script. Someone tweeted me saying, why haven't you broken down Yellow Jackets, Severance, or The White Lotus? It's because we're doing Batman and Robin, mate, while drinking. It's important. Hope this makes sense. Hope I don't remember it, even if my buddy does. Anyway, at this location, we meet Poison Ivy. Inside the lab, we see a snake having venom extracted from its teeth, which then leads up to a plant. Ivy wants to create an animal-plant crossbreed, and this will be something that can stand up to humanity. It turns out this was all part of Wayne Enterprises, which continues the trend that was set up in Forever. There, Edward was a disgruntled Wayne employee who had a big makeover and then became a villain. Now, Uma Thurman was chosen for the role after Joel Schumacher saw her come out of her shell in The Adventures of Baron Munchausen. He said that she was the most beautiful woman in the world and that they needed someone like that who could also act. Because you're going to be doing a lot of acting in this. It's very high esteemed production. Now, while Clooney hates his movie, Uma Thurman doesn't mind it at all. She felt she got to be creative and clearly understands this is meant to be campy fun. Julia Roberts, Sharon Stone and Demi Moore were also in the running, but ultimately they lost to her. And I think they made the right choice because though the movie's terrible, she's entertaining to watch, I'll say. Ivy though, she first appeared in Batman 181 with them giving some clear nods to it. She rolled up at a museum and put the men under a spell, which is sort of what they do at the fundraiser. However, her story here is much more like Secret Origin 36 by Neil Gaiman. There she worked for Dr. Woodrow as a botanist before being injected with poison which gave her powers. Woodrow in the comics later became known as the Floronic Man, and here he's played by John Glover. Glover's had a pretty big history with DC, and I think he might be the actor that's played the most amount of DC characters. Glover played Riddler in the animated series, and then he did this, and then he went on to play Lionel Luthor in Smallville before playing Sivana's father in Shazam. So lots under his belt. Again, I think he's the most, but if he's not, leave a comment below. Pamela isn't allowed in the Project Gilgamesh wing, which is where we learn Woodrow's aiming to turn prisoners into super soldiers.
My super soldier serum!
Is he allowed to say that? Legally?
This is lifted from the comics, namely where Bane was experimented on in Puente Duro. That's pretty much where the similarities end though, and in the movie he's a serial killer. In the comics, Bane first appeared in Batman Vengeance of Bane issue 1. Created by Chuck Dixon, Doug Moench and Graham Nolan, he would best Batman both mentally and physically. Bane was the son of a revolutionary, and he ended up serving his father's prison sentence as a child. Brought up in a brutal prison, he ended up becoming hard as nails. As we see, the doctors trying to weaponize Venom and sell it to the highest bidder. Venom was first introduced in Batman Venom, where we learned it was a steroid with adverse side effects. Bruce took it after failing to save a young girl's life, but over time he became addicted. Thus he went cold turkey, and it would be years before it returned in Bane. So yeah, it's a very powerful drug, and here you have a council made up of stereotypical international villains who all wish to get their hands on it. It's funny, as just like the super soldier serum in Captain America, a skinny dude turns into a muscle-bound person, and that's pretty much what happens here. Feige, you hack! Jack Kirby and Joe Simon, you hacks! Big fans of Batman and Robin in the war, you were. Now, the bulkier version of Bane's played by Jeep Swenson, who'd worked as a stuntman on Batman Returns. He also had previously played Jason Voorhees, and at the time was wrestling in WCW. At the time, he held the record for the world's biggest biceps, but unfortunately his life was cut short. Swenson died of heart failure at 40, not long after the premiere of the movie. So it's sad knowing that, but his portrayal, you know, the character appears just like the comics, minus the green skin, but here he's a dumb henchman who simply just does Ivy's bidding. They completely tone down his intelligence, and it feels like a big betrayal of the comics. Like, honestly, you probably could have got Glover to play Freeze, and then Arnie to play Bane, and actually have done quite a serious take. But alas, it turns out the funding's being cut from Wayne Enterprises, who didn't appreciate the idea of military applications. The Doctor also tries it on with Ivy, and ends up attempting to kill her when she rejects him. It feels like a play on the Shrek and Catwoman scene from Batman Returns, but obviously the tone's a lot different. This scene, I feel, perfectly encompasses what Schumacher was going for, as Glover and Thurman clearly got the assignment of making it a light-hearted scene, and I loved his evil mad scientist take on the character. Like I said, light-hearted, he's killing this woman, but it's light-hearted.
You know, for kids.
We then cut to the Batcave from the poisonous venom broth, and it is funny because it's like a transition of that to Dick's feet being heated up. It's a great transition, yeah, but it wouldn't be the best one that year, and that award goes to The Lost World, where we get a screaming mother who then transitions to a yawning Jeff Goldblum. Now, it's in this we get a video showcasing the accident that created Freeze. Here we get to see his wife Nora, who's played by Vendela Kursbaum. George Clooney actually dated her at the time, and she'd also been in a relationship with John Peters, who produced Batman in '89. In order to explain his size, I love how they throw in a line that Freeze was an Olympic decathlete. Though the name Victor Freeze was created for Heart of Ice, it ended up becoming canon in Batman 525. And the Bat computer here has a similar look to Batman Forever, but the Bat symbol's far, far bigger. I think mentally, you can kind of explain it as just being fixed up after the Riddler's attack. Bruce explains how Freeze's wife Nora was dying, which resulted in Victor putting her in cryogenic sleep until he found a cure. However, he ended up falling into the vat and can now only survive in the cold. I like how this origin of falling into a vat that can kill you was also done with the Joker at Axis Chemicals in '89. Pamela is also covered in chemicals as well, so it kind of builds off these staples of the franchise. Hell, even Two-Face was changed after being splashed by chemicals.
Harvey, no.
Now, I'm not sure how Bruce found out all this information so easily, as in Forever, he couldn't even work out a former employee that he met was the Riddler until later on. Bruce then explains that he needs the diamonds to keep his body below freezing, and I'm no scientist, I have to say, but to me, this makes no sense on the surface. However, looking into it, diamonds can enhance the effects of lasers, and lasers can be used to cool atoms in labs. So there is some semblance of science behind it, but it's still pretty odd all the same. Bruce says he wants the ice as well, which is referring to the slang name for a diamond, so at least they kept the ice puns going. We then see Alfred walk off when Nora's illness is mentioned, foreshadowing the reveal he has it too. Bruce and Dick then argue, which speaks to the comics we mentioned earlier when the pair constantly bickered back and forth. Bruce didn't even thank him for saving his life, and yeah, it just plays nicely off how their relationship's often portrayed. Alfred also brings up the family, which alludes to the Bat family in the comics, which is the name often given to his allies. He's of course thinking of legacy, as he knows he won't be around for very long. We then get a tender scene between him and Bruce, and I really wish we'd had this all expanded on. There are moments like this that really show they had the ability to tell a proper story, and even just the little flash of Alfred helping up a young Bruce, it just works so well. I don't really feel like Clooney sells any of the emotion at all though, which is weird because like the guy's a great actor and his body of work shows he can do it. While we've kind of bashed him to death though, you know, Bruce in this movie, he is just kind of a cardboard cutout with no gravitas or weight to him whatsoever, and it does kind of hold him back, I think. Now we then cut to Woodrow and see his Pamela Isley's reborn. It did remind me of the Lazarus pits from the comics that Ra's al Ghul uses, and there's lots of primordial ooze imagery, which is clearly meant to demonstrate she's evolved beyond being human. She rises out of it, and it looks similar to the scene in Baron Munchausen, which we mentioned earlier helped with her casting.
Help! I am Mother Nature.
I don't know why throughout the movie she's doing like a voice from the 1930s, but she is. That's a choice she's made.
Get a load of me, doll. Keep your hands to yourself, mister. I always
like and subscribe,
good sir.
It's that sort of thing, and here we are. She's become hot though now, which was kind of a big thing in the 90s, where the nerd takes off her glasses, and then it turns out she's been beautiful all along.
Guys, she's got glasses and a ponytail.
Think she's all that despite coming out 2 years later, but it was definitely a trend back then. Ivy's now a femme fatale though, and her poisonous kiss is established. This comes from the comics, where she used it to threaten to kill the Wayne board in Batman 339. She also uses a wig disguise in this issue like she does later on in the movie. From here we cut to Freeze at Snowy Cone's ice cream factory. Victor's goons are forced to sing I'm Mr. White Christmas from the air without a Santa Claus as Victor conducts them as they eat frozen dinners.
Louder, come on, sing!
The dressing gown and polar bear slippers are also a bit weird, and Freeze has the cigar. The movie's composer Elliot Goldenthal explained how John Bon Jovi would often visit the set and give Arnie his cigars. He was of course known for smoking them, but yeah, a Cole character smoking doesn't make much sense. To offset this though, and make sure it made sense, the cigars were painted white so he could have them on the set.
Broken item. Fixed.
Jesse Ventura would also visit the set as well, and he'd even cameo as a guard in the scene at Arkham. Nowadays though, we don't get smoking, we just get the cheeky vape hits in Conclave. It's utter woke nonsense. Both Arnie and Ventura, of course, starred in Predator and The Running Man, and both even became US governors. Funnily enough, the other guard in Arkham is played by Ralph Moella, who would go on to play Arnie's breakout character Conan in the Conan TV show. Now we also meet Vivica A. Fox as Victor's love interest, and she's playing the character Misbehaving.
What kind of stupid name is that?
No idea why he's got a side dish like this when he's also trying to save his wife, who's currently in the back in cryo sleep. You naughty boy, Victor. Fox would also later star with Thurman in Kill Bill, and during part 2 Bill did a big speech about DC characters. We did a breakdown of that on the channel, which you can check out now. Definitely go check it out, and yeah, it's better than this movie, to be fair. The franchise has had these sort of characters in the past though, and I see her as being like a spiritual successor to Sugar and Spice from Batman Forever. We also meet Frosty, who was actually a henchman of Freeze in the Batman 66 show. Here he's with the hockey team and visibly older than them, which makes me think he might have been their coach before they set out on a life of crime. From here we then go into the back to see Nora, who's in a tube of blue liquid. This is very similar to when Freeze walked up to her in the Deep Freeze episode of Batman the Animated Series. We then go to Wayne Manor, which returns from Batman Forever. There the exterior shots were filmed at Glen Cove, New York, with that location returning. Now it's here that we get our first look at Batgirl, played by Alicia Silverstone. Here she's been written to be Barbara Wilson and is a relative of Alfred. In the comics, he did have a niece named Daphne who debuted in Batman 216, but she only appeared in 2 issues. In the comics, she's typically Barbara Gordon, and in fact Commissioner Gordon's daughter. She first appeared in Batman 359 and has since been on a very tumultuous journey. Barbara notably got shot by the Joker and was paralyzed before taking up the mantle of Oracle. New 52 then retconned retconned this and had her recover and get back into the costume. Moira Kelly, Myra Kirshner, Brittany Murphy, Christina Ricci, Nev Campbell, Natalie Portman, Eliza Dushku, and Sarah Michelle Gellar, they were all in the running, and it was even offered to Wonder Years star Olivia Dabo. However, she was rejected by Schumacher due to her age. Now Barbara here is on a break from Oxbridge Academy, which is a combination of Oxford and Cambridge. Despite this, she has no English accent and is studying computer science. This is used later when Batman needs a computer genius, and it also fits in with her Oracle persona that was in the comics at the time. Wearing a school uniform, she's ogled by Dick, who's like, "You're like 30 years old, mate.
I'm getting the word nonce.
Hey Batman, got another criminal for you to take down." This is obviously setting up the groundwork for Dick and Barbara having an off and on again relationship, which is also part of the comics. They first kissed in 1975's Batman Family 1, and to this day are still going strong. If only Marvel's Spider-Man team could take a cue from that with Peter and MJ.
It's about Paul, right?
Anyway, moving on, it's pretty widely known that Silverstone had a rough time on set. Though her fellow actors were kind, she was lambasted by the crew for putting on weight during filming. Alongside this, while the movie was getting put into all the marketing spheres, she was getting fat-shamed by the media. Schumacher stood up for her and publicly came out in her defense and said, "It's not a big sin eating pizza, and everyone's gained a couple of pounds, at some point when you're a teenager." He's quoted as saying, "With so many people suffering from anorexia and bulimia, why are you crucifying this girl?" Unfortunately, being fat-shamed on set, it led to her falling out with a love of acting. A lot of scenes had to be cut due to wardrobe having to change her costume, and storyboard editor Timothy Burgard, he drew a picture of her struggling to fit in the Batgirl suit after witnessing it.
Shoot that guy.
The media response was also brought to prominence in a TikTok that Alicia debuted in 2021. So quite bad, but it wasn't all doom and gloom, and upon getting the role, Yvonne Craig, aka the 60s Batgirl, she sent her a letter wishing her good luck in the role. Now in the movie, she's allowed to stay at the mansion with Bruce saying that. We do get some really weird edits though.
After all, she's family.
So who talks first? You talk first? I talk first?
That night, we join Alfred searching for his brother, which is where Barbara joins him. The computer here was actually the prototype for the 20th anniversary Apple Macintosh, with the company letting them use it for the movie. However, as we later see, this has a disc tray which wasn't included in the final release. Big yellow arrow pointing to Alfred there, and thus the first YouTube thumbnail was born. And I did consider using it, but I thought it was too niche, but yeah, they did it. Alfred, you invented it for British people in the world! Now, Alfred Pennyworth was first mentioned in Batman 216. His mention here was actually a setup by writer Akiva Goldsman, who was planning to replace Alfred in all the sequels after this. Michael Gough was obviously getting a lot older, and it was time for him to Michael go. No, I'll stop there, and he was of course retiring, and it's sort of like how John Cleese took over from Desmond Llewellyn during Pierce Brosnan's run in the Bond franchise. I also looked at Detective Comics 373 for the inspiration for his illness. However, there it was mainstay and Harriet instead of being Alfred. In order to cure her, they had to use pieces of Mr. Freeze's gun which helped to perform cryosurgery. So they're sort of taking from that, and Barbara kisses him goodnight, but we then see her sneak out to an illegal motorbike race. Here she has a personalized painted helmet, which is similar to Dick and Batman Forever. Alicia was actually taught to ride a motorbike on set by a stuntman, and Yvonne Craig said she thinks she was hired in the 60s as she could ride a motorbike. So definitely plays into the character, and from here we cut to Gotham the next day and see Ivy being driven through the streets. Got a lot of Batman 89 vibes from this set here, and it's nice to see they used an actual street for once in the movie. On the radio, we can also hear Gossip Gertie with Elizabeth Sanders returning for the role. She initially cameoed in Batman Returns before playing Gertie in Batman Forever. Sanders was the wife of Batman co-creator Bob Kane, and she appears in person at the observatory. That's when Ivy arrives, but here we see Bane taking tips from the Thing. He's got a hat and trench coat, and yeah, great disguise, mate, no one's gonna notice. It's also possible, though, that this is a nod to Ivy's chauffeur Ivy, who first appeared in Batman 344. As for the observatory, that first appeared in Batman 22, and it also had a plot attached to it where lasers were used, which resulted in the origin of the character Nocturna. So that has precedence as well, and here we also meet Bruce's love interest, Julie Madison. She's a big mainstay in the comics, and throughout several of them has been Bruce's first love. Debuting in Batman 31, at one point the pair were even engaged. Here, they've not gone that far, but the question's definitely on people's lips.
Marriage? Marriage.
Now these reporters are from GNN, which is Schumacher playing on CNN, obviously. Michael Paul Chan, though, he plays one of the scientists, and he also appeared in Batman Forever as a Wayne Enterprise executive. The credits list him as Observatory Associate, but Bruce refers to him as Mr. Lee. But just forget about it, mate. There's no continuity in any of these movies. None of it makes sense. Pam Leather makes her appearance and explains she worked for Bruce on an arboreal preservation project. Arboreal. This is for the protection of trees and the habitats they create for the animals and insects around them. Arboreal. Arboreal. Anyway, Ivy's here to present a plan to Wayne Enterprises to stop things that toxify the environment, and I love how this is actually written on recycled paper. Very good detail that. Reading it, it seems she aims to preserve the rainforest, and she refers to it as the oxygenator of our planet. The forest is often referred to as the lungs of the planet, and trees of course create oxygen. Ivy is seen as a nut though, which in all fairness, saying millions of people dying is acceptable. It is pretty wild, but the topic of eco-preservation was very big in the 90s. Cartoons like Captain Planet, Fern Gully, and huge recycling pushes led to the environment being at the front of people's minds. However, Bruce Wayne possibly couldn't devote a single minute to inventing the Tesla or reducing carbon emissions because he has to beat up criminals. Even the citizens of Gotham, they just see Batman as protecting them from everything, and yeah, just another weird scene, mate.
The same plants and flowers that saw you crawl from the primordial soup will reclaim this planet, and there will be no one to protect you.
You must be new in town. In Gotham City, Batman and Robin protect us.
Like, yeah, I don't know how useful Batman and Robin are in most situations, unless it's punching someone in the face or stopping a giant laser, but moving on. Now he then hands over a rainforest fundraiser invitation. It speaks to how the big corporations are the ones causing the most harm, yet they offset their guilt by pretending to care. Like even the face there, that looks like a world crying as it burns. Cutting to freeze, we then see him turn Frosty into Frozen. Whew, sorry for that one. He's watching back his marriage tapes, and I love the quote-unquote dead wife in movies always having their own montage looking like Emma Roberts in that one video. Taking the bait, we then see as he heads to Gotham's Botanical Gardens. This later featured in the Arkham games, and in the top right around the building we can see the back of a gargoyle. Reminded me a lot of the design of the one they use in the games, and it did make me wonder if they got it from here. On the left we can also see an advert for Nemo Gum, BAE, and one for Gotham Rapid. I looked high and low for something on these, I couldn't find anything, but if you know, please drop it below. Anyway, this is a charity event with Batman and Robin in attendance. This is very 66 show, as there they were seen as being celebrities along with being crime fighters. Here they're going to help present the Heart of Isis necklace, which may have been a play on Heart of Ice. Poison Ivy enters, which is almost identical to her debut issue in Batman 181. There she popped up at a pop art show, whereas here it's at a charity gala. She's also described as a giant gorilla, and she dances seductively before taking off her costume. This is actually a reference to Blonde Venus, namely the song Hot Voodoo. That has Marlene Dietrich performing as a gorilla before stripping off the costume to reveal herself under it. The song in the background is also the song Poison Ivy, which was created by the Coasters in 1959. The costume here is also very similar to that first appearance in the comics. When crafting the film, they wanted to look at the seasons when putting together her outfits. So she goes from spring when she first emerges, to summer, and then autumn towards the end of the film. The movie of course also ends with Gotham being frozen, and it's a nice way to tie into the winter theme as we see her wilting away. We then see she puts a dynamic duo under the spell of her pheromones, which she's used to great effect in the comics. Though it was released after this, she even controlled Superman and Batman Hush. She talks about how her garden needs seeing to, and I admire the restraint that they didn't drop a Bush joke here.
My garden needs tending.
Gordon also just hands over the necklace.
I'll take it from here, pal.
Wouldn't you like the earrings too?
Worst police force in the world, mate. As the bidding starts, you can also spot Senator Patrick Leahy. He's appeared a number of times in different Batman movies and is known as a Batman superfan. Anyway, from here, we get the infamous Batman credit card by Goth Card, which is of course a play on MasterCard, and it says good through forever, which is a nod to the previous film. I actually found something that said they toyed with calling this movie Batman Forever, with the 4 being the number 4. However, they realised it would just get confusing, so stuck with this instead. It is stupid though, the card's stupid, and you even hear a ka-ching noise as he pulls it out.
Belt $6 million.
7 million. Never leave the cave without it.
That's a nod to the American Express campaign, which says,
"Don't leave home without it."
Now, Bruce has used back credit cards in the past, but these were to gain access to the Batcave. Detective Comics 511 had one that looked like a regular card on the surface, but allowed Bruce to access the cave back and forth. The bidding then goes off, and it's way more than our membership, which is just 99 cents a month for at least one early breakdown a week. The festivities are then interrupted by Freeze as he takes the bait and storms the party in a way that would bring tears to your eyes.
All right, everyone, chill.
Defying the laws of physics, he then holds up a vine and jumps across the room, but like, you didn't need that vine at all, mate, to do that. Yeah. We then see as Ivy tries to use her pheromones, but they don't work on Freeze as they make men's blood run hot and he's cold-hearted. That's science! A nice little touch with the VFX though is that you can see the pheromones turn blue around him, which shows us visually that they don't work. Freeze then steals a diamond, and using this he can conduct his plan, which surely if this was a trap, yeah, Batman would have put more things in place at the actual gardens. Like, I don't know, like maybe turn up the thermostat or something? I thought no one was able to beat you with prep time, mate. Like Batman, he's beaten up every member of the Justice League doing that. I said Justice League. Justice! Kill me! Now, because Freeze is hard to get, Ivy's instantly attracted and she sees him as being a god. She picks up a snow globe of the city, and this foreshadows it being frozen later on. Symbolism is great. Anyway, we then get what's visually a cool chase through the metropolis. I love the 1930s style of the cars while they drive on roads held up by colossal statues. It's unique and just gives a lot of style to the city. Bruce also disables Robin's bike, which plays into the themes of how he's holding him back. The bike is called a Redbird, and this vehicle was first introduced in Detective Comics 668. This was driven by Tim Drake during his time as Robin, though there it was a car rather than a bike. Now we then get this moment. Here the bad guys crash into Gotham Water and Power, and the Batmobile gets iced up. The fight then ends with Batman leaping out the Batmobile and then diving forward, which kind of reminds me of the Arkham games when you're gliding and then dive towards a locked on criminal. They stole it from this. Anyway, that's a fight over, and yeah, just such a weird way to end it. Like, I'd love to have seen what happened off camera and then him setting up his cape to drape it all over him and then pull it back. At the cave though, we get what's a pretty solid scene between Dick and Bruce. Dick worked as part of a family, and all the Flying Graysons had to trust each other. They had to work together in order to make jumps, whereas Bruce has been brought up as a single child orphan. So he's not used to working together, and it nicely speaks to the divides. We then get another scene with Alfred and Bruce, in which the former talks about how he created Batman as a way to create order. In doing this, he'd be able to control death and spare others from the same fate that he had. During this, we get a flash of him placing roses at his parents' grave, and Bruce wants to save Alfred from his death, which kind of builds into how he'll do whatever he can to stop the disease. Again, there are strokes of greatness in here, but they just messed it up. Dick then catches Barbara taking his bike in the same garage that featured him forever. She easily flips him over, and it kind of speaks to how she knows karate. She beat up Robin first go, mate. Get her on the team. Anyway, from here we jump over to Arkham Asylum. Heavily influenced with a gothic horror vibe, I feel like Rocksteady definitely looked at this when making the games. The name Arkham itself is pulled from H.P. Lovecraft, with it being what he called one of his fictional cities. Freeze is brought in via Massive Freezer from Gotham Electric, and it feels reminiscent of Hannibal Lecter's hospital bed.
Allow me to break the ice.
Though he beats Jesse Ventura and the other god with ease, we see due to Oni's incredible acting here that he can't live outside the cold zone. So he's gonna need some help. Ivy, and I kid you not, yeah, I was so used to writing ice in the script that I wrote icy there instead of Ivy, so we're leaving it in. But she heads to the Turkish baths, and we meet sort of the evolution of the Neon Gang from last time.
Hello, my little pretty.
Though you might not recognize him, the leader is played by Doug Hutchison, who's also known for the X-Files and the Green Mile. They're no match for Bane though, and his special Reebok pump button. Don't you know, pump it up, you got to pump it up. And we get the goofiest whistle sound effect ever. Ivy ends up redecorating, and she plants her flowers, which grow instantly with some very ropey CGI. She then sends Bane for Mr. Freeze.
Honey, clean up this mess. We've got company coming.
Like, this guy, he was a genius in the comics. While this is going on, we then see as Bruce gets some awkward questions from Julie about his life. This was actually the only film where Bruce's love interest didn't discover who he was. Originally though, they had far more scenes with the character, but unfortunately these got edited out to fit that 2-hour runtime. We were going to have a scene where Bruce was under the influence of Ivy and he'd then ask her out in front of Julie. She'd break up with him, and back at the mansion Bruce would be horrified. He'd tell Alfred he had no idea why he did it and that he was just fixated on Ivy. So they did the old, you know the one, the old reverse engineer trick where they got a photo of her and then reverse engineered it and it matched with an old Wayne Enterprise employee. This is when Bruce would learn that she worked at the botanical labs, and then he'd put 2 and 2 together. He'd then try and work things out with Julie, but this would have had a horrifying end. Ivy would eventually stab the character to death, but this was considered way too dark for this movie. Thus they left it out, and Schumacher planned to have her return for the sequel. Here though, he's basically being told to propose or break up with her, which our editor Matt described as shit or get off the pot. We do get the feeling though that Ivy's pheromones are working as she appears to him throughout the scene.
Who's Ivy?
What?
You just called me Ivy. Who's Ivy?
I wish I knew.
Yeah guys, if you're with your girlfriend, don't say any of this. Also, just keep ignoring it if she keeps saying Paul from Heavy Spoilers in bed, and make sure you just smash her like you smashed the like button. Shabow! On top of this, Dick is also asking who she is, and we see as he reads the Gotham Globe. This first appeared in All-Star Comics 43, and it's been a mainstay in the source material. Funnily enough, the article about fearing Gotham of a crime wave is just about a penny sales tax, which doesn't have anything to do with anything in the headline. It's just like Batman Forever, where the news articles never matched up with the stories. Anyway, he's distracted by seeing Babs steal his bike again. She's heading to the race, and we pan down to see some graffiti that looks like a merge of a bird and a bat, which may symbolize Batman and Robin. Or it may be a reach! Now here we see some people dressed up like the Droogs from Clockwork Orange, as well as some dandies to the right of them, which may be a reference to the other Kubrick classic, Barry Lyndon. It's at this point we meet Coolio, who was famous at the time for his song Gangsta's Paradise. Ice, you see? Yeah, it was, come on now, that was good. Now he actually signed on to the movie under the condition he'd play a villain in the next one. This was rumored to have been Scarecrow, which would have been mental.
I am so stupid. Grow up.
In that film, Bruce would get gassed by his toxin, and then he'd hallucinate all the villains in the franchise. The movie, of course, never got off the ground though, but they reused the idea at the end of Arkham Knight. Sadly for Coolio, he'd have his plans neutered for a comic book movie a second time with Daredevil. He was supposed to have a much bigger role, which can be seen in the director's cut of the film. He even had a trading card for the movie despite not being in the theatrical cut. MT has done a great breakdown of that though, so if you want to learn more about that movie, or if you've seen it, you know what it's talking about, but yeah, breakdown on the channel now. Now as they race through the buildings, you can spot a couple of notable things. At the hour 4 minute mark, you can spot a painting of Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. Right after this, they also head towards a wall with art that was designed to look like the Joker. A biker then crashes into this, and we pull out to see that they're riding in an aqueduct. This is the one in LA, which is featured in movies like Grease and Terminator 2. Dick ends up saving Barbara's life, and it's akin to how the Flying Graysons used to catch each other. Back at the mansion, she discusses how she took up racing, which was a distraction from the death of her parents. This is something Dick and Bruce can also relate to, as in their grief, they became people who took to the night. We learn that she's saving up money and plans to take Alfred away from his life of servitude. She thinks the whole master and servant role thing is ridiculous, which yeah, it kind of is when you think about it. Like Alfred, he's nearly 90 or whatever, and he's been made to answer the front door and make costumes for his nutcase master who dresses up as a bat. Anyway, it's in this she reveals he's sick, which is a secret that's been kept from Dick.
But I'm not a rapper.
Bruce has been aware the whole time though, and yeah, keep cleaning the household, man. You're not retired yet. We then see Freeze make an ice sculpture of Nora. He then places her on a clock, and it's akin to what he had in the Heart of Ice episode. Luckily for him though, Ivy's there to break him out, and she uses her kiss of death on the gods. We then cut to the criminal property locker, which is where Freeze's suit's held. Along with this, we have costumes for Two-Face and also the Riddler. On the right at the top, you can also spot the bat bombs that the character used to destroy the Batcave. Delivering this to Freeze.
A laundry service that delivers. Wow.
They then break out of Arkham.
Always winterize your pipes.
Back at the mansion, Bruce then asks Alfred if he's well. "Sorry, old man, yeah, but your standards have been slipping, and we're gonna have to let you go." Contrary to what his niece thinks though, he's been happy the whole time and enjoys looking after the heroes. It's an extremely touching scene that explains exactly why Bruce grew up to be the man that he is. Had he had a different father figure, he could have become a rich spoiled brat. However, being raised by someone who sacrificed their life to help another, it's made Bruce also take on those values. In the end, Alfred's only regret is that he couldn't be out there with him in the night.
Well, not all heroes wear masks.
Which I think is a great line that sums up Alfred. However, the touching moment's interrupted as Dick announces Freeze has been freed from Arkham. Cutting to his hideout, I think it's nice how in the establishing shot we just have the Batmobile parked up alongside the other cars. No idea how it's not totaled after being frozen midair and then plummeting thousands of feet, but moving on. Here we see the police have seized Freeze's belongings and Gordon breaks out the file on Ivy. It's just ridiculous, just absolutely kills me that, and yeah, best movie ever made. That and the video footage though, that did remind me of the Batman 1966 movie where the villains team up on the closed circuit TV. The pair then realize that Ivy's made their feud worse.
Well, I'm totally over, all right? Positively.
Me too, definitely. Great stems, though.
Buds, too.
Yeah, those are nice.
Hidden behind a play on the Batcave entrance, we see Nora's vaults behind some frozen pizza boxes. In another bit of Apple product placement, we can also see Nora's chambers run on a Mac. Now when they're discussing McGregor's syndrome, we learn freezing can reverse it slightly and watches Ivy and Freeze are hidden below watching them. Shoutouts to our editor Matt, who also noticed on the screen that they have the element Krypton. Ivy entices them to go into the basement, which is where Batman fights Bane. Only a few years earlier, Bane broke Batman's bat during the now legendary Nightfall arc, and I can't imagine reading the comics, seeing Bane break Batman's back, hearing he was in the next movie, getting excited, and then seeing this.
The Bane character in the comic book, he is the master villain that is responsible for breaking Bruce Wayne's back, or breaking Batman's back, crippling Bruce Wayne for life.
My writers and my other editors created Bane as a guy who was very smart. He was raised in a prison, so he was just as disadvantaged as possible to be. Educated himself, figured out a way to break out, and we played him as like having a huge native intelligence. He was more than muscle. I mean, he was Batman's equal.
Which, well done guys, nailed it! Ivy is up to a dosage though, and it turns the boy blunder into a turbo simp. Bruce then asks,
"Why are all the gorgeous ones homicidal maniacs?"
Which is possibly referencing Catwoman from Batman Returns, who's rather similar to Ivy. Both are almost killed by their boss, wear glasses, and undergo a hottening. Here Bruce doesn't fall for her charms though. We then get my favourite line of the movie.
That's why every Poison Ivy action figure comes complete with him!
This was wrong though, mate, as her figure came with Robin in a 2-pack in real life, which were your shoe hacker. Up top, Freeze has started to freeze the police though, and Gordon gets to finally do something as he pulls a lever to disable this. We then get a wide shot of the area, and it just looks ridiculous. It's like a 90s Winter Wonderland type ride, and not a Hollywood movie set. Like, you can even see the icicles moving like rubber at the 1:18 mark. Hit with another dose of pheromones, Robin finally turns on Bruce. Batman then knocks Robin into a vat of ice cream, which again is similar to the Joker falling into a vat of chemicals. This allows Ivy and Bane to escape though, in what I think might be the worst movie line of all time.
Exit, Bane.
Robin then heads out solo, just like he did in the comics, and Ivy turns off Nora's life support to get rid of the competition. Blaming Batman for killing her, we get one of the best parts of the movie. Freeze sheds a tear, and we watch as it rolls down his face before freezing and cracking. Poison Ivy has pushed him to the point he'll now wipe out humanity, leaving just them and the plants and the animals. We then see him pick up a snow globe, which has the base of a figure holding it up. This alludes to the Greek myth of the Titan Atlas, who was forced to hold up the planet on his back after the Titans lost their war against the Olympian gods. Now, it's something that's been laced throughout the franchise, and you could spot it in the back of the mayor's press conference during Batman Returns. Atlas was also seen multiple times in Batman Forever, particularly at the 12-minute mark as we went to Wayne Enterprises. In both breakdowns, we've said we think it shows how Batman and the Waynes have been keeping Gotham held up despite the endless wave of doom that befalls them. Now, I really love how when Freeze holds up the globe at first, we can see the city's okay. We then cut to Ivy and her her weird plant lizard thing before cutting back to a shot of Freeze. You might notice that the snow globe's now frozen, which is such a neat little touch. Now I love how Freeze has just lost his wife and he's like,
I think I miss my wife.
Which then makes him go to,
oh no! Anyway.
And he's just smiling as Ivy reveals her plan. Schumacher said he was like the Terminator meets the refrigerator, but the only thing cold here is Arnie's acting, while Uma Thurman is delivering a masterclass in camp.
Adam and evil.
Then again, I'd be grinning if I was about to be the only dude on the planet with Uma Thurman. Shabow! A huge shout out to our partners at Arrow Video who sell a ton of 4K Blu-rays on some really classic titles. They've got movies like The Great Escape, Silence of the Lambs, Candyman, RoboCop, and a lot more. For 10% off, click my link in the description and use the code Heavy Spoilers. That's 10% off in my link in the description with the code Heavy Spoilers. You deserve it, mate. Treat yourself. We then cut to Wayne Manor and have a doctor saying Alfred's not got much time left. He's at stage 1, though we learned earlier there was in fact a cure for that. I love how Bruce is just standing in the doorway to the cave in a tuxedo and wearing the most 90s comic book trench coat I've ever seen. Don't want to draw attention to yourself over there, mate, do you? Wearing a tuxedo and a big trench coat. You don't want the doctor to look over and be like, what's that man doing standing in that strange looking corridor? Where are you off to dress like that, eh? Well, it turns out he's off to the dedication ball, but just his delivery is like...
Alright, I'm late for the dedication, then
Oh no! Anyway, last week...
Tempers flare though, and the dynamic duo beef escalates. Dick wants green fingers, and he's sick of living in Bruce's shadow.
I want a Robin signal in the sky, alright?
Now, considering that Bruce is like the world's greatest detective, why didn't he, like, maybe check their blood or check what Ivy actually did to them, especially as it was on TV? As they do, we then see Old Man Gordon almost killed by Ivy. However, she doesn't do it, but after how bad this put down is, I think he might have rather have died.
On second thought, you're way too old for me.
No, I'm not. Please, come back.
Dear me, just like a sad, desperate old man. Really gave dignity to one of the most famous comic book characters of all time there, you guys. And from him, she gets the key to the bat symbol, which Bane ends up breaking. At the mansion, we then see Alfred giving files to Barbara, which he instructs to take to his brother. Bruce also visits him by his bedside, and we get a mirror of this when Alfred used to read stories to him as a kid. Alfred tells him he loves him, and like, why wasn't the rest of the movie along this tone? Because it's actually really good. Anyway, we then see as the supposed computer genius Barbara tries to crack his password. Typing Alfred first, she then tries Wayne. You'd have better luck trying 69420. After trying very hard and putting in England, she then puts in his sister's nickname, and we see the designs for all of the bat technology. I don't know why the computer says it's so sexy though.
Access allowed.
This is after saying it like this.
Access denied.
So yeah.
Access allowed.
It's weird thinking Alfred just sat there going, ooh, access allowed. Ooh. Anyway, the Bat Tech has clear callbacks to Batman Forever as we see both the Batboat and Batwing, which fly by like PNGs over the top of the designs. Now, inevitably, this leads Barbara to the Batcave. Here we meet AI Alfred, who I'm calling Alfred. Works better if you see that written down. Clearly based off Max Headroom though, this is what people thought computers would be like in the future.
This is Max Headroom.
The villains also go to a store which has heads on the sign, and this is called Headroom. So maybe they were kind of pulling it all together in that. She then gets her own suit-up montage, complete with high heels, which feels very, very impractical, but her comic suit had these. Thankfully for Alicia, they were made of foam, and thus she was able to actually walk. The suit doesn't actually look like a comic counterpart though, and there's no gold, and notably Alicia Silverstone's blonde while Bob's in the comics is a redhead. They also were initially going to have her wear a cowl, which was more in line with the comics and the 66 show. Though this design didn't make it in the movies in full, you can see it in the toys for the film. Barbara also wears it towards the end when she's riding on the snow vehicle. Now this costume later got reused in the show for Birds of Prey, where they repainted it for Batgirl's suit. It's an okay one, you know, it's nothing remarkable, but for getting Batgirl on the screen, they do an alright job. Now while this is going on, the Robin symbol is shot into the air, which makes Dick head out. In the cave, Bruce warns him he's being a dickhead and that they're infected, but it initially seems like it falls on deaf ears. Bruce asks him as a friend, partner and brother to trust him, and this leads to Robin wearing rubber lips. In the comics, Bruce often calls Dick his son, but I think they went with brother because like, They're both 35. We then see Freeze take over the observatory with the crystals looking like the Crystal Maze. We then get another ridiculous moment with Bane placing bombs around the area. I'm not even listing Easter eggs at this point. It's just stupid stuff that happens in the movie. Why is this video an hour and whatever long? It's because so much shit in it. Freeze then says revenge is a dish best served cold, and he charges up his diamond device.
Tonight, hell freezes over.
While this is going on, Dick heads off to Poison Ivy's lair. We see her on her throne with the place now fully overgrown with plants. Due to the autumn tone, her suit's now red, and it's possible they looked at this in the Arkham games, as there she wore red as well. She also has her hair done up, which kinda looks like bat ears, which I thought was a nice costume touch. Dick seemingly can't resist her though, and we then get this line.
I need a sign.
How about slippery when wet?
Come on, Uma, yeah, it's a kid's movie. However, it turns out Dick has a plan up his sleeve as he drops the bombshell, revealing he's wearing rubber lips. It's stupid because he'd already got the plan from her and was about to head out, and then like, I don't know, mate, I wouldn't be risking it. Rubber is only 99% effective. Could have killed you. Bruce then gets tied up in Ivy's vines, which is quite a common image whenever the pair face off against each other. This was most notably shown in Batman Shadow of the Bat Annual 3. That's all Batman face off against Ivy, and she ends up in Arkham, much like the end of this movie. Luckily though, Bobs is a maverick, and she does the trademark Batman move of jumping through the skylight. Bruce also has his Bat rotary saw, which is so funny as it barely cuts through anything. Ivy also admits to pulling the plug on Nora, which luckily they record this and use this later on. Babs essentially accuses Ivy of giving girls a bad name though, and basically revokes her girl power card. I will admit their fight's cool, and I chuckled when Ivy pops her knife and then checks herself out before carrying on the fight. She's then attacked by her plant, which doesn't make too much sense because, like, isn't she in control of them? I don't know, but moving on. Batman then reveals himself as a 2016 person on the internet, as he says,
Batgirl.
That's not awfully PC. What about Bad Person or Batwoman?
Now, Batwoman actually debuted in Detective Comics 233 with Kathy Kane before it became Kate Kane in the New 52. Also, I love how she's like,
Bruce, it's me, Barbara.
like world's greatest detective, and he couldn't figure that out. Anyway, she joins the team and they rush to stop Freeze day after tomorrow in Gotham. Because it's the third act and we need to sell some toys, we also have some costume changes and brand new vehicles. These are the Arctic look, which I actually got the toys for, so hey, worked on me. Obviously though, like, these guys taking time to go change while Freeze is destroying the city, it's not a good plan. Dogs are frozen as they pee, and Gotham gets turned into an icicle. Looking at the clock, Batman says they have 11 minutes, and then the movie goes into real time. Now what I mean by that, it's now 11 minutes from this point until they save the day. This is pretty similar to Batman 1989, where Joker says he has a helicopter coming in 10 minutes, which happens in real time as well. The Bat family then arrive and show off their new vehicles. Batman is in the Bat-Hammer, and Robin's in the Bat-Sled, which is simply just a hovercraft. Batgirl's on her bike, but they have had time to do it up with wings and stuff. Thought you only had 11 minutes to save the city, what's going on? Either way, the Hammer looks just like this movie's Batmobile with a glowing disco ball thing at the front. Batman also activates the
shield,
which may be a callback to the Anton First Batmobile.
Shields.
They're then attacked by the Freeze-mobile, and I love how Batgirl gets knocked off her bike, but it just continues to ride forward normally. They also have these new ice armor suits as well. If they look familiar, well, that's for a reason. The crew didn't have long enough to make a new set of suits after Forever, so they just changed the coloring on the sonar suits from that, which you can kind of tell from the cowl. They also had the ability to reflect the ice gun, which the Bat-Hammer has as part of its shielding. A deleted scene saw Freeze shooting his freeze gun at Batman, and the suit would then just reflect this. This happened in the comic adaptation, which you can pick up if you're absolutely mental. Now, due to the rush time frame, they cannot tie the Hammer and Robin suit. They look nothing like the movie version. This is because they didn't really have time to get the finalized designs to the toy company, so they just had to go with what they thought it would look like. In a nice bit of world building though, we see Gotham runs on Gotham Standard Time. They then reveal a plan to reflect the sun all the way around the world, which will thaw out the Gothamites. Also, couldn't help but notice the weird keyboard layout with Carney instead of QWERTY, and the spacebar at the top, which looks absolutely cursed. Are you mental? Now, though they make some headway, the Bat family are attacked. Batgirl and Robin fall once more, playing off the scene with the motorbikes. However, as has become cliche with these films, they're able to grapple their way out of it. What it does do though is lead them into the grip of Bane. Luckily, they kick out his constant supply of monster energy, and he passes out and shrinks back to his original form. All the while, Bruce fights against Freeze. Did crack me up when Mr. Lee calls him a dirty fighter, which, mate, that's the least of your worries. You're in the worst movie of all time. Freeze is defeated by the Bat Handwarmers though, and Bruce delivers a punishing send-off.
Hey, Freeze. The heat is on.
Redirecting the sun, Gotham starts to unthaw, but Freeze has one more trick up his armored sleeve. Setting off the icicle bombs, the observatory drops from its holdings.
Freeze in hell, Batman!
Batman grapples himself out of there along with the scientists, and yeah, just kind of removes any tension from the scene when they constantly keep on doing this. Although the telescope's screwed, luckily they have a computer genius on hand. A genius who tried England and Alfred as the password. Anyway, she flips the monitor after saying men have to do everything the hard way. Schumacher attacks men in woke Batman movie! The mirror then thaws everyone out, and it did remind me of the Hammer of Dawn and the Gears of War franchise, despite that coming out many years later. I know you're secret Batman and Robin fans, guys. Cliffy B, you love Batman and Robin. Anyway, Freeze's cold heart is unthawed when Batman reveals his wife's still alive. It was Ivy who did it, and she's been caught in 4 ATP. Bruce found and restored her though, and Freeze can still work to find a cure. Realizing that anyone can take a life, but to save one's to true power, he decides to help Alfred.
Take 2 of these and call me in the morning.
At Arkham, we see that Ivy's now sharing a cell with him, which seems a bit dangerous, especially for patient care.
And I've come to make your life a living hell.
Who the future is looking bright for though is Alfred, who's now fully recovered. The family is back together, and they have a new member.
Excuse me, I believe I'm the one who kicked Ivy's botanical butt. Yeah, that was me.
Agreeing to be partners, we then end the movie with a reference to Jaws.
We're going to need a bigger cave.
We then close out with them running from the signal, which is also how we ended Batman Forever. We then get the banging Smashing Pumpkins song, and one by R. Kelly called Gotham City, which less said about the better. Sadly for the cast though, the movie was panned and the 2 proposed sequels were cancelled. One was Batman Unchained, which would see Harley Quinn as a toy maker and the daughter of the Joker trying to get revenge on Batman for killing her father. The Scarecrow was the other planned villain, with a scheduled release date being 1999. As mentioned earlier, Coolio was in talks, however they also had Nicolas Cage being offered the role. That's more of a rumour though, as again he was currently working on Superman Lives. Courtney Love was who they were thinking for Harley Quinn though, which would have been admittedly pretty spot on. Batman Year One was also another movie that was planned with Kurt Russell, who'd be playing a younger Commissioner Gordon. Selena Kyle would feature in it too, with her playing a role similar to the one she had in the comic. When this was scrapped though, it allowed for Nolan to pull in elements of Year One and the Scarecrow to kickstart his own trilogy, which basically saved Batman and even started to usher in the comic book movies that would go on to be massive blockbusters. Robin was also set to feature in his own spin-off, which Chris O'Donnell confirmed to Access Hollywood in 2012. However, it was scrapped due to the poor box office and reviews of Batman and Robin. So basically, it tanked most people's career, but we can look back and laugh. Anyway, you bastard, that closes out the breakdown. Thank you for making me watch it. It's something that George Clooney keeps a poster of up in his home as a warning to himself to just not accept any role that comes along. Personally though, I actually think it's an enjoyable time in a so bad it's good way. When going back through these movies, I'd actually rank it above Forever in terms of rewatchability. That's kind of, I don't know, boring, no, not boring, but just fine across the board. Whereas this, it's taking big swings, big misses, but I just find it more entertaining to watch. That might change if we get the Schumacher cut release though, but yeah, in terms of pure entertainment, it's been fun going back to it. In the end though, that wraps up our revisit to the Burton-Verse. Good news, Bat fans, we will be back with breakdowns on the Nolan trilogy, but that'll be happening later in the year. In the meantime though, we're sticking with the DC universe and breaking down Richard Donner's Superman before the James Gunn movie in July. Along with this, I'm also reading through Jaws and doing another Spielberg classic just in time for another movie dropping in July. I'll let you figure that out, but please drop a comment if you can, and yeah, if you enjoy this movie, if you didn't enjoy it, drop your thoughts below. Again, members of the channel, you also get early access to videos like this every single week for just 99 cents a month. We've set it at a price point where hopefully it's not a lot to you, but if a lot of you do it, it'll mean a lot to us. And it means we just get to do crap videos like this. Now if you want something else to watch, we've got a breakdown on screen right now. With that out of the way, huge thank you for sticking through this video. I've been your host Paul, you've been the best, and I'll see you next time. Take care, peace.